this game too was it was Darkwing setting a new record for just the most vegan Oriana build you could ever have. He went Rod of Ages into Rocket Belt into Zonia. It's just like you don't do damage for that build, and I don't even think you're that tanky either. You know, I mean you're kind of tanky relative, but I feel like usually you want maybe one of those. But when you start giving up that many potential higher damage items, your Shockwave's not threatening. You're not, even if you hit Sivir with Shockwave, she's not going to die to that. So
here's my
I did not love that.
Here's my questions / like theory. Since Phase Rush was removed, and Oriana really did rely on that for a lot of defense and a lot of like matchup outplaying people. Do you think that is going to cause? Because now people will just take like barrier comment, right? And you get a little bit more damage, but it's not going to nearly give you survivability like Phase Rush did, which wasn't like tankiness, but it was a lot of outplay potential, with the speed. Is that why he felt like really necessary? Because he's playing against Akali and Pantheon, right? Akali's going to put a lot of threat on you to assassinate. Pantheon can jump on your head as well. And Proto Belt has already gotten very popular, especially with
usually not also with Rod of Ages.
Yeah, not layered on defensive with all of the possible defensives that you can get. But I think the removal of Phase Rush is something that will maybe start to chip away at the number one kind of status of Oriana, and maybe we actually start to see some some other angles opening up.
I feel like removal of Phase Rush probably hurts Ryze more, to be honest, because Ryze is shorter range and I feel like is kind of easier to
and he's playing against Akali in this game.
I know, and just in general, like I'm just talking about like because you're asking about Phase Rush for Oriana. I feel like it's like did he go that because of Phase Rush removal? Maybe, or maybe he's just thinking, like you said, Akali Pantheon, he's gonna get one shot, so he feels like he needs it or something. But yeah, I mean it's always tough because especially if your team is in a losing position, I feel like sometimes players fall into that trap where you're losing, you're behind, you can get burst, so they build more defensive. But when you're already behind, you can never get tanky enough that it actually matters, and your only hope of coming back is one-shotting someone generally, right? So it's like often it's better to just build pure offense when you're behind and just try to get that one shot. And I feel like when you're ahead is often when you get the luxury of being able to build some of these more defensive items because you have so much more golds, you're already doing a ton of damage. But yeah, I mean, I think the Phase Rush removal is interesting, and especially like against specific champions, it's a really big deal, right? Like when I think of, I don't know, like Trundle or something like that, Phase Rush just completely negated that champion for someone like
Olaf
too. Olaf is another good example.
Yeah, playing Olaf into Phase Rush is so miserable. It's like, I finally got on this guy. I'm throwing my axe, and it's like, and he's faster than me, and I can't slow him. This is chill. So I think it is a really good point that Phase Rush is gone, so he probably felt pressured to build more defensively. We saw Ryze switching to Ghost, which that's another option as well. I guess he's less concerned about not having TP because he's got his ultimate. So maybe Oriana with Ghost would feel too hard to play the map without TP or something. But not my problem to solve. That's up to the players to figure that one out. So. Yeah, no, I don't think the tank Oriana is the best method, but it was with Darkwing Stride, and they were kind of close, but didn't work out.
They had a shot to win both games, but Lion just team fought better. And at the end of the day, this means Sentinels is 1-4 in the LCS now, and they've won 5 games, but they have won only the one series. Who he had an interview with Sheep Esports, where he was asked about winning the EWC qualifiers because they won the EWC qualifiers, so they won that little mini online tournament. And who he was saying, we weren't as nervous playing these teams online as we are in stage games. And he says, I can only put it on nerves, but I don't know exactly what's making us play differently on stage. For example, in the second game against Lion, we were in a position we can't really lose if we execute our composition properly, but we failed to do so on stage, which is always kind of a tough thing. And it's interesting because this has been something we've heard quite a bit. We talked about this last week as well, in pros, Isles and various people were like, they were obviously the pros don't always pay that much attention to standings. Most of their opinions are based on scrims, right? And so a lot of the pros think of Sentinels as a really, really top team still, like think of them as a very good team. And like Isles was like shocked that they were 1-3 and now they're 1-4. He's like, whoa, they are a bottom team? Like what? And so a lot of pros are all still talking about this team as a high level team, but it is getting a little bit dicey for them now. If they drop another game to a bottom team unexpectedly, they could potentially miss playoffs. And I know most people are like, yeah, well, they're going to beat the bottom teams, but they did lose to DSG right at the beginning of the split. So it's obviously possible for them to lose to these bottom teams as well. And as good as they are in practice, they definitely need to start picking up some series wins.
All right, next we have Shopify versus Flyquest. And honestly, it is so fun to watch the Flyquest ascent. It's been a really fun journey, and we're only still, I feel like, pretty early in the year. Thinking back at how like everyone's talking about during the formation of this roster, yeah, we're not going to have high expectations really early on, and we know everybody's super young, but they have improved a lot, I feel like, and both individually as well as as a team. And it's always nice to hear from the players too, and their thoughts about it. Quad on Pros was talking about a lot of like Gatghost individual improvement, team macro improvement, how he seemed really confident about playing pretty much any team he was asked about. He was like, yeah, we could beat them. So this Flyquest squad, I feel like is super fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they looked I think they've been getting better pretty much every week we see them, because I know in the beginning they had a lot of issues with like Griffin being on the same page as his laners, because a lot of times it just seemed like they were desynced, and they would, he would either go for something and not have the support of his team, or like they just weren't really lining up that well. But things definitely went better this weekend. But all the games were actually kind of like funny and weird in that Flyquest was winning early game really hard, and then in game 2 they actually managed to lose the whole game off of it. That one,
I thought they
don't
had
know.
a giga draft advantage in game 2.
Same.
I was like, oh my god, they hard won in draft. Wow, they're way ahead. This game is completely over.
Yeah, I think
it was so funny too, because we got the coach cams and they stood up and they did a handshake. After, it was like 5 minutes into the game after they got a kill.
Kills, they're like, yeah, we did it. We did it again.
It was so funny too, because I was like, oh man, Shen is just waiting to use his ultimate when Vi uses his ultimate, and then they did it and they got the kills, and then we get the cams of the coaches like standing up. You're like,
well drafted,
genius.
beautiful.
They ended up losing the series.
Yeah, the
game.
This one felt completely over from
yeah.
When I was even watching it, I'm like, yep, it's over. I think like the first 2 Vi ults were just hard countered by Shen.
Yeah.
Shen was up like 2 levels on Vi or something, and they were just getting everything.
Botling
and then
was winning, everywhere was winning.
Yeah, it felt like it started to go wrong when I think their bot lane got bored or something. They just sort of like walked up on Corki Nami with no respect and just like got blasted, and then lost a fight around Herald, I want to say, that Grubs Herald region.
Oh yeah,
I don't know. That game didn't seem losable.
Masu got chunked to like 30% before the
Yeah.
Herald fight even started, and they still started to take the Herald fight, and then it went tragic, right?
Yeah, it was super weird. It kind of felt like Flyquest just sort of mentally checked out of that one. And you see this in solo queue a lot. It's like your team's winning too hard. The other team starts all chatting. They're like, GG, report this top laner. And you're like, yeah, this game's over. I'm going to like lean back in my chair a little bit. And then you start throwing. And you're like, oh, wait, shit, guys, we just lost. So it felt a little bit like that from Flyquest. And then game 3, honestly, was kind of similar. It was like another just massive lead into a little bit of throwing in the mid game, but luckily not enough to lose. Because I think game 3, man, Seos was running it down real hard.
Yeah, game 2, I was just looking at it. At 15 minutes, Flyquest is up 6-0, 3.6k gold lead.
Yeah,
like that looked so over. But Bivoy was crazy in this series. I feel like he was just the hope. Even in game 1 where they lost, he was like 6-0 on the Ezreal. Then game 2, he would have got a pentakill, except Fudge super griefed him by like Cassante ulting away the last kill. And he was just complete 1v9, got so fat on the Corki and won the game. And I feel like Bivoy was having a crazy series.
Yeah, the first game as well. Even though Shopify lost the first game, he was their hope. He was doing so much damage that game as well. But the funniest follow up for the Flyquest one too. After the series, I saw Apollo, and Thinkard outside, leaving the studio. And I started making fun of them about the handshake and stuff. And they immediately, as soon as I was like, but that handshake, they were like, oh my God, we decided already, like, we could never handshake again. Like we and all, like, they were cracking up about it. Obviously it's really funny, afterwards, because they win the series anyway.
Yeah.
But they were completely on board with it, and they were already like memeing themselves about it. The third game though, and the Zeus thing too, like the Alistar just racking up the deaths. I mean, he's playing also against Smolder with execute and true damage and stuff also.
Most of those deaths were well before that.
He was flashing in when his whole team was leaving.
He's part of the he's part of the reason
he was the stacks.
that Smolder has the stacks. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I feel like some of the scenarios too were also like teammates make plays. Like he's not the only one at fault, right? A lot of the other teammates making some pretty big errors too, and that can make an Alistar also even look worse. Yeah. On top of already being in some questionable positions, so. Definitely.
There were some questions.
There were definitely some questions for a lot of Shopify angles.
Yeah. I mean, it was an interesting series overall. Flyquest definitely monster through game 2. They do win the series, but they did some cool drafts, and I feel like the discussion would be more focused on the drafts if they just closed out game 2, because game 1 they blind picked Anivia top. They just like threw it out there, and I thought that was kind of interesting to see them cooking, because Anivia top, people talk a lot about Varus and how obnoxious that is. Anivia has a tiny play rate in top lane, but I swear Anivia has been like 54% win rate top laner for like 4 years. This champion always has high win rate and almost no play rate, and then every so often you randomly play against some Anivia player who's like an Anivia one trick and they're playing Anivia top, and you just get blasted, and it's like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do against this champion? They just trade so heavily, and a lot of the really good Anivia players are really good at using their passive, just like using the egg too, like those nonstop trade with you and be walking in and just autoing you constantly. It's usually range versus melee, right? And even if you are able to like do something and actually proc the egg, you have no damage like to actually kill them, so they just revive and they have more mana back and everything. So I thought that was really cool. The Gragas came out. That was the first time we saw that Gragas answer. We talked about the other Gragas matchup, but this game I believe was before that one. And it worked okay. It didn't work out like great, but I thought that was a kind of a cool cook. And the Shen jungle, we touched on it a little bit, but I do feel like Shen just like thematically, like the way the champion wants to play the game, counters a lot of what Vi does, and it does feel like it's a really solid answer. He was playing Guardian Shen, like full supportive items. You pop all that procs Guardian, gives you more chance to arrive. Like there's such good peeling there. So I do feel like it is cool, even though it lost. I feel like there are some interesting experiments going on with some of these picks, and I feel like there's something there, and it's something that is cool to see from Flyquest, that they're not afraid of kind of like going beyond what the other teams are playing.
Yeah, and their players are really confident in doing it. Like Griffin loves like spamming these things. He's been spamming Shen jungle, Nasus jungle, type stuff for solo queue. So I definitely like the creativity. And Thinkard really embraces that type of drafting and that type of team play too. So yeah, I think there's a lot of upside for this Flyquest team, and maybe not so much for Shopify. I keep on feeling
their first game 3 of the year, though.
I keep on feeling unhappy. Yeah, and I had, when you guys said that, I had been so like depressed on Shopify. I was like, I took it as like it had been their first
won a game.
Yeah, the first time they won a game. I was like, that was totally believable. And then you're like, oh, remember
they 2-0 Dignitas.
They beat Dignitas, and it's like, that's also very believable.
Every other series, they 0-2. They went 0-2, 0-2, 0-2 was their lock-in. Then they 2-0 Dignitas. Then they went 0-2, 0-2, 0-2, and then they just went to a game 3.
And that's with Bivoy dropping 15 kills on some of these games. The Corki game was literally a 15 kill, a nuke.
It's been I feel like for Shopify, Contracts and Bivoy to me have had they've both had good games, but I don't know whether it's team play or just certain individual performances. I feel like Fudge and Seos have really been struggling a lot this year, and even just the team. I mean, they. A lot of games, they actually have good early games for how much they lose, right? Usually when you team loses that much, they don't actually have good early games. Yeah. And so I think it's just a combination of certain people underperforming and maybe just their goals as a team aren't that great. mid in late game because like stuff just goes terribly wrong. Usually it's not that hard to play from ahead. Honestly, it's a lot easier to play from ahead than mine. But Shopify would tell you otherwise.
I think Zinni is not blameless as well. Like when I'm thinking through who is he actually better than and performing better than in this split? Palafox?
Even that's debatable.
Palafox probably is better at laning.
Yeah, I think Palafox.
So I mean, it's like, yeah, I don't think I would put him above Call Me. I definitely wouldn't put him above Darkwings or Quad or Quid or APA or Saint.
Yeah.
So it's like the best I can do is say you're the 7th best mid laner in the league right now.
Deal.
And you might be 8th.
I'd put him in. I honestly would put him
So
in.
it's
Really?
like,
Wow.
Like I think I would have him above Palafox, but I think it's 7th, 8th. So
Yeah.
you know, I don't think Zinni has been good either. I think Seos has had some bad performances. I think Fudge has been definitely way below the standard that he set for himself last year and that kind of like I expected from him. So the team is struggling. I think Contracts has had some really good games, even in losses. Bivoy has obviously had some really good games, even in losses. But, you know, it shouldn't take like a 15 kill game that should have had a pentakill to be able to get it across the finish line.
Yep. They've definitely got to figure out some as far as their team play or just like certain mistakes need to stop happening. I guess for Zinni, for me, he's doing better than he did last split. So I guess he's on an upward trajectory, but he did really bad last split. So it doesn't necessarily mean he's doing well.
Yeah.
Well, they're playing Sentinels coming this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're putting this team that we're talking about having early leads and then not winning games versus the Sentinels team that wins games that they're down thousands and thousands and thousands of gold already anyway versus good teams, it's like, oh, wow, is that like your nightmare? Is that either like perfectly crafted to destroy you no matter how much of an early gold lead you get? Or like it seems to me on paper pretty Sentinels favored with the styles. I don't know.
No, I agree. I mean, it's weird because Sentinels is a 1-4 team, right? But I still think of them as better than all the other teams at the bottom. And maybe that is your scope because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how close you are if you still lose, right? But I feel like they show a lot more positive things. They have won more games, even though not in more series. They have won 5 games, and then SR has won 3, I think. The 1 game last week and then the 2 against Dig. I do have Sentinels favored for sure, but I feel like this is definitely, it's possible for Shopify. And then all of a sudden, if Shopify win this, you could have Sentinels close to, or maybe not even just making a playoffs. Like Saturday is really important because Saturday is our 4 teams at the bottom. Sunday is our 4 teams at the top. So the 4 teams in the bottom, every one of these series matters so much for making playoffs because 2 of these teams are going to miss playoffs and they are all kind of just on the cusp right now. There's 3 teams with 1 win and Dig has 0. So if they beat DSG, then they're tied up with DSG and one of their teams. So anyone can absolutely make it. I do favor Sentinels for sure. I feel like their team play is better. And like I said, I think Huhi has been really, really good. I feel like I favor the mid lane for sure. I favor them in a lot of roles, but I wouldn't be shocked. Like if Bivoy can play as well as he did, if other teammates step up a little bit, it's winnable.
Just a little bit. If they cannot feed just as much, it's possible. Yeah.
Please give me something, guys.
I just need one of you who does not feed.
Can I have 1 lane to play too?
Any prio. I just want one of the crabs, man. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I don't. It doesn't seem one sided to me. I could totally believe Shopify to win, but they'd have to be better than they've been doing.
Yeah. For DSG themselves versus Dig. Now, again, this is the one.
They lost their guy.
They lost their guy on pros. Quad was, of course, all the people on pros were focused on their lane, and Fudge would be like, just say whoever he thought had the better top laner is the better team. And then Quad was like, well, Call Me is better at laning, so they're better and they're going to win. And so basically all the pros would just be like, yeah, whoever is, stronger in my lane is going to be the one. But a lot of them did favor DSG until they remembered that DSG were losing Castle.
Yeah.
And then 2 of them swapped over to Dig. I don't think Quad actually even flip-flopped or changed or anything, but This one, of course, is like feels like so much must win for both these teams because everybody in the league is looking at DSG and Dig like. You two are like dead teams walking. You're until we make the cutoff for playoffs, you're out of playoffs. Like
it is
you
must
have
win
to
for Dig.
You have to prove to me that you're getting in playoffs rather than the other ones getting
If Dig
out.
loses this, the most they can get would be 1 win, and 2 teams would already be at 2 wins that are down in the bottom 4, so they'd be out. So they have to win both games, I think, to have any chance. I don't know, like the tiebreaker stuff, but they have to win both their games. I think Dig could definitely win. I think they should be favored. If I'm DSG, though, you touched on this earlier with Certi. Just let Certi go wild. I feel like just almost don't even bother trying to incorporate him into everything. Just let him pick for lane, go for counter picks. Like whatever he is most comfortable doing, I feel like is what he should do because he's going to have had no time to practice. He has been a range top specialist. I feel like you just let him go wild and play towards his lane and just kind of hope that you can win in that way. Because
are you gonna also like go to the effort of splitting jungle? Invade their top side, make sure the enemy jungle's not up there, type stuff too. Or are you saying, you know what? We're playing flex queue. You queued by yourself.
Dude, I mean, if I'm DSG, I'm not playing for bot lane. Their bot lane has been having a bad time. I don't care who my top laner is. I know who my bot lane is, and I'm going top side.
that's crazy.
Dude,
You're queuing with the boys. You're like, yeah, I queue with you, which means I know how you play.
I like that.
Which means I'm going to the random in top lane.
and because I respect you guys, I know that our best chance of winning is me not going anywhere
Is me
near
going
you.
to top lane with this person we didn't queue with,
Yeah.
who I
Yeah.
don't know anything about.
I know you guys can't get the job done. I don't know about him.
He's a question mark, which is better than you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely joking, at least somewhat. But DSG's bot lane's been struggling.
Yeah.
It's I think they've had some okay games, but I would say like overall they're definitely looking like the weakest in the league right now. And I think FBI Ignars, like even though they haven't been having the best results, they should still be pretty favored against such Lions.
Yeah.
And they've had some crazy games too, with like when they brought out their Senna and Alistar stuff for. So,
And Senna is actually super OP right now with the Deathfire touch build and stuff. I think is actually quite good.
She's a good static user.
Yep, really good static user.
yeah, for this patch that we're playing on, you can still do the Deathfire and Black Cleaver also, and that will still tick and proc it. They are already like it's already in patch notes to change for later, but
Yeah,
can abuse it now. Smolder and
Giga OP with
Senna
that.
and
There's a few of them. Those are 2 of my favorite AD carries to play. So I've
2 of FBI's favorite as well.
get in there, FBI. I think Dig will take this. I feel like they'll get this win, and then it'll make for an exciting final week because they'll both be on the cusp of maybe make it, maybe not. C9 versus Fly is what we're going to be kicking off Sunday with. Again, these are all our top 4 teams that are playing. C9 versus Fly, really exciting. And then we're going to have Lion versus TL as our other match on Sunday. So Sunday should be bangers.
Sunday super banger. I am so excited for Cloud9 Fly because it feels like it's, despite the standings, there is like hovering over Cloud9. So many doubters waiting to be like, your undefeated record is so fake. Like people are just waiting, and it feels like there's so many people that whenever Cloud9 don't do well, that like really want to flame them for some reason. Meanwhile, for Flyquest, it feels like there's so many people that want to be like, I told you so. Look at these young kids are so good, and blah blah blah. And like the trajectories for these two teams are kind of like on the edge, I feel like. And so it'll be really, really an exciting matchup, despite or in addition to both of them, being upper half teams. And so this one is, is anyone gonna favor Flyquest here? Are you feeling a little risky? I still feel like that is the more risky one. Quad was very confident when he was on pros, but Raz was streaming, and Raz and our manager were talking about how Cryogen went in his chat and was either more respectful or way less confident as far as their matchup. So
they got smacked in lock-in by them.
They
so
certainly
you have to be
did.
a little respectful.
It's a big game for Griffin because
Blabber fathered him.
They've been doing better, but like every time C9 has played Fly so far, Griffin has gotten genuinely run over by Blabber, like in the most gruesome way possible. And Blabber's really good at doing that. I always thought he was super hard to play against. To me, he's the jungler that will just like him plus his team will just make it so unplayable for you as a jungler if you don't have any kind of like lane leads or anything like that. Like they just play to choke out the jungler so hard. And so, I mean, it'll be a good test to see how far they've come because like you got to have that good coordination to not allow Blabber to like get away with these invades and all that stuff. So I still think C9 is going to be pretty favored here, but I think, Flyquest bot lane's been doing really well. I could see them, winning lane against C9's bot lane. I don't know about top. I mean, Gakkos on carries just looked really good, but I mean, it's Thanatos, right? I feel like any matchup that's going to be hard. So I don't see any clear advantages for Flyquest. I would expect probably 2-0 for C9, but
honestly, I haven't really been predicting any upsets, but I kind of am feeling the upset with this one a little bit. I might be trolling because I do think the obvious prediction is C9. I mean, they smacked them the last couple of times they played, but I've kind of been getting a little bit of a feeling like C9's been getting away with murder in some of their games. I don't think Sven has been playing as well individually. I don't think APA has been playing as well individually. So those are a couple places where, maybe Flyquest could be favored as far as how the players are playing in team fights. I think that Quad and Masu could potentially outperform. I also think that Flyquest is much better when Gakkos is playing carries, and it feels like to me, I'm assuming have decided to go more in that direction. If you're going to be blind picking a Nivea instead of a tank, I feel like you're probably happy to play carries. Obviously, they can throw games. They're less consistent. I think C9 is a much better macro team. That's kind of like the big deficit for Flyquest in my mind. But I like Flyquest drafts, and I do think that right now they have better performing carries in mid and bot. So that would be kind of like the edge that I give them. I don't know. I'm just kind of feeling like we haven't had a lot of upsets, and this is one that I've kind of...
I tried that a couple weeks ago. Didn't work out so well. Maybe it'll work out better for you.
Yeah, I don't know. I just have a feeling that this could be an upset.
See, it's tantalizing. It's enticing. Because of a lot of reasons that we're going over here, and it just feels like people are kind of waiting for something to kind of fall apart for C9. Minos' point though, Griffin and Flyquest really failed the first test. They really, really failed
Character building.
Yeah, they really, really
Training
failed
arc,
it. And so the rematch is gonna be super fun. I also love that Flyquest put a lot of social media content like memeing on their failures and stuff.
The Jin,
the most recent one is about Masu picking Jin.
Yeah,
and the whole team like memeing on him and like, why is his win rate is so bad, but he won't stop picking this champion. Definitely go check out Flyquest's socials and YouTube to take a look at it, because I think they're always good sports up for making fun of themselves. I think, and I'm pretty sure I remember way back when, after the first time Cloud9 stomped them, they also put out content about the ward Blab. Remember it was Blab was talking about the ward that Griffin felt like he got like false information from. And then they're like, "Wow, we'll never make that warding mistake again." And led to like a whole snowball of Blabber, steamrolling over Griffin. So it's going to be really cool, and they're definitely going to pay a lot of attention to level 1 wards and jungle starts for this series, because
probably matchups too.
Jungle was crazy important for the last one. Definitely matchups too. We talked about Gakkos getting a lot better individually since the last time that they have played, so it'll be a fun one. Of course, everybody really, still favoring Thanatos, so. I think I also am, still going to favor Cloud9 and say this isn't going to be the C9 downfall right here. Maybe it'll occur in playoffs or something like that. But I kind of want to, Flyquest, they're a lovable team.
They are. They're fun. I'm not praying on the C9 downfall. Honestly, at this point, I feel like so many people are hating on C9 that I would be happy for them to win a championship. I don't know. I'm just feeling the upset this week. But
I mean, if we're just looking at historical data, C9 has fallen apart in playoffs, probably more often than not at this point. So I think it's kind of fair for people to expect it, and it's kind of on them to prove that they are not going to, because it was like a Jet segment on the broadcast. I hadn't thought about it, but it was like, I don't know, like 6 in a row or something where they just dominated the regular season and then just had terrible playoffs.
2023 spring was last time they won, so they've had a lot of good regular seasons.
Yeah, and it's the weird part. It's one thing if you're just not a solid team, but it's very strange to do so well the whole season and then just have a terrible collapse when it matters the most repeatedly. So gonna definitely keep an eye on that. Would be cool to see him, move past that and do well, but hasn't happened for a while.
Yeah,
so.
prove the haters wrong.
The last match of the day, Lion versus TL. If you guys are right, C9 will stay undefeated, and then that could set up for a potential undefeated match at the top in the final week between C9 and TL. But Lion versus TL is going to be the last match on this Sunday this week. Going to be really, really exciting. Of course, Lion has the one loss, which was the season opener to C9. They lost that one, and then they've won every series since. And I find myself predicting for Lion, I feel like on this one as well. I'm kind of feeling more that their team fighting is a lot more solid. I feel like TL, to me, has more obvious holes in their game later on. Lion seems like a pretty resilient team. Obviously, we don't know how top lane is going to be incorporated and how that's going to really change things, so that could really throw a wrench in the gear. But as impressive as Morgan is in the laning phase, I do feel like he has a lot more oopsies in team fights. And I feel like TL in general, I always saw as a really, really good macro team. And I feel like they've kind of lost a lot of that strength. To me, they seem much more of like this chaotic, like LPL style, skirmish heavy team. And when it's really working, and they're going to stomp you hard. They're going to slam the lane. And then they're just going to be 24/7 in your jungle, killing you over and over and over. But I feel like Lion is a hard team to do that to. And right now, I feel like I trust Lion's team fighting more than I trust TL's. And I trust them to kind of like make the more intelligent, calm decisions, which could maybe kind of bite TL.
What about the top lane change, though? Didn't address that because sometimes that can actually cause whichever top laner plays to play even worse.
Mm-hmm.
If they say, oh yeah, Dola was having confidence problems with his lane phase, so we added another person behind him to make him play for his spot, and then either he still gets to play and then is extra pressure, or Castle comes in and he doesn't merge well with shot calling or whatever Lion systems are going on, that it is a risk to make roster changes within a season.
It is.
So it's interesting if you want to see that as like a positive or a negative.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard. I am operating on the assumption that Castle's going to come in.
Yeah,
and Castle, I thought, was really good against Morgan in the 1v1 in their series last week, even with a really rough team. I am kind of looking at this as how I looked at it when Gatkos came in for Flyquest in playoffs when Whippo got subbed out after his punishment that he received, his little suspension and stuff that he got. And Inspired, basically his game plan was just to babysit top lane and make the game easy for the top laner. If you remember that one, I think there was even like an Ivor and Aurelia game, and they just played to that. That is how I expect Lion will play to Castle, is they'll just be like, yep, I'll just incorporate him in that way. We'll make the game plan about him so he doesn't have to adapt to us as much and kind of like simplify in that way. And so I'm kind of operating under that assumption, and that is, part of like my mindset when I'm predicting, because I saw Inspired do that really, really well with Gatkos, who I see as kind of like a player with similar strengths in that he was like, good mechanically, good laning phase is what he was known for. And so because I've seen Inspired already do that with the last Flyquest roster last year and that work, I feel like he should be able to do that here too.
Yeah. Wow. This one's super hard to predict. I feel like you kind of convinced me when you were talking about the team's strengths, though, a little bit. I'll go with Lion as far as like who I think would win. If I was putting money on it, I'd probably do Lion. But I think I kind of hope TL wins because I think TL's fun to watch when they're winning. I like the way that they win games, just this like explosive, chaotic aggression. Because it's just fun, right? It's like they're just actually doing crazy stuff, like just completely bizarre plays, and when it works out, it's super fun. But that being said, I don't think it's super likely. I think like when you're just looking at these players you're trying to snowball against, it's like who's losing hard on Lion? Like is Saint losing hard? I mean, maybe if he gets ganked early, he's had some games in the past where he kind of just mentally checks out if the early game goes bad. I don't think Berserker is getting snowballed on bot lane. I don't think Inspired is either. So, I mean, maybe you target top lane. Maybe something just goes horribly wrong for Lion, but they just seem really solid to me. And I don't know if TL is going to get that kind of advantages that they've sort of getting a lot of wins off of. I keep saying it, but when they're in a neutral game state, TL, they do some weird stuff as well, right? It's like things that work when you're super ahead don't really work when you're even. Like taking fights where you're outnumbered or just like hard forcing things on enemy terms. It's good when you're winning, but not when you're losing. So we'll see. I think if it's a more slow game, it'll probably favor Lion. But I mean, again, Lion's saying they're kind of like trying to buy into the chaos a little bit more as well. So I'll give them a slight lead, but I'm going to say 2-1 either way.
Yeah, it's funny because both these teams have been really good, but when they have lost, I feel like they have trolled. I feel like both of these teams have trolled individually. In games where TL have lost, it seems like, oh, dang, one person made a bad play or got caught, and then 10 seconds later, somebody else does because there's no other person like dealing with that minion wave or, being able to, it's like kind of a domino effect. And then for Lion, it's like some individual ego or something on one individual player just decided to go crazy, or like something goes weird in the early game. And then like Inspired gets super frustrated with like, what are you doing? Why is the game like this now? And so I feel this one could go either way for sure. It does seem like Lion, like probably if you're expecting this top lane thing to be a positive, then I would probably say Lion. But now I have a feeling that this is gonna be the time for TL to lock in and shine and really show everything on stage, and not throw away some of these like silly deaths or something when they have generated a good gold lead. Because I completely agree with you. If it's a slow game, it'll favor Lion. Inspired loves those type of games. He can control those. He does that for a living. But if it's a fast game, then which is equally as likely, I feel like with TL, I feel like they actually can continue the snowball and make Lion uncomfortable, and they definitely can get the win. So you're gonna take the Flyquest one, make it interesting. I'm gonna take the TL one, make it interesting.
The big upset of the undefeated team winning.
Really big. It is funny to say it like that, but I do feel like that is more of the upset, that more people would pick Lion.
It's crazy to think about that though, that it feels that way for the team that has already lost a series and just made a roster change.
Yeah.
But
they're defending, they were locking champions also.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying it's weird when you think about it, right? TL to me feels like they're the team that should be the best team in the league, but I just don't think they are yet.
There's so many moments you go, why did you do that?
Exactly. And it feels like we kind of were making a joke about this where it's like, we had, I don't know if you saw this graphic we had where it was like, you flick one slider and the other turns off, right? And it's like, oh, okay, Yon's having a good week. And then Quids turns off. You're like, oh, let me just turn that back on. And then Morgan's having a bad week. And then, oh, let me get that back. And then they're both having a bad week, And it's like, that feels like TL to me. Quid has been, I think, the biggest expectation versus reality disappointment, because I think Quid has been the best mid laner in the league for a while. When we saw him on 100 Thieves, last internationally, he looked really good individually. He was having some monster performances, even in losses. And so I expected him to kind of like gel more quickly with TL and to look really, really good. And I feel like when TL shows up, and Yon and Core are playing at their peak, and Morgan's playing at his peak, and Quid's playing at his peak, and like this team is all lanes are doing as well as we have seen them do in individual games. I feel like this team is the best team in the league for sure, because I do think they have the ability to like dominate all lanes, but they seem to make a lot of silly mistakes, and they never seem to be able to all have those amazing games at the same time. And I think that's more what it requires when you're playing against C9 and Lion, those like really really good teams. They can afford to have, okay, Yon has a bad game, but Quid is great, or Morgan has a bad game, but Yon is amazing. But when you're playing against Lion or C9, I think you can't afford that as much. Those mistakes, I think, are going to be punished more heavily, and that's kind of like my worry for them. It's going to be exciting, though.
Sounds about right. Yeah. I mean, I think the undefeated thing's a little bit disingenuous, just because it's strength of schedule, right? It's the top teams just haven't played each other, except like Lion played C9 week 1 and lost, and so aside from that one match, none of the top teams have dropped a game to anybody else. So yeah, I mean, we're going to see them against each other, and that's going to influence the All Pros so much. Just as, like that timing is so good for them. You know, you like Jose and Inspired's really close, then one of them slams the other guy, and it's just like no one's voting for the guy that just got slammed.
No,
not for maybe for All Pro, but not for MVP. Like you can still get on second or third team or whatever, but like I mean, if Jose comes in here and just like turbo smurfs on Inspired every game, that might have just won you MVP, and likewise the other way around. So definitely an important series. Both days I think are actually super hyped because we have all our bottom 4 teams playing for playoff lives. All our top teams are playing against each other, which is A, just banger series, and B, playing for first place and locking in those top spots in the playoffs is going to be huge. So I'm really, really excited for this weekend. It's going to be the best one in a long time, I think, for LCS. That is going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Also, leave a comment, and maybe we'll get to those sometime in the coming weeks here. LCS returns this Saturday, May 9th at 1 p.m. Pacific as Shopify Rebellion takes on Sentinels. We'll see you there.
Strike right into that back line, and that should be the end of aiming as this Jax goes so hard with just the one item. After Willa getting that initial kill, and Rich also looking for an angle towards Keen. Could this be a solo kill? He gets moved back, and Keen looks for the angle and does not find it. The flash in, and they solo kill each other. Still this Infernal Soul, and Canyon taking a bit of damage here, does get himself a shield as in goes Chovy. One more time, where did Andal go? As the Culling trying to do some work here, but Chovy's still looking for it, and he gets it with the fadeaway. Another wild growth to keep the Akali alive, as Rich tries to be the golden barbecue, but it doesn't quite work as Willa gets in there, but he's alone in this fight, although Yukal is now coming in to try and help out. He'll go golden as Canyon tries to get into position. Willa sneaking away, but they get the vision. The Warrior Trickster, but there is the speed up. Raptor does have the assistance of Vikla here as well, who brought an army of minions towards his bottom lane, but Luce is making his way in. The kick is going to get the knock up on Vikla at the same time. Man, that was sexy. As there is very low, but Lucid might be able to get in here. It's going to be a 50-50 as there is the steal. He just walks up and presses Smite. All right, who knew that it was that easy as Lucid went for an angle? The Cataclysm is going to be abandoned by everyone. The kick is once again just gorgeous from Lucid. Oh, just take my POM already, my friend. They kill the Zeri, but it doesn't seem to matter. They get that vision that they were looking for, and there is Delight finding the quickness, but not exactly as much as he wants to. The Vi is evicted from the fight with the Featherstorm. Keeps Skirmishing alive, and they take down FaZe. There's the 80 carry trade, though, as Faker gets into the backline, and it's Owner that takes matters into his own hands. Finally, it is Kanavi making his way back in, and there's another 80 carry here for HLE, and his name is Zeus, and he's got a big cannon, and he's not afraid to use it. Quadra kill.
Going to be so hard to kill, but a level 16 rise.
Oh, the bubble and the culling. Now Rulers just trying to get away with the neck. It's interrupted, and that's a kill going over to Career, and maybe another one onto Duro. Smash picks that one up.
Genji starting up the Herald. Deepos positioning to contest though.
Showmaker on the flank here, and it's stolen by Lucid. That's really all he does. Chovy is back, and he's looking for Showmaker, steals the Shockwave. Doesn't quite, oh, there are the chains though, and there's the Shockwave follow-up mid-chain. But
Gideon, he's on a bit of an angle here.
That's a bit of a mission. Looking to try and get on top of aiming. He picks the angle, the kick doesn't get him over the wall, but Namguk still turns up, and the Fate's Call isn't able to save the Caitlyn. Let's find BDD here, and now Cuz looks to make his way in. There's a Cyclone. The Encore comes down as well, but Cuz very close to dying. Thankfully, Effort is going to be there to try and keep him alive, but he will go down in the end. BDD looks for the angle on Aroma, but those boots were made grenade! And also gets the kill credit on that one. Coach Song and Juke both losing their minds in the coaching booth. Vikler is going to get out of there. Raptor is going in there, though, and so is Closer, actually. Looking for the backline, finds the Pop Blossom onto 3. The DN Supers wipe out 2 already, as now it has to be Daejeon by himself. And Clear is actually going to join him there as well, but I think this Ezreal has to try and figure it out. Does manage to take down Pyochik.
He might figure it out.
Life is going to die as well, and never mind, he is going to figure it out.
Big Rumble guy back in the building.
1,100 LCK games. I mean, think about that. Look at who's second here. BDD at 867.
Miles behind. Love the aura farm here from you, Cal. Very nice.
Douglas trying to find some sort of engage with a wild guard. There's a double knockup. Douglas goes in with the Crescent Guard as well. The polymorph onto Trayson. He has a Guardian Angel. It will bring him back now. Razork diving onto that backline though. And everyone is melting in his path. Trayson turns into a squirrel once again. And Fnatic will claim the 2-1.
Getting a little bit loopy.
I think Glossinous Greaves breaks the AD carry thing, by the way, is Linsus. Oh, he flashed onto a trap. Yoppa, no!
Okay, flash into trap. At least I'm not the only one hinting.
Basically one fight because Vitality will get the tower and Humanoids are not on my watch.
There's the stun from the Shield Vault. Leader, oh, time wide just short. Aegis Assault, well played by Skeens, but Nako gets the knockback onto Leader.
Yeah, I'm so used to that happening.
Oh, Mickey.
Oh, Mickey.
Last breath. Nako. Chucks a house at them, yeets them away. And the Steel Tempest Q3 doesn't hit. Nako goes back in. Oh!
This guy's looking suspiciously good.
What has... How?
How what?
Like, how now are they looking so good?
That's a kill.
It is. And it's a dash out. Oh,
the LEC arena in Berlin. Shifters are going to get 1. Now the crash down. Holy crap, that's actually pretty good damage. Between Worlds, Saren jumps back. He finds Paddock. No! Paddock doesn't get hit by the weirding. Ice is chasing down. Paddock jumps in to get a couple of autos. It's worth, because Ice now gets to chase the rest. Rooster's dead as well. No, getting chased down. Na'Vi pull off the Baron. Skirmon going to try and buy some time. He sends out the Aegis to solve with the roots. Incoming audacious charge. Still can't finish him off. Here comes Major with the flash on him, but Skirmon stands until he trades. The rest of Na'Vi on the way in. Han Sama though. The Mystic shot up the Mystic shot. Han Sama shows Europe how to play this champion. Han Sama, arcane shift in with LeBron by his side, will not be stopped. A tidal wave to miss. An arcane shift again. Han Sama will take 3. Nay, almost 4. He's back to full HP. He executes Paris. He picks up the Quadra.
Oh, flashy. Oh, flashy.
And there it is. A magnet storm for the ages. The opposite to track. And Fnatic get clapped together for Kazi in the wrong space at the wrong time. Now the clap back from Fnatic. The knock-up galore from Fnatic. An upset. Getting to fire away. Linces is a triple. Setting up the stun for a Quadra. Second skin now available for Kazi for an angle. Here we go. Forge God as the Dragon does eventually go down over the side of Fnatic with Ocean Soul. Front to back should be easy. But Fletchy again gets that rel ulti in. Upsets the target, but a full HP with an Ocean Soul. Is it a done deal? He's got a wall in front of him. Arcane Shift playing the fight. The Magic Man with the Magic Arm will continue fighting. Flashes over the wall, and with the concussive blows, gets the stun down. Nako now in a 1v1, but Upset repossessions, takes another Quadra. Does Vitality negate the dive? Razork dies? Razork dies? Wow. He's going to press
Wait, he could get out. He could just leave.
Pursuit or what?
He went all in. He went all in. He went all in.
Dark and Daggers. And Tibbers.
Yeah.
And auto, and then flash kick. Okay.
Yeah.
For the 5v5, Culling comes through first. Jojo gets some healing, but a half HP. Paddock steps into Mirwin as well. Good fight start from Shifters so far. Weaver's wall. Baron's not done. It's a great fight from Shifters. Jojo sends back Rooster, but look, the Aurelia, the edge, on the edge. Finding the stun as well. Shav's going to continue the journey. Super into GA, about to go as Paddock is clearing back. I thought yesterday was the day of the duck, but today, this play is quackers. Dodging from Elyoya. A triple turns Quadra into Super. The Penta is stolen. But he's paying respect to Show.
Is he paying enough respect?
This nightmare is coming in. Elyoya going to see him once again. Here's a level advantage. Rooster just solo killed him.
Yeah.
Gets level 6, reset. Elyoya is now in trouble, waiting for the Eviscerate in the Dark and Daggers, whatever comes next. I mean, Rooster gets a... It's another good early game.
And guess what? The gold's on Paddock again. Crash down on Super again. Killer Instinct, it's not available. He solo kills Super.
出来了，他回不去了。
潘森直接跳大了，
但想抢这个先锋，坐下来，居家可能会死。顾问，这也在你的计算中吧？
指住位到了中期很脆的，
下坡路了呀！直接一个抬发条拉了一个完美大招。
那这感觉可以转手大龙了。
好像不对了，兄弟，做不到了。野区落的带球，直接拉到3人，然后没闪的维鲁斯瞬间倒地。
是这波中辅吧？
依旧是后面有人在帮忙埋伏。 移形换影，
对，
骗你。这招那谁用过 ？BDD 用过。哟，开捡了，来劲了。2件套格温打2件半的朗姆，有操作空间的。3段针捡满，1v1大招也举到了。等下路技能 CD 闪现 Q， 再捡。关键先生得看这个小虎。 全是夹子，虎哥来了，虎哥推了2个人，推到了双人路，但虎哥这套是没有容错的。不过在沙流对面的女警，虎哥真的站出来了，太关键了，这一推直接提前闪，直接提前闪。
佳琪给了个3个轮的减速，继续去 A 辅助，你哪个血量低我找哪个，闪现过来差一点点。
好极限！
旁边候补哥还差一下，
还升级了
Q 技能命中了，旁边梦魇挂上恐惧，马上恐惧要打出来了，开了一手光盾进防御塔了，不好 A 出最后一下，反而是 EZ 挂上 W 再接 Q 技能。
整体的现在下半区野区的战力还是左边要强一点啊。 因为安妮下个大招好了 ，AOE 还更足一点。哦，招闪要单杀了吗？一个1闪锤进去，但是会被咬死。
怎么走的？可能要拼成了。
对，赵金先给过了点4，一个7没有清到，但第先把龙给拿到了，大招甩一下，句号这个位置比较危险，句号有个持有枪阵，稍微扛一下，那旁边跟抬到对面的关键点，看这个位置被抬到了，看这波是有闪现的，看这后面的操作怎么处理，看招闪拉开，那第一阵再往后拉，好像团战打不过来 ，NG 龙拿到了，这边团战是打的功亏一篑。
小要5杀了，闪现过来，再杀个 Missing。 5杀高手，想要来尝试一下。
大叔又被逮到了，我有2闪往前震，
瞬间爆炸，放烟花了。
过年了，兄弟，这烟花，
接下来奎桑奇也扛不住4个人的伤害。哇，这波 Viper 领先一个屏障。
下路还想打，
看娜美 Q 技能
，Viper 直接玩几个俯冲往前，
这硬伤害
直接又现杀了，而且一个水炮又泡到了。 那卓哥现在没有闪现的，
再等下个 Q 好像杀了，
而且有水炮，哇，直接又 double
side. But Palfox is looking for another Talia wall. You see him in position.
And there it goes, gonna try to catch C9 on the wrong side of it, and APA is isolated. FBI kills him before the fight even starts. It's a 5v4 for Dignitas. Vulcan wants to try to turn it around here with a pop blossom, finds 3 targets, but where's the follow-up damage? XU's already on a killing spree, and Thanatos is down. FBI about to fall. Blabber goes into the resurrection, but Dignitas has already found themselves a couple of kills. It's about to be 3. 10 seconds on Darkwings, 15 on Rahel. Lion make their way onto the first Nexus turret. They burn it down. Huhi and Hambach trying to buy enough time for everybody else to come back. Tempered Fate onto Darkwings back in the fountain as Huhi dies to Saint. Lion, they've made their way onto the Nexus now. They've got it down to 1/3 HP, but the Shockwave kills them! The clutch hold from Sentinels!
To me, it was all about the Shockwave. Let's see what Rahel does down on the bot side. He kills Dokla, kills Inspired, and then Darkwings. God, kept Saint and Berserker in the Shockwave.
You ult during the first Vi ult.
Well, Fudge going to be ulting now, looking for Gakkos. The Rumble Equalizer does come down. The footwork from Fudge trying to stay alive. The Pathmaker going to get sidestepped. Damage to deal with those frontliners. We're back to live, and they're engaging in onto Cryogen. Contract's going to get stunned up. The wave coming across multiple members as Flyquest are getting wiped here. It's a double already there for Bivoy. Make it a triple. And now Bivoy is arriving. Contract's into the backline. They're looking for Masu. Masu has got to run. The Enchanted Crystallera comes out. The Stand United to taunt. Contracts is the one to fall. But it is Zinni looking for Masu. Masu with a great sidestep. Pops the barrier, trying to survive. It's a double kill, though, for Bivoy. It's a triple kill now for Bivoy. It's a quadra kill now for Bivoy. But Fudge knocks him away.
Is in full motion here. They're...
Ooh, XU immediate flash. Cataclysm comes out, but where's the rest of the team? XU just gives it away.
I mean, why do we even talk? We should just let APA do it for us. There you go.
Ouviu o Enga com a vida cheia, o Devosh! Devosh sacrificou! Passa a barra incendiária! O Enga ainda vai derrubado!
Bem à frente e o Enga foi fazendo tudo direitinho, né? Eu senti falta de alguém da
O time entra pra morrer. Vai tentar agora a luta, ultimate conectado, Frost vem, ganha o tempo, vai dividindo, ele ainda sobrevive, mas agora o Ayu garante a eliminação, tudo isso aqui vai sendo cantado, e o Ayu ainda tá livre pra bater, a Fúria vai acreditando, Tatu busca a linha de frente, não tem abate pra cima da Fúria, agora sim, vem o primeiro, o Zit chega, e o homem está com a churrasqueira ligada,
bateu,
mas olha o Steps,
quadra-kill!
Teve como sair vivo dali o Ayu, ainda tinha flash, mas não conseguiu também gastar o feitiço pra conseguir sair vivo. E o Steps ainda tá pegando seus próprios campos. O Tatu agora meio sem saber o que fazer no mapa. Vai tentar alguém aqui no Kazé?
O Kazé utilizou o fantasma agressivo.
Fantasma particular. Que
isso? Ele tem ali a exaustão também pra jogar. A Red está com uma comp difícil de lutar, cara.
Não! Ele deu a cara pra tentar um combo, se expôs e acabou com tudo! A invencibilidade acaba aqui. É triple kill do Ayu pra buscar o quadra. Tem a ressurreição ainda, mas não teremos invictus. A Fúria vai vencer a série.
Como é que, vai falando no pitch aí agora. O pitch vem se aproximando, ele ainda não tem flash. Só que o Dudu ficou muito pra trás, ele vai ter que se comunicar, vai tentar alguma coisa. É jogado pro alto, usa a barreira, vai dispensando as flechas.
2v3,
pra cima do time do Fluxo. Toma uma lança, vai ser ele que garante uma bala.
Porque é difícil forçar a jogada em cima do Nar, enquanto a gente vê aí o Zed solando o Kurt, e ao mesmo tempo eles ficam sem jogada. Então a Loz vem dominando bastante, não só individualmente, nas suas...
Onde o Curse ele tentou dar um flash pra cima da Yunara, mas ela tava ultada, tinha um outro dash ainda pra sair. O Baal por ali, o Pete chega e agora o Curse tenta um V1.
Encaixou o ultimate, ficou preso no cercadinho e a torre não foi.
Trabalhar um pouquinho melhor nesse macro aí de vocês também pra esse próximo jogo.
O primeiro jogo foi um pouco atípico, né? Como vocês devem ter mencionado já, a gente não ter feito o Drake desde o começo do jogo. Mesmo esse Runic sendo um pouco forte para esse jogo. Mas...
I'm out of this one.
And Dusk and Dawn could be quite good too. Oh, Chica could be taken quite low. Has to flash. Not much mana as the Ghost is procced. Flashes go forward, and it is Jimmy with the stop kill. Do the minions finish him off? No, he for their troubles, and it's blood again in the water. And the curtain call now being used. Jimmy and Hastad bob and weave. Hits with 2 shots. Another shot is going to land. The 4th shot is going to be enough. Death from below is not going to hit. Sidestepping everything. Jimmy has the happy feet. The shot pulls them back in. Jimmy actually held on. It's really anything. It's him with their Nara and is forced back. Drakthar is up here though. Does not have the call of the hands, but they have a lot of damage. They might be able to get anything more as the Condemned back. It's a kill again. Florin. It's actually the pulverized head, but the beautiful true shot barrage does do some. The Cataclysm onto 4. It's a lot of damage coming out. Florence here with the backslide too. Then he'll lock him down. Drakthar gets the shield, stays alive. Hongshu picks up Kiaya. Eris is about to go down as well. The shield is good. The Condemn is even better. How strong this Crocodile can be. The flash from Hongshu is good. Hero's entrance is now coming back down. It's going to hit just the clone. But now they look to re-engage on this fight. But it is Florin in the backline getting taken down quite low. Pop 9 is just gone. He got blasted by Kiaya. What is going on? It's the triple kill. It could be a pentakill. It's the quadra. No, it got stolen. It looks like at this point, no other members really there. Double TPs are now coming in. They want to go for it. There's the Prism. It is going to land. Now they're trying to lock down his stuff, but here is Pun up on the top side. He stole it. He actually locked it down. Now it is Secret Will. This Baron is very low. 6k health. It's only been 2 members, Doggo and Shadow, trying to get it done. Here's the Nar. Gets cancelled out. Trying to go for the re-engage. Histo has to jump up. Just trying to stay a little bit longer alive. Oh, it's the damage. They've picked up Doggo. They might not be able to do it. And now they're looking for Shadow. Easy jump on in. Is going to be enough damage as it is still rest picking up Pun. It's just this Baron doing the work. Eddie's coming back in. This could be an ace. It could be all she wrote, but instead they're looking to turn back onto the Baron.
It was so good. But the just desserts, they go to Garm. Garm played so fantastically well. Kiaya on that Gwen, you know, we called it at the start of the game as well. When she gets to that scaling, when she becomes a late game monster who, I don't know, these celebrations are just unique.
Welcome back to the LCS. We're trying to figure out words to describe how the league is going to be today, Kobe. What word comes to mind for today's games?
3, 2, 1.
Warm.
Warm games.
It's going to be like a warm embrace.
Warm?
Comforting blanket all
the
over you,
comforting
Raz.
embrace of being eliminated from playoffs and knowing the pressure is off.
He says warm. I think Soviet cold. I think just bitterness. That's what I'm thinking.
Bitterness.
One team is going to be left out and the door is going to be locked.
Well, that's the thing. Today is really weird.
Yeah.
We've yet to have a day like this in the spring split. So let's look at the standings and schedule to explain why. You will notice in our standings that many of the teams are undefeated or close to, and many of the teams are nearly winless. So Sentinels through Dignitas, and guess who's playing today? Sentinels through Dignitas. The bottom 4 teams are battling it out.
You gotta love it.
To see who can make playoffs. If Shopify wins this game, they're in playoffs.
Yeah.
They just make it off of that win. Revan's walking through.
Right there.
One win. That's all it takes. And Dignitas also winless, but still not out of playoffs.
Not yet.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah,
It's
not
must win. I feel like it's must win.
It feels must win for
Because they haven't won any. You got to win sometime, Jack.
Yeah.
At some point.
None of these teams are eliminated yet, which means they could go to spring finals, where tickets are still available. So spring finals at ASU's Mullet Arena from June 13th to 14th. 2-day passes are on sale now, and single-day tickets go live on Monday. But why would you need a single-day ticket if you can buy
go
a
both
2-day
days.
pass? Just buy the 2-day pass. That's my opinion.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, scan the QR code or head to Ticketmaster.com to get your tickets today.
And I hope you've been working on your mullet. 'Cause
Yeah.
I have been
you been
trying.
working on your mullet?
But I asked the makeup artist, and she was like, "There's not enough time. Even if I haven't gotten a haircut, I've been trying."
June 13th to 14th.
Great, I
She
can
said
do
there's
it.
not enough time. You're gonna have to.
Dude,
do
you
it.
have a month.
You have a lot of time.
She said there's not enough time.
What? She is going crazy.
Are you gonna
She just
shave
does
and
not have
wig?
faith in you.
Are you going to shave it and do a wig?
No, I'm not gonna shave. I'll just put a wig on.
You know what? I think it's like that kind of like coach motivational thing. She just says, you don't have enough time, you can't do it. And she's trying to motivate you to actually do it.
Yelling at the follicles.
Exactly.
You're balding.
You can't do it. You don't have enough
Yes,
time.
I can, Raz.
You can't do it.
Yes, I can.
Stop trying.
I can do anything I put my mind to, and you can do anything that you put your mind to, as long as it has to do with fantasy.
I'm losing. Yeah, and I'm trying to.
And I put my mind to beating Jat and Raz, and look at that, I did it.
So far. So LCS Fantasy does run through the end of playoffs, but our own league actually only runs for the next 2 weeks. So
yeah, we're regular.
The loser, which is currently Raz,
you know what?
will have to wear clown makeup applied by the winner during one of the playoff shows.
I cannot allow Flowers to do what he wants.
So Raz,
yes.
How are you fixing this problem? Let's look at your team for this week.
Well, he's gonna have to beat a Zale.
No more Team Liquid members except for Quid.
You have Quid and Morgan.
You literally have 2. No more.
I removed more. Okay.
No more than 2 Team Liquid members.
This is the last chance for both Morgan and Quid. They've screwed me all split long. It is humiliating. It's like the fact that Azale has overtaken me, he hasn't even tried. He's kept Sadet in the lineup.
The whole year.
The whole year.
Yeah.
He tried the first week, right?
He did.
Yeah, he did.
So he did 1 week of trying, and 1 week of trying was enough to be ahead of Raz.
That's insane.
He's trying on every non-Sajet team member, and also he has so much budget available because he's got this low-cost AD carry. So maybe it's not as bad as you think. Okay.
What's
your strategy? What is your strategy?
My cash cow is Vulcan. He has been doing so well for the last 3 weeks. I have to trust in him. So, Core JJ, I'm sorry, you've been benched. Okay? And so now I've continued. Hambach is now in. That may be a stupid decision just because Jose Dioto has been having a lot of good series and games. But I feel like Hambach on his Lee Sin, with how bloody Sentinels have generally been, I have now dipped heavily into Sentinels.
So, for me, Raz,
yes.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're putting down.
Okay.
I went a little deeper.
You did?
I did. So, I'm a little all in on Sentinels.
Oh my God!
I have a lot riding on this
How can you be a little all in? The definition of all in is all, Raz.
I got Photon. I wanted a little bit.
That's not all.
I wanted a little bit of diversification.
You diverse with one member.
One member of Dick. Then I get a 5% team multiplier. The thought this week was.
You do that 5%.
The thought this week was that all the good teams are playing each other. So they're going to be fighting each other for those points. So I may as well take the cheaper players that I think has the most lopsided matchup.
I see what's
because then I
happening
can gain a lot of economy and just have a really expensive budget when I need it.
You're trying to make it up to Rob Moore is what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
He deemed you as the Sentinels hater, and now you're trying to make it up so you can get some free merchandise.
I didn't even know he was the resident Sentinels hater.
Yeah, at least in the mind of Rob Moore.
I considered putting them into my power ranking and then did not. But even the fact
And
that
that's actually that is hater status.
That is actually pure hater status.
It was a thought
That
crime.
is hater
But then I didn't put them, and they're actually exactly where I put them currently, just below 4th.
For now.
5th, for now.
For now.
Okay, Kobe, what are you doing?
So, I mean, I changed since I sent the roster.
What are you doing?
What have you done?
This isn't your team?
What?
It's only a little bit changed.
You've committed producer crime.
What
The
did you
producers now hate
change?
you.
I changed Inspired for Blabber because Blabber gets way more points usually than Inspired does, even though Inspired is very good. And then I changed the Narrow for Rainover. So I still keep my big multiplier bonuses.
Sure.
I was going for 20% multiplier bonuses. I felt comfortable just keeping good players on the top teams, even though top teams are playing each other.
Sure.
I'm still just keeping them. And thinking, oh, those games will probably like go long and people will get lots of kills and stuff anyways. And then try and like min-max my percent bonuses.
Yeah.
Because this week is probably the most random week of predicting who's going to get the most things. And I know I can count on the percentage increase.
Can we get, this is a request to the producers. Can we get a lower third, a Kobe quote card? All it says is that Blabber is better than Inspired. That's what he's done, essentially.
Let's not say things that are not true.
That's literally what you've done through your actions. They speak louder than words, I think.
Couple fun facts as we close out fantasy for the people that are dedicated enough to watch this early on in Waiting Room.
Yeah.
So make sure you update your fantasy rosters, lcsofficial.gg. Join the JLXP League. It's my league, not even this league, but I'm almost at 1,000 players.
Let's take a special moment to promote
And
his
fun fact,
disgusting.
if you check the leader of the LCS League,
don't do that.
It's a fun surprise. Just go see who the leader of the LCS League is right now. I'm not going to say what his team name is, but just check it out.
Just check it out. It might be an interesting take, honestly.
Yeah, it's a good team name.
You might like
It's
it.
an interesting team name. Okay, so in terms of the discussion, Castle has been traded to Lion. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, interesting strategy, Jack.
It's going to drive engagement to the website.
Yeah, it will actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
It will. Oh, okay, let's do it. Thoughts in the trade. So I will just get straight into the Castle trade. I think the most interesting aspect of the trade is that it is just straight up on the trade deadline. It felt like it was a necessary thing in the ownership perspective. And also...
Wait.
Yeah.
You thought that it was a necessary thing, or you...
For ownership perspective.
Ownership thought it was necessary.
I didn't at all. I don't at all.
And neither did the coaching staff, it seems.
Yes.
Let's take some time here because
Okay,
let's talk about what the coach Rigby said, because that I feel like gets to your point.
Yes. So Rigby in the NA Man interview talked about how he at least disagreed with the idea. He didn't felt like it was necessary, and he thought that two players were in a way like just different. Without clear differences. So as you can see, our owners were looking for competition. From my point of view, I was low-key opposed to changing Dola. Was opposed to swapping him because he just goes into the idea and the different strengths and weaknesses that they both had. But the fact that he comes out and says that is interesting. And it creates, I think, a conversation around like, if your coaching staff, who is there day to day with your players, have a good indication and idea if your players are kind of like having this sentiment and like an opposition to a top laner, if that hasn't been the case, your coaching staff doesn't really think it is, then it's, should you make the change anyways?
I think this is very interesting because I don't necessarily read Rigby there as saying he's opposed to the change. I feel like he's just trying to distance himself in case something goes wrong. He's like, you need to change it. They both have strengths and weaknesses. Low-key opposed.
Yeah.
To me, I feel like he's saying, if it is a six-man roster and we need to play either one of these players, I don't want either one of them to have hard feelings against me.
Yeah.
That's the way I would read it. So it's hard without speculating, right?
Yeah.
But do you think that they have a higher chance of winning the split with Castle or Dola?
Right now, if you have an answer, I can just go in. It depends on you, Kobe. I think Castle is a top 3 player right now. If you're talking about right now, he is someone who can have a higher chance of winning them this split.
Then absolutely you do the change.
Yeah. The reason why I came out in opposition is because Dola throughout his career, especially during NRG when they won a championship regular season, hasn't performed really well. Like, he's never somebody that you look at and you're like, oh, he is my top 3 top laner until playoffs, and he generally rises to that occasion and is somebody that you see in playoffs as a riser. And generally recognizes his role. And I look at this team and I'm like, oh, your role on this team is mostly you're going to be playing weak side heavily. You're going to be playing heavily towards your bot lane, so you're probably going to be playing Sign more regularly. So I feel like they don't need an extra carry, and I feel like Castle has a different role and responsibility on DSG than Dola for this team.
I want to let you get
So because it's a very complicated issue, because straight off the bat, it's extremely rare to make within split roster changes. Because it is usually very, very hard to find a replacement, even if you want to replace one of your players. Second of all, it causes a lot of change in dynamics of the actual players that are going to stay playing on the Rift. You have to upset practice, and you have to have like different comms, and people rely on different things. I would say, though, that generally Inspired really values predictable and strong and stable lane phases, so that he can get to the phase of the game that he fully can control, and he can kind of delegate, you go here, you can do this, you do that, and team fights. And so, to be fair, Dola has had some stinker games, and he has gotten blasted in some lane phases, even by Castle himself. And so I'm thinking that probably ownership was looking at it as like, ooh, Castle always has really good lane phases. And so that was the main thing for their plug and play. Because Castle is very good at especially playing a lot of the lane matchups that are advantaged, like Jace matchups and stuff like that, where you can get good CS leads and pressure on towers and stuff. And so I think that's what they're looking for. The thing is, what you're talking about, Dola always rises in playoffs and in international play, and he's very good for team play and for like strategy. So it is a difficult choice. I personally see this as not really a 6-man roster, though. I think whenever 6-man rosters are announced, it's usually like, all right, we're gonna play Castle. If some stuff goes super wrong,
I think if Castle goes
we'll bring
super
Dola
wrong,
back.
they have Dola to try and slot back in and play the way that they played in lock-in.
What's interesting about that interview is that, at least what's interesting about that interview is that Rigby said it wasn't even presented as a 6-man. He goes like, can we make it a 6-man?
Sure.
It was like initially presented as we're swapping in for Castle. Yeah.
Which is, I think, what they want to do. Because maybe to close out the discussion, if I think of the way Inspired was most successful, it was with Whippo, who was dominating lane. And Inspired strengths are his ability to know what is needed to win the game from kind of any given game state. And I feel like it was actually even more impressive that he did that with Dola, who has strengths that often overlap with Inspired. Like, I think Dokla's good at side lanes, he's good at macro, but he's not good at laning, and he was put on weak side frequently. Inspired just wants to play with winning lanes. Any smart jungler who likes controlling the game just wants his lanes to win.
I mean, any jungler, even dumb junglers, want to play with winning lanes, bro.
Well, but to be honest, a lot of times having stronger team fighting will actually win you more games. So that's the big question for me is, has Castle's team fighting and macro been way worse than we give it credit for since he's been on bad teams and we just throw it away for other players?
True, we haven't
Because that's the way this goes wrong, but in, I'd say, 7 out of 10 scenarios, this is a clear move that you would do.
100%. I will counter my own point, rarely. Because
Rarely.
I'll counter my own point because, like, even though Dola is like predominantly weak side, at least in the last 2 splits, the way they're presenting him is like, there are counter picks they'll throw in.
And in lock-in, they try and make him win lane.
Exactly.
But if Castle can just do it without the counter pick, that's just better.
That's just better. So we'll see how that works out.
Okay. Lions going to make playoffs.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they've already clinched it. The question is whether or not they're top 4.
Yeah.
The teams today, though, which of these 4 teams?
They're clenched in a different way.
Will make playoffs. I need to show how we got here, though, by showing strength of schedule and also who they've played and who they need to play. So this is the 4 teams that are playing today: DSG, Sentinels, Dig, and Shopify. Notice how they've all played the top 4 teams. That's part of how you get to the top 4 teams.
True.
And then that means that yet to play DSG and Sentinels are both yet to play Shopify Dignitas. and then Dignitas and Shopify are yet to play DSG and Sentinels. So the next 2 weeks actually are top 4 locked against each other and bottom 4 locked against each other, which is really interesting in how we got to this, this state.
Yeah.
And the biggest determining week, I feel like, is going to be this week.
Likely.
This week is the biggest pivot.
Yeah.
So that's why we're saying there's so much pressure both days. Today, all the pressure is on these bottom teams. You need to get your win so that you can get into playoffs. And then tomorrow, of course, is for positioning at the very top of the ladder. But, I mean, which of these, I would say, generally, if I just guessed, most people would have the least amount of faith in DSG and Dig.
And that's why we're asking you guys who you guys believe which will be the 2 teams of the 4 teams mentioned that will make it to playoffs. Dig, DSG, Sentinels, Shopify Rebellion. It is a really compelling conversation.
If you look at Sentinels, I'd say that people probably have the most faith, at least I have the most faith in Sentinels, because they've won the most individual games, even though they've only won the 1 series. Sentinels, they've looked a lot better. They have this comeback, never give up mentality. And so I feel like Sentinels would be my first vote of one of 2 teams that's going to make it into playoffs.
Right.
And then it's really up in the air.
We can do math.
Let's do the math.
We can do math.
Some people
Thanks
can
to
do
our
math.
stats guy, Liam, who's actually doing the math.
Yes, thank you, Liam.
Okay,
so
so
you can read Liam's math.
I can read Liam's math. This looks a little confusing, but you can see the mouse so I can explain it. These are the remaining matchups through week 6 and week 7, and on the right, the percentage chance that each team makes playoffs, top 4, and first.
So it's the percentage number of scenarios that they get in. Like when people word it as chance.
Sure.
Always
of remaining scenarios.
me.
Let's just say Shopify wins today. You know what happens?
What happens?
Boom! Shopify's 100% chance in playoffs.
Whoa!
That's all they need. Literally win 1 game.
That's it?
So in a sense, you could think that Shopify would be a higher chance of Sentinels, but we hear so much about Sentinels. They've won 5 of their games, even though they've only won 1 of their matches.
Click on Sentinels if they win today.
Okay, 2 or 2-1 doesn't change much. 87% of remaining scenarios.
Oh, hell no. And
Some
I know
would
why
say chance.
too. I know why too.
So it's not guaranteed even if they win, but it is guaranteed for Shopify.
What's interesting is if Sentinels win and then DSG wins, Sentinels is in. But if Sentinels win and then Dignitas wins, Sentinels is still not in.
Yeah, because of that dreaded loss they had to DSG early on in this split.
And here's why this is a must-win for Sentinels. If I switch this Shopify to a win, and then DSG wins, Sentinels is eliminated. We'd actually know the 6 playoff teams if Shopify and DSG win in this state.
Man, that would be crazy too, because this state involves the trade that you're talking about for DSG.
Yeah.
And they're having to bring in Certi. There goes Golden Glue walking
DSG
behind.
would win.
Sentinels, there's a must-win for you, Gracie. Come on, you can do it.
It's a must-win.
You gotta do it. It's not really like a must-win, but it's like, kind of like a must-win.
It really is a must-win. So let's see. Sentinels wins, then, okay, actually, let's say Sentinels loses. How do they make playoffs?
Yeah.
Dignitas loses.
They can still
I've gone to uncharted territory right now, because then we have to go to next week. They'd obviously have to win next week, which gives them a 50%, which means they would need
tiebreaker or something?
Yeah,
a different game.
Yeah, if DSG wins next week, so essentially if Sentinels loses this week, wins next week, they would need DSG to lose this week and lose next week in order to make it. Because they're the ones that will have they lose the head-to-head over DSG, so they can't be tied with DSG.
Yeah,
Otherwise, DSG leapfrogs them. That's the way the playoffs will work. I thought Grayson was coming back. I was going to show him. But that's it. That's how it works.
Calamity.
Oof.
I mean,
actual calamity. Just simplify it, Sentinels. Just simplify it. Just win. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, if any of these teams win both of their matches, they're basically in.
Yeah, and I think, as you can already see, people have it voted as, DSG and Sentinels. Sentinels makes sense. We all agree on that one. DSG, I think they have the clearer path because of their earlier win to Sentinels, but because of the trade.
How is their path clear? They got to change players.
That's the hard part. You lost your strongest players. You lost your strongest player, and I just do not see it anymore. I think you are now the weakest team, but you're going up against the other weakest opponent in Dignitas.
We got Certi's whole family voted for DSG here. I am curious.
How big is his family?
That's a big family.
I am curious. How good is Certi going? This is such a huge opportunity for him to come back, because you get like this big platform to showcase,
in the current state of top lane, with the role quests and with oppressive ranged matchups like Vayne and Anivia type things, that's what Certi made his fame, climbing in solo queue and getting rank 1 and dominating on. So is this, sometimes when something unexpected happened, it could be fortunate for you.
This is such a better, it's crazy to say that joining a team that has lost 8 games in a row is like a better situation than you entered into last year. But I actually do think it is, just because of the role quests and locking in lane, and it masks over some of his weaknesses that he had last year. But on the topic of today, we have Emily, who's on stage with Hanbok and Zinni.
안녕하세요, 여러분. I am here with Zinni and Hanbok, 2 former teammates from KT Challengers who will face each other for the first time in the LCS today. So Zinni, first of all, this is the first time you'll be facing Hanbok in the LCS. How much do you guys still talk to each other?
Yeah, I'm still really close with Hanbok, so we keep in touch almost every day.
Nice.
Not every day. Almost every day. Sometime.
So Hanbok, what is one thing about, one fun thing about Zinni that you think people should know?
This looks like a shy boy in the LCS, but he's so too much talker in KTCL. So play too hard on the next table. Yeah. So so hard.
Zinni, what's one fun thing you think people should know about Hanbok?
I think when Hanbok play against some people, he always get emotional. So I think today Hanbok gets emotional. Yeah.
So before you play him today, do you have anything else you'd want to say to him?
I hope we have fun in today's match. So good luck.
What about you?
Enjoy the game, and then do your job, and then I do my job. Yeah.
Thank you both so much. 감사합니다. Throw it back to the lounge.
That was awesome.
The best part is the very beginning, where Zinni's like, yeah, we're really close and we talk every day. And Hanbok's like,
not every day.
We're not that close. We don't talk every day.
Not every day.
And he's like, and Zinni's just a yapper, man. Dude, he looks like a shy boy, but he talks.
He's like, what's one fun thing that people don't know about? He's a talker. He's like, what's the fun thing that you don't know about it? And he's like, this guy's just too emotional. Oh, what's fun? What's fun about it, guys?
Well, he's like when he plays someone that he cares about and that he knows, which is like today, because he knows Zinni. So.
I love this.
It was a good interview because it shows you, to me, I could feel that they were still close.
Yeah,
they were still
it
friends.
was funny.
So that's the way they can have that type of banter.
Yeah, I love it.
Great job, Emily.
Especially since, the first time we're actually getting to see Zinni, and second time we're getting to hear from Hanbok on the broadcast, and the fact that, their English has really gotten so much better, so much quicker, and it just puts me to shame anytime I'm trying to learn any other language. It's actually a complete sham against me, but also, very fun and great opportunity to hear from them again and again.
Yeah, he was like, okay, you just do your job, I'll do my job. Best man will win. Bottom lanes, though, were very important for both these teams, and Bivoy played pretty well last week versus Fly. Even though they were losing in a lot of these scenarios, Bivoy was racking up a ton of kills. He had huge damage. We were even considering him as the series was going on. We're checking in for our Player of the Week votes. And a lot of people were like, well, even though, Shopify ended up losing the first game, Bivoy had such a good performance that because he was able to win the second game, a lot of people were kind of in his court and considering him for a possible vote.
Yeah, this is the Bivoy that we kind of expected after Split 3 last year, right? During the playoffs in Split 3 last year, Bivoy had a ridiculous run, a top 3 type of run. And so when he's playing his favorite champion, Ezreal, and putting out performances like this.
And the Corki 15-kill game just dropped on him like that. Look at that damage.
I know on their podcast they were like having that debate. I mean, Fudge is trying to set the record straight. Like, I didn't steal your pentakill, right? Like, he was close to a
No, he
penta.
denied it because he didn't even take the kill. He just took him to safety.
Hey, his case was that Ari had ulti and everything, and Blast Cone, he was like, she's gonna get out anyway, blah, blah, blah. Like, that was the case that he was making, but still, like, if that is the performance your bot lane is having, that is the key to Shopify Rebellion doing well. Because their mid lane and jungle are active, they're constant playmakers, but I feel like both top and bot lane throughout the entire split has been the lowest across their own roles. So I need to see either bot lane continue to play as well as they are, not just in lane, but in team fights. Even Contracts has been heard talking about, I mean, Contracts and Fudge, anybody that you hear in an interview talking about how they just don't have great team fighting, they need to be a better team fighting squad.
They do, but some of that can start with your bot lane, as they seem to be in pretty good spirits. But the duo stats between Sentinels and Shopify Rebellion, because I'm hoping for Rahel Huhi Day.
Yes.
Based on my fantasy team having all of the players, but neither one of them have actually been that dominant. KDA is pretty low across the board, no big gold differences, no big experience differences. Bivoy has performed damage-wise in a lot of the late-game team fights, but a lot of that was just last week.
Yes.
His 2 games on Ezreal and Corki, but we know the meta that we're in and how AD Carry and Chanter can just take over the game, so the winner of the bot lane could very well win the game.
Do you notice that both of the AD carries are smiling and the supports are just stone-faced, locked in?
Okay, what's that mean?
Interesting dynamics for these bottom lanes. You know, I feel like the supports are always the more controlling of the pair of the duo.
Yeah.
The AD carries are out there just trying to have fun, collect pentakills, do damage. And, you know, Huhi shot calling certainly has been a huge topic for Sentinels. And it's not only in their success for their bottom lane, but also in a lot of these games where this team gets behind overall thousands and thousands and thousands of gold, and yet they never give up, and they're always looking for ways to come back and stay strong in the game.
That's why a lot of teams give him a lot of respect. Like the random nicknames that apparently like the Lion Gaming give Rahel of like Macro God Rahel, because he's constantly roaming to fights. Like, they talk about their level of creativity that they have, and the games, individual games, Kobe, that they have won.
Is that a little sarcastic of a name, though?
A little bit. It's like, we don't expect him to be roaming and losing a lane, but he's roaming to a lane to fight. They're just a team fighting team.
Yeah, Macro God Rahel is definitely like a derogatory comment.
There's a reason behind it, all right?
There's no way this guy would be here. It doesn't make any sense. There he is.
Yeah, this dude is random. Why is he dropping this wave over here to go to the fight?
What we have on screen here, we know that these teams are all 1-4 with Dignitas actually being 0-5, but the number of games they've been able to win does a lot to influence our perception of how strong they are. Also, Sentinels has done insanely well in online play, which will be crazy if they then don't make playoffs afterwards. So it's time to bring up predictions.
Woo.
For me, I believe in Golden Glue's teams being able to clutch. Because I feel like for the last several years, he's had these murky regular seasons that then spike and he goes to Worlds. And I know we're still only in spring, we're not in summer yet, but I just can't see them flailing out of this split with everything I hear about them behind the scenes in scrims, the experience they have from Impact's team fighting and who he's shot calling, and then I think Darkwing's pretty underrated from a mid laner, and I expect Hambach to have a good game.
Do you remember 100 Thieves, like Golden Glue's 100 Thieves, what their regular season in split threes, what their standing was?
They were
0-3.
0-6, I think. In
yeah,
games,
actually it was.
crazy.
Yeah, something crazy like that.
I just feel like they're straight up the better team. Like, it's a pretty easy comparison, I feel like, with this team and with Shopify. And I have so much more faith in Sentinels to be able to control the game so that it doesn't get crazy. Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the year, we were thinking, oh, maybe the Shopify team will have some of their like wild card, crazy wins.
Yeah.
But they haven't really been able to have that. And Sentinels have been very methodical. They have a clear system of how they want to play the game. And I feel like they have the advantage.
My counterpoint, last week, I'm looking into the mind of Contracts.
Oh, yeah?
Slow breathing, calm. He has the mentality of a man. Take it away, Contracts. Give us one game. Start the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's time for another week of competition, and the clock is running low. There's only a couple weeks left to play in our single round robin here, so teams that are struggling to still try to make their way into the playoffs. Teams like the two that we're about to see in front of us here today have got to make sure that every single game counts. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Emily Rand here for this one, as we have Sentinels and Shopify Rebellion going head-to-head, both squads only with a single series win under their belts, fighting tooth and nail, gnawing the chains off their own legs, trying to escape just to run towards the playoffs.
Are they caught in a bear trap that
yes,
I didn't know
they
about?
are struggling.
The bear trap called
About the
standing.
quality of wins. More than
Yeah.
really.
You say that until you're caught in the bear trap, and then you just want to get out. And that's what both of them want to do. So let's go ahead and get into it here. The draft is already underway with Varus, Anivia, and Jarvan banned out by Shopify Rebellion, as Sentinels go ahead and ban out the Oriana, Karma, and Nocturne. First pick, Rise for Shopify.
Yeah, no Seraphine ban here. The Jarvan ban a little bit interesting. You know, that is a bit of a target towards Hanbok, who is known for his early game, for his aggressive ganks. And if you are going to play champions like the Rise that are reliant on Flash to kind of avoid the Cataclysm, then it does make a lot of sense. But I am curious to see, are we going to get Seraphine here for Sentinels, or are you willing to give that up?
It looks like, if this hover is correct.
Never trust the hover. I know you're used to analyst stuff, but remember, you never trust a hover. You never trust a hover.
We're going to be getting Huhi Bard instead, which is obviously a pick. We talk about how much Huhi loves to roam around the map, affect other lanes. Him and Rahel are never where they're supposed to be according to their opponents. Bard does absolutely help him do that.
And I really like taking the Bard early when you see Rise on the enemy team. Since Rise has Realm Warp, you know he likes to play sides. Bard is a champion that can really heavily facilitate sides. He likes to roam a lot. Taking that away from the other side, I like it a lot. And they'll go ahead and lock into Cassiopeia, a very traditional answer, if not counter anymore, to the Rise.
Yeah, definitely not a counter as much, but I will say the matchup did get a lot better with the removal of Phase Rush. So that is something that does kind of put a wrench in the gear, because people have just gotten so used to this matchup from the Rise side, where when you got Miasma, you just would proc Phase Rush and then just walk out of it. Hoof it out of there, right? Now you can't actually do that. You can play a more aggressive laning Ruin, but you are going to struggle a little bit more with the mobility, with dealing with Miasma, not only in the 1v1, but in the team fight. So that is something we have to keep in mind.
Okay.
So I'm going to be interested to see. I was going to say, I thought it was going to be Seraphine Ashe guaranteed once we saw the Bard on the other side, but instead, Ezreal is a really common pairing with the Bard, so I guess they're looking at it more as a bit of a denial. Yeah. And Nico Ezreal going to be the answer. So Seraphine Ashe is going to go untouched here through this first game.
I saw a clip the other day of Keria cosplaying a Gromp with Nico.
This is a fun hit.
I wonder if we're going to get another Jungle Monster cosplay here this time around.
When I saw that, all I could think of was the Sven quote of when there's a second cannon that Berserker doesn't think about Nico being the cannon. He thinks, two cannons.
Oh, wow, two cannon minions. It's just like, oh, wow, there's two Gromps.
Two Gromps.
Honestly,
double the gold.
Honestly, I can't say anything because I play AD carry and I've definitely done that in game. Speaking of AD carries.
Two Gromps.
Caitlyn now locked in for Rahel. So we have Caitlyn Bard going into Ezreal Nico lane.
It is actually a really nice setup. Obviously less traditional than the Lux Caitlyn and those style of lanes that we have seen in the past, but Tempered Fate into Trap, still a really powerful combo. You can roam a lot. It is pretty lane dominant. Bard is a strong 2v2 laner. And Caitlyn, we've just seen, I think, be quite effective in general in the LCS. When it has been coming out, it has worked quite well. It is the most played for Rahel, and he has yet to lose on it. 37 KDA across 3 games on the Caitlyn. It has been his best pick this split by a lot, so makes sense here that they're going to go towards that comfort.
Yeah, Sentinels believers, you've got a good one there locked in on the third pick for Sentinels, but let's get into the second half of the bans, as neither side has their jungler. Neither side even has something that's going to flex towards jungle, so it's Lee Sin and Pantheon banned out.
And I'm most curious here to see if Shopify are going to pay that Skarner tax, because regardless of composition, I just feel like this isn't necessarily something that you want to put in the hands of Hanbok, considering how good he's been on it, whether it is actually making plays with his lanes or getting key prio catches onto high priority targets. We also see the Nefiri removed for contracts and the Lee Sin, two things that we've seen him have success on. And more generally, Shopify does just do so much better when Contracts is making moves early.
Yeah, it is interesting because he hasn't played Lee Sin yet this split, and really the only person playing Lee Sin in our league is Jose. But Jose has been doing really, really well on it. And sometimes when someone is smurfing on stage, everyone's like, huh, maybe this pick is good again. And then they start playing it in scrims. So that is my assumption that Contract has been playing it in scrims and they want to deny it. And there is the Homebox Skarner. He has been owning on this pick. I feel like he is the best Skarner player. He is undefeated on the pick, 3-0. So you have the undefeated 3-0 Caitlyn, the undefeated 3-0 Skarner. You're giving them some pretty good picks here.
Yeah, the Skarner getting locked in, you saw the overall stats for it at the bottom. 3 wins, 3 losses. If you're Hombach, you win on Skarner. If you're not Hombach, you lose.
Even better news, Bard also undefeated for Huhi, and Casio has yet to be played. So they don't have a single champion that they have lost on so far this split on the Sentinels side. So that's sounding like it's a pretty good draft for them.
Yeah, it's looking pretty nice. Over on the other side, though, Skarner's one of the champions in League of Legends that loves to stack health the most. One of the only other ones that wants to stack health even more, Dr. Mundo, locked in for Shopify.
I've got some bad news. I was like, since I'm talking about win rates on this side, I should check the other side and see how good it is. 0% win rate on the Rise, 0% win rate on the Ezreal.
In fairness, each of these teams only has one series win. And until last week, Shopify actually hadn't had any of their series go a full 3 games.
Yeah, they were all 2-0s.
Which makes it even more impressive that Sentinels has all these champions they're undefeated on. And Cassante has yet to be played, so they haven't lost on a single one of these champions this split.
And
I think you need to go into politics. You've got an incredible skill for saying numbers.
We've been
it's kind of cool, though.
We've been asking, okay, when does Impact pull out the Cassante, the Scion, the Ornn? The answer is when playoffs are absolutely on the line.
You must be truly desperate to come to me now.
I see that situations have brought you back here, brother.
Well, we meet again.
And I mean, just last week, we heard in the interviews with Huhi that he was talking about, Impact is not playing these picks. He's not playing these stock standard tanks. We know he'll be able to play them when he needs to, so we're kind of experimenting. Well, okay, now he needs to, because you got your back against the wall. You're about to get thrown out of the club. You've got to somehow stay on the dance floor, and Cassante's the play.
All right, important question here for you, Flowers. Being the Skarner expert here, are you...
Skarner aspect sounds even cooler.
There you go, the aspect of Skarner.
The aspect of Skarner. Congratulations. You have a new title.
Do you prefer the Skarbach or the Homner?
Wow, that second one made me feel icky. Let's do the first one.
Skarbach. We're going with Skarbach.
Yeah, we're going to do the Skarbach for sure.
Yeah, Hamner sounds weird.
You know, like the Homner?
No, we're not.
You come up with such cursed portmanteaus.
Yeah, man, I don't know what that. I don't know.
I was leaving the options open.
Let's do the first one.
I'm being the Skarner aspect. You get to decide.
I'm going to go with Skarbach on this one. He's all right. The Skarbach's got his.
He needs his nickname. You know, he's undefeated.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see if he can stay undefeated here in this one, because this is kind of crazy how both of these teams are at 1-4. I feel like we've always looked at Shopify. I think all of us and most people on the broadcast team had Shopify predicted in the bottom 2, if not 2, definitely bottom 3 of the league, while Sentinels was also the entire time kind of a dark horse for a lot of people, but they're both at 1-4.
Yeah, the most surprising thing is definitely Sentinels because of how other players have talked about this team. We're going to go through a whole bunch of quotes on the bottom here from pros in terms of how people see or perceive Sentinels as a much better team than 1-4, right? Like Isles was actually shocked to learn they were 1-3 in his pros episode. And they've really been praised for how well they work together as a team, right? Like when Sentinels are making a decision, it seems like all of them have an idea of what they want to do with that play. Whether it's a good decision or a bad decision, you can then decide, but they are all on the same page in the way they move around the map.
Exactly. I mean, I do think it is relevant that all of these pros think they are a top-level team, and they just have not been able to convert it on stage.
Well, now's the time. Again, you've only got 7 games in regular season since it's a single round robin in a league of 8 squads. So 1 and 4, that's a rough record. Sentinels really has to make sure they convert everything they possibly can. If this roster misses playoffs, that is an absolute travesty, I feel like.
Especially after the kind of surprising victories they had in Split 1, right? Like finishing third overall really wasn't what people expected from them. They were like, oh, okay, maybe this roster is a little bit ahead of schedule in terms of coming together from where they started to where they finished as Contracts.
Yeah, Contracts in the bottom lane here. Huhi and Rahel trying to get away. Magical Journey. They managed to escape, but it does cost the heal there from Huhi. However, on the other side, Seos used his flash only to miss the Tangle Barbs. So despite the fact that it's Shopify who commit their jungler for the gank, it's also Shopify who end up with less resources.
Yeah, and Hambach is going to be able to clear out that Scuttle Crab, potentially do a little wraparound gank of his own.
Oh boy, this Garbach.
No flash, no flash on Seos. This could actually really work.
Okay, Hambach found his way around. Oh, nice use of the clone there. Seos dropping that one off as just sort of the sacrificial lamb there for Hambach to drag back towards the middle of the lane as he escapes.
Yeah, nice little attempt from Hambach and nice escape from Seos. I do like how Hambach kind of looks for these creative angles early. Contracts does as well, something we've kind of talked about with both of these junglers. Hambach had stated previously that he doesn't care what other junglers feel about him, but he wants laners to fear him and kind of not expect that he might be there. So a nice little attempt, especially after being able to secure that bot side scuttle.
I like that idea as a jungler. I don't care about the enemy jungler because I'm not planning on interacting with him a lot. I want to interact with the enemy lanes, and I want it to be a negative gaming experience
and I want them
for
to fear me.
and you want Sentinels players to look confident. We actually had a quote from Huhi where he's talking about the difference between their online play, their scrims and their online tournaments versus LCS. And he says, I can only put it on nerves, right? And you have to be able to try to fight through that. You have to be able to play with confidence. If that is what is working for you in practice and online, you need to bring that same level to the LCS stage. And that is what he thinks they have been struggling with here on these stage games, because this is a team that pros will tell you they think is the top team in the LCS, and then you look at the standings, they're 1 and 4. They're close to missing playoffs.
I mean, hold on. Let's see, as both junglers potentially could come towards this bottom lane, but maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, Contract's just hanging around. I thought for a second we might get something totally crazy here. Never mind. Okay, Huhi's going on a magical journey. Seos in danger. That's your target. Remember, no flash available here on that Nico. Slam back into the wall, and that's going to be all she wrote. They give the kill over to Rahel, and it's first blood for Sentinels.
Again, really nice little look there from Huhi, from Hambach, and now Rahel should be able to take over kind of this bot side. And again, really nice revisiting Seos. He is this flashless Nico, being able to get the kill. I really love how Hambach sees things sometimes, and also how him and Huhi work well together to come up with these creative angles.
Absolutely. I mean, and you're playing Bard Skarner, right? You have Ishtal's Impact and Magical Journey. There you go.
Barner.
And Barner. It's a barn burner. And you can go through walls. You can come from these angles that they're not really ready for. And you can see Hambach is crossing back. They want to try to contest this.
Okay, Dragon down to about half HP. Shopify backing away, eating a couple of apples, knocking away a control ward here. Teleport back up into the top side. Impact has decided to TP back to top, so that means that Sentinels will not have him available to try to join in a fight here. Might just look for a potential pick instead. Contracts does have the canister. Still has to flash, though, as that Mundo is not very tanky, still only level 5.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously Mundo, the canister pretty effective against Skarner, but as you get to the later levels, once you have Impale, you can hit him with Ishtal's Impact, instantly pop that off, and then Impale him right after and pull him into a trap, pull him into miasma, pull him into whatever other damage you are looking for. So it is not guaranteed safety by any means, because Skarner has this kind of 1-2 punch of CC that you're expecting to be layered.
Yep, and that does mean, again, Rahel and Huhi should be able to take over this bot side of the map, and Hambach is here to contest this Scuttle Crab.
Meanwhile,
potentially.
Over in mid lane, both of our competitors are pretty low on health and mana. Zinni has a little bit more to work with. Darkwing's probably going to take a recall here. Teleport not available for Darkwings. Also, one interesting thing we need to comment on, since I didn't mention it at the start of the game, The lack of phase rush that you mentioned earlier, Isaac, leads a lot of Rises to just default taking Flash Ghost these days, and that means that there's actually a macro advantage on the side of Sentinels with the extra teleport there for the Cassiopeia. So considering what we heard from a lot of the pros was Sentinels plays the map in a very coordinated, cohesive way, I want to see if they can get a lot of extra value out of having 2 TPs to 1.
Yeah, also in a way that you might not necessarily expect, right? Because the way they talk about it is like, oh, you know, Rahel gave up this wave to be somewhere else on the map, right? Like, Huhi left lane really early to go be somewhere else on the map. And then it's if they're getting that trade-off in kills and objectives, it sets up the Sentinels team really well.
Going to be looking for where Hambach uses his first ult. Contract's a little bit behind as far as the farm is concerned, and down that flash could be problematic. But, you know, Sentinel's doing a good job. They've built this slow advantage here, up 1K. Rahel with the cull scaling. I feel like they are super happy with the pace of this game. You have a very, very standard comp. 2 carries, a lot of meatballs in the front, bunch of CC, and Huhi is able to set up a lot of these fights as well with that tempered fate. So I feel like Sentinels right now should be in an absolute comfort zone.
Yeah, it looks like both junglers are going to be coming down to the bot side.
All right. Hambach and Huhi going to arrive first. Seos and Bivoy got to be careful about this one. Hambach goes in immediately for the slam into the wall onto Seos, and Sentinels takes him down. That is not what Shopify needed. Seos even spinning the flash for nothing there.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, he was trying to flash away from the Ishtal's impact into trap combo, but there was another trap in the bush, and he flashed straight onto that trap. Gets finished off, and there's the Impale.
That's exactly what you were talking about earlier, Isaac. You just drop the Impale, bring the Mundo back over, and it's all too easy for the bottom lane to knock it down. It's a 3-0 game for Sentinels, and they're about to grab the Drake off the back of it. Hold on. Darkwings throws the Miasma out. Zenny's going to be your next target now, but they don't have a whole lot left in the tank. Flashback away from Huhi. Petrifying Gaze from Darkwings. Seo's got to be a little bit careful here. Tangle Barbs at least locks up the Cassiopeia, so he's not going to die yet. Impact, though, very, very low on HP up here in the top side. Fudge burning him down, but Impact stays alive.
Yeah, and he has a couple cookies, so wasn't too worried about actually dying there. And that's an opportunity where, you know, Contracts had a chance. You can react to the Impale with the Heart Zapper, with your W. That is so important to be able to actually have that up. So you're absorbing all this damage during the CC, and then you come out of the CC and you pop that. But he never got his Heart Zapper off. He never got that W off. So didn't have an opportunity to try to pop that and survive out of the CC. And unfortunately for him, that means he does go down and uses the ultimate as well.
Ooh, attempted flash, third and Tofo strike from Impact, but a response flash from Fudge is fast enough to get him away from danger. Sentinels did have Huhi rotating up towards the top. Hambach also right beside him, excuse me, as Contracts has already claimed 1 grub, looking to take out the next 2 here. There's the second. Yeah, Huhi's going to try to be annoying, but he can't really do anything about it, so all 3 grubs for Shopify.
Yeah, and Huhi, his only chance was trying to contest one that didn't have Smite for, but since he didn't actually have to use that Smite, and obviously the finishing power of Mundo is definitely higher than that of Bard, but Rahel?
Yeah, Rahel's going to get Pop Blossom. Pop by that, a lot of burst. Uses the barrier, but it's not going to be worth a whole lot. The shutdown goes over to Seos, picks up the double buffs on top of it.
And that's a pretty tough death, I think, for Rahel. He's playing up pretty far in that lane without regard to what Seos was doing, especially since Huhi had gone topside to harass at Grubs, but also to try to make a play onto Fudge with Impact.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when Huhi shows on the other side of the map, you've got to be really careful if you don't know where Seos is, and that's a death that Rahel will want back. Luckily for him, though, the kill did go to the Nico and not the Ezreal. So, you know, gold is always going to be useful, period, but still going to be pretty happy that that's not double buffs and a shutdown on the Bivoy.
Yeah, exactly. And post that, Sentinels were actually able to pick up that first Drake. It is a little bit late in terms of like actual Drake stacking, especially with scaling options kind of on both sides of these teams. So there's been a lot of, it felt prior to this, there was a lot of bot lane kind of skirmishes and river skirmishes, but no one to take the Drake. And so Sentinels will be able to pick that up despite Rahel dying in lane.
Okay, 1,500 gold lead. Multiple minutes until the next neutral objective comes up on either side of the river. Do we expect to see a whole lot of action, or is it probably a bit of a pause until that Rift Herald spawns?
I feel like it's probably going to be a bit of a pause. It's just kind of like, do you see an opportunity for an easy pick? Obviously, you do have playmaking tools, especially with Huhi having his ultimate back, with Hanbok having the Impale back. I think there is a chance if they see an opportunity, but I think we're going to be looking for those big fights, probably more likely around Dragon.
Emily, same idea?
Yeah, I mean, even with, so obviously, I think Huhi and Hanbok are going to continue to look for plays. The most important thing for Sentinels at this point for me is to try to get that Caitlyn onto turrets and really set her up to do some damage.
Okay.
And then for Shopify, it's just kind of get more gold onto your carries, despite the fact that the early laning phase might not have gone how you want it. And here's Contracts topside.
Yeah, Contracts making a lane gank towards Impact here. The Cassante staying alive for now. Does have the third Intofo strike ready to go. Spell immunity coming out there from Contracts. Impact is all out. Hanbok has arrived, but Impact is so incredibly low on HP. Tries to go in after Fudge, but cannot do it. Impact, I know that everybody understands the Cassante moment, the amazing turnaround, but it felt like he was just such low health before it even started. There's no angle.
Yeah, I was shocked he even tried to go all out. I thought he was just going to retreat back to Hanbok, and Hanbok would come in and peel, and he would just walk out and try to live. That one seemed like a crazy re-engage there, but it is nice to see Contracts getting involved. He is so important for the success of Shopify.
Ooh, hold on to the bottom side. Seo's going in. Flash for the Pop Blossom onto Rahel, who continues kiting back, fighting back. Fudge, however, has teleported down into the bottom lane, and Sentinels, their duo has to get all the way away. That is double flash. Oh, almost got him with the True Shot Barrage. Less than 100 HP left there on Rahel. That is both flashes from the bottom lane of Sentinels alongside the heal from Huhi.
I mean, this is a really nice series of plays here from Shopify as Contracts goes top, they get the kill onto Impact, then Fudge uses that prio to TP bot, get double flash off of the bot lane there, and is just going to continue laning down on that bot side. So really nice stuff here from Shopify. And back to that point, I mean, Contracts has been so important for this team. Even in losses, to me, he is the guy that is making things happen. He is that playmaker for the team.
The Poppy game.
Exactly, the Poppy game. He also had like a 7-1 Pantheon game that they lost to. Like, he has had some really standout games, even in losses. Hanbok also, is part of that early game action for Sentinels, but I just feel like it's one of those things where when I see Contracts on Mundo, I wonder, can he have that same level of impact? Because they feel like they need him early.
I agree, despite the fact that I think we've seen really great Mundo games from Contracts, right? Like, especially last year when he was kind of one of the first, I believe, junglers to bring it out in the LCS. To that point, I actually really did like what Sentinels did, overloading this bot side. Getting Rahel's Caitlyn onto this turret is kind of exactly what you want to do with the Caitlyn, and now he has a very cool, like, 1K gold lead. Up over Bivoy.
Oh, there's the Tempered Fate, the trap right underneath of the Rumble. Rahel and Huhi going in for this one, trying to get some revenge for that earlier attempt coming out from Shopify. And it's a high caliber round at point blank range. Rahel's going to take that one as the True Shot Barrage into the bottom lane. That's twice now. The True Shot Barrage has landed, but not quite enough damage.
And with the tower shot coming in at first, I was like, well, it's not going to kill him. But then the tower shot hit, and he had to pop barrier to actually be able to survive. But
the
that was
barrier saved him.
A really nice combo that they put onto Fudge. Tempered Fate, into trap, into binding, into 90 caliber net for another headshot reset, into another trap. So that is pretty nasty stuff. He's getting so many headshots off onto Fudge, and even with the overheat, Fudge made it close, but Rahel walks away with another kill, got first tower gold, got all those minions, and denied a bunch from Fudge. Now he's up 2K.
Yeah. He's in a great spot. And now, again, they're going to set him up mid lane. They're going to try to get him on that outer ring of turrets, as you want to do with the Caitlyn. And they also have first setup onto this Drake.
All right, let's see if Shopify want to try to contest it. You know the Contracts is around the area, but so is Huhi, so he's just going to knock the canister off of Contracts, make sure that nobody's on the approach. Yeah, there's just nothing that's going to happen here for Shopify. Sentinels up 2 dragons to nothing, up 2,500 gold over Shopify. Granted, Shopify does have both of the top side neutral objectives with all 3 grubs plus the Rift Herald, but they are really going to have to find something here soon.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't have the setup, right? Fudge can't interrupt Impact's TP, and Fudge has no TP of his own and didn't have Equalizer even available had he walked down, so I think there's just no way they could actually contest, but Sentinels are cruising right now, all the gold right where you want it, and you can say, yeah, it's only the second dragon, we'll challenge it the next, but the problem is going to be Rahel will have Infinity Edge as he just completes now. The Caitlyn is going to be ridiculously strong, especially on 3 items is where a lot of these crit marksmen really come online. And when you have fed carries and a really powerful front line, it is strong, but we'll see if Shopify can make something happen here.
Yeah, Darkwings is the target. It's Zinni, Seos, and Contracts. Summoning up the Herald, going for the turret dive. Darkwings in a 1v3. Pop Blossom coming in early, petrifying gaze from Darkwings as he tries to flash and stay alive. But that Summoner spell is not going to do him a whole lot as Darkwings does fall. Meanwhile, back over between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 turrets in the mid lane. Sentinels tries to make their own play. He's down to about 100 HP. True Shot Barrage not going to find the mark on that one, but a teleport is going into the bottom lane. Coming out there from Impact. Zinni trying to find the opportunity to get away here. Drops the Realm Warp. They will escape. And it looks like, okay, the Herald's going to die before he gets a second charge.
I feel like that TP was really weird from Impact. He could have TP'd the whole time on that dive. You know, Darkwings made so much time there. He was surviving forever. Maybe Impact's read was you're just going to insta-die, but then to TP that late and get nothing feels pretty rough because he could have easily saved his mid laner if he just TP'd early.
Going in after Seos. Trying to make sure that they grab the kill here. Wait, Hambach turned around? Wait.
He got juked. I think he thought the other one, he thought he was, pretending with the clone and running the clone to the left and then going right. So
okay, well, honestly,
escape from Seos again.
Fair play to Seos then, because they really wanted to get that kill.
But the other half of that is, if it is the clone going to the left and it's the real one going to the right, he has nowhere to go and he's guaranteed to die anyway, so you should always chase the one
Yeah,
to the
you
left.
always chase the one that's going to escape.
Exactly. Yeah, so definitely an oopsie from Hambach. Nice play from Seos, I think kind of does juke him out, but should have been a kill for sure.
It's one of those plays that when you're the Nico and you make that play, you're like, this shouldn't work. It'll work maybe 1 out of 20 times, but I'm going to try it anyway because the only other option is I'll die. And hey, 1 out of 20. There you go. Meanwhile, back over in the mid lane, Bivoy down to half HP. He very, very low, about 350 left here on the bar. True Shot Barrage.
Hambach tried to flash predict where Bivoy was going to shift. He flashed Ishtal's Impact, and Bivoy shifted the other way. So he just flashed on air, basically, unfortunately for him. And that is now flashed down for Hambach.
It doesn't happen with Old Skarner. Old Skarner, you just flash ult them. It's not going anywhere.
True.
Yep. I didn't realize your vendetta against New Skarner.
I don't have a vendetta against New Skarner. I like New Skarner. I just miss Old Skarner because I spent a decade with him.
I like New Skarner, but I love Old Skarner.
That's unironically,
You're that X-Men meme, like stroking the picture of the Old Skarner.
He's got a special place in my heart.
Look, man, the new one's not purple, all right? It's important.
He's trying his best.
Look, you can put a purple chroma on it.
That's true. That's what you got to do. I'm sad more pro players don't use purple chromas. But we still do have a 4-3 game. We still do have Sentinels up about 2,000 gold. Remember that their largest lead so far this game was about 3K. So Shopify have done a good job of making sure that Sentinels don't continue building leads.
Yeah, and I think it was the Sentinels' response that seemed a little disjointed, right? Like that TP from Impact, like you already pointed out, Isaac, was really weird. Even though Darkwings did buy a lot of time, that bought Sentinels some time themselves, got them that turret, got them a lot of more vision control than they've had in this game down on the bot side. So with Drake up in like less than a minute, they should be looking to kind of push this wave out. Fudge is already on it. And try to get some vision down to contest this Drake stacking.
I'm a little bit worried for how Contracts is going to deal with Rahel, because obviously Spirit Visage, very, very good on Mundo. You know, there is a Cassio that you have to deal with, but Rahel is the super fed member. You have bought 0 points of armor, and he already has the Last Whisper. So you're always going to be behind the pace of this carry at this point of the game. You can start working towards the Deadmans or whatever, but he's going to be on LDR before that's done.
And I feel like that's the way that stats generally scale between carries and tanks. Tank stats are stronger as a baseline, but carries have more stats they can invest in. They all multiply off of each other, and once the carry hits that 3-item point that you're talking about with the big armor penetration, it's like, okay, well, my gold is less than your gold now.
Yep. Can't catch up.
All right, Contracts finds the Bonesaw onto Hambach, who has to use Ishtal's impact defensively to regroup with the rest of Sentinels. Remember that Sen has the first 2 Drakes so far. If they can get this next one, it will be Soul Point. But Shopify is moving up. Shopify has the health bar advantage for now, thanks to the poke that has hit notably Hambach and Rahel. Rahel has some apples that he can grab, though. They do have the control ward down here in this side brush. Hambach, though, at about 60% HP. This isn't where you want your Skarner to be. Seo's on the approach here from the side. There's the equalizer. Hambach staying alive for now thanks to the Tempered Fate, but he's down to 200 HP. The Skarner is about to die. Hambach stays alive for now, but he cannot participate in any sort of a fight, and Shopify secures themselves the stoppage for the Drake stack.
Nicely done by Shopify, but I gotta say, the setup was not good from Sentinels there. Like, look at that trap line. What is that stopping, right? You know, they just showed up late to the objective. You want the trap line across one of these entrances, and then you want it to be, if they try to filter through, Miasma is there as well, and then they're having to try to walk through Tempered Fate. They're having to try to walk through Cosmic Binding. They're having to try to walk through Petrifying Gaze. But instead, they showed up late. They kind of had this haphazard trap line that didn't really block anything, and they were already getting poked out. So Sentinel's setup for the objective was just not good, and Shopify was good enough to be able to push them out, even without killing off Hambach. They are going to be able to stop that stack.
It's also kind of weird, though, because they did have first rotation onto that, right? Like, they TP'd the Cassio in specifically to try to set up for this Drake. They were looking for plays, potential wraparound ganks onto Shopify in the mid lane, and now we have a pause, so we'll have to see what that is about.
Put your egg rolls in the microwave. Put them in.
I don't have a microwave here.
Yeah.
Should I go home?
There's a microwave in the kitchen.
I don't have the egg rolls here. Should I go to the store?
No, we got to go to the producers. We got to get some egg rolls here.
I could actually go for some egg rolls right now. I'm not going to lie.
They do sound good.
Yeah, they do sound good.
Good.
Well, hopefully it's going to be a quick pause. We'll update you as soon as we find out what is going on. But obviously a very important game for both of these teams. You know, we are down to the final 2 weeks. They both have only the 1 win. And so you've got to start stacking up some wins here if you want to try to make it into playoffs.
I have been updated by producers. It is a monitor flicker, so hopefully something that can be resolved very quickly. Just somebody pausing to make sure that their monitor is not going to have greater issues in the middle of a team fight or something. Monitor flicker while you're farming a jungle camp or placing some wards. Okay, whatever. Monitor flicker in the middle of a team fight that may or may not decide the game. Bit of a bigger issue.
Great.
May or may not decide your playoffs,
yeah.
right? That is actually a pretty big deal here. So we'll see, you know, if they're going to be able to get that fixed quickly. Hopefully we'll getting right back into game. I still think that they are very comfortable in this situation right now on the Sentinel side. Yes, they did mess up that objective setup. You know, Shopify not out of this by any means, but I would absolutely favor the position that Sentinels are in. And there's the Last Whispers had already been completed before the last fight. Now he has the Crit Cloak, so very close to that LDR that will be coming through.
Yes, sir.
And it is going to be problematic as long as Rahel is not getting poked out. But that is an if, because we see all the poke that is available from Bivoy. And if you get hit by a couple of Mystic shots, you know, True Shot Barrage, and then Equalizer just gets dropped on your head, you might not die, but you might not be able to fight.
Yeah, you can't position yourself as well as you would want to, as we see Shopify kind of creeping up into this topside jungle. And for me, for Sentinels, it is about where they put this Fed Caitlyn, right? Like, protecting her, making sure she is in a good position in a lot of these team fights, dealing with that poke coming out of B-Boy, and potentially sometimes even Seos.
Sentinels trying to aggressively posture here, fighting for vision control over the top side river, but Shopify will manage to defend their control ward on top of the Phaelite. As Sentinels are forced back to the tier 1 turret here in mid. This tier 1 turret still has so much health on it.
Yeah.
Bloodletter's Curse done for Fudge, which is going to get a lot of extra value here. It is that MR shred for not only him, but for the Rise, but for the Nico, and even Ezreal and Mundo have a little bit of magic damage in there. So quite an effective buy here. And in general, Zhonya's is just way less effective against Caitlyn, so I kind of like going this AP tanky style anyway, because you go into stasis, you get trapped, and he just kills you later.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you've got 2.5 seconds where you don't do anything, and then I'm going to headshot you for half your health as soon as you're done. Like, all right, sure, dude. But we have less than 3 minutes until the next dragon spawns. Again, that will not be a soul. Ooh, that was not who he wanted.
Mundo, no passive.
Yeah.
Type it in chat.
Put it in the chat.
it.
Mark it for the next 10
Follow
seconds.
up? Question mark?
Team?
But in the meantime, despite the fact that that pick did not work out, Rahel is able to get that tier 1 in mid for Sentinels. So that is that full outer ring of turrets down for Sentinels. So they should be able to, you know, respond in these side lanes, get their waves pushed out, hopefully, and kind of move their vision line up on the map.
And that's going to be LDR. Winnie base is pretty much guaranteed. There it is, completed.
There we go.
And we still do not have a point of armor purchased by contracts. He has a lot of gold, so I'm assuming he's going to be going into Deadman's next.
And reminder, as we're waiting for the teams to figure out which one of them is worthy of potentially heading further towards their playoff dreams, the spring finals are happening in the Mullet Arena in Tempe, Arizona on June 13th and 14th. Single-day tickets available. You can go ahead and use the QR code on your screen right now. Check that out. Get yourself a ticket. Show up. I'm going to be there. It'll be a great time. I love our road shows. Hope to see y'all participate in that as well. And now Sentinels with control over the top side river. A little bit more vision being established. Huhi leading the charge into the enemy jungle. They're trying to make things a little bit scarier here for Shopify.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they should do, right? Like, get that vision line up around where the Baron is. So, essentially so that Shopify can't play as much with Fog of War and the poke that they have, because that is actually a massive benefit. If the map is dark for Sentinels, they can just kind of poke from wherever with this Ezreal. So, right now it's just kind of a vision battle and a setup battle.
Yeah, Zeus has completed his Seekers, so, we talked about the Caitlyn interaction. Sometimes it's still worthwhile, because if you can get in on top and you can just have everyone piling in, then maybe they can't follow up, but big fight here.
Yeah, Hambach's already lost about half of his HP. Zinni coming in here with the Realm Warp. Hambach reinforced by Impact and the rest of Sentinels, though. So it looks like we're just going to get so far one ulti for nothing. Huhi, however, does take a big chunk of damage coming out from Bivoy. Tempered Fate forces a reposition from Shopify, but doesn't actually tag anyone. Zinni's got to be careful now as Darkwings moves forward, but Zinni's still just fine. Hit by the Noxious Blast, but no follow-up there from Twin Fangs. Sentinels control over the top side river, trying to secure the crab, but Bivoy with a beautiful snipe onto Huhi. The Bard is dead for free. Equalizer drops down. Sentinels, they secure the crab, but now they have to run away. It's a 4v5. Contracts continuing to march forward, but it takes a big chunk of damage coming out from Rahel.
Yeah, that is scary stuff. He cannot charge too much more forward, and it is going to be the dragon spawning, though, and Huhi's still dead, so it should be their dragon. Very likely going to be 2-2, but on the other side, Sentinels are going to try to rush Baron here. Cassio and Caitlyn do kill this fast, and Shopify not responding that quickly.
Yeah, I really love this from Sentinels. They're saying, okay, we know that we're 4v5. We know that you're going to take the dragon. We're going to try and get Baron instead. Shopify now aware of this. Ocean Drake has been claimed by the Rebellion.
Seos behind them.
Sentinels still on the Baron for now. Got it down to about 1,600 HP. Seos with a big multi-man ulti, but it's not going to matter. He's dead. Nobody else is around. Fudge nearly slammed back into the wall, but he flashes away, keeping himself alive. Contracts, 2/3 HP, walking back away here from the Mundo, but Huhi has respawned, and he's locking Fudge down. As the Meeps, that was not exactly the portal that he wanted. It's all right. They should still have plenty of range to take him down. So Fudge drops, Seos drops, Sentinels gets the Baron. That was actually a huge sequence that started off so bad for them.
That was actually really nicely done from Sentinels, basically calling Shopify's bluff, right? Like, we know we're down a man, which is unfortunate. The poke did get us up around Baron. However, we're going to call your bluff. We know you're going to be going for the Drake. We have a fed Caitlyn and a Cassio. We can try to rush this Baron down. And then Seos was just... He's really so annoying. Seos was just so far ahead of his team on this flank, right? Because Fudge is still making his way up. Yeah. Oh. And then he gets stunned by Petrifying Gaze.
Yep, Petrifying Gaze right on the engage into the Pathmaker stun, and he just got killed before he could even get the stasis off. Yep. And then Mundo, they knew Mundo wasn't there, so that's why they finished it, because they see the kill credit on the dragon going to Contracts. They know he's on the other side, and Mundo without ultimate is useless. Mundo without ultimate, it is so hard.
Big cannon minion.
Exactly, walking into these fights. So Contracts then does show up, but he shows up late, and he just gets destroyed by the carries. So great call from Sentinels. A little bit disjointed on the engage was Seos, and really nice timing on Petrifying Gaze from Darkwings to be able to set that up.
And now the question is, how much can Sentinels get? Again, before this most recent sequence, 90 seconds ago, Sentinels' biggest lead so far this game was about 3,000. Now they're up to 4,000. You really want to see them be able to push this advantage and find something that they can really command the game from at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's where wherever they put this Caitlyn, turrets should just die, right? So
that's 4 item Caitlyn. That's 100% crit
chance. She is very, very far ahead. Also, a reminder just for what is on the line for Sentinels, if they do manage to take this series and DSG win later today, they will lock a playoff spot. However, if Shopify do manage to take this series and DSG win, they will be eliminated.
Yep. So if you're a Sentinels fan, if Sentinels win, you love DSG.
Yeah.
If Sentinels lose, you hate DSG.
Yeah. Every Sentinels fan opinion about DSG is going to change dramatically based on the outcome of this series here today.
Ooh.
As the true shot barrage finally finds that shot. He gets the kill. Nice hit there from Bivoy. 2-0-1 on the Ezreal. At least going to slow the tempo here a little bit for Sentinels, but they're still very far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it slows it down, I actually think a lot, right? Because Zinni is able to get some damage onto this turret and should be okay, despite the fact that Impact is coming over here because Contracts is there to back him up.
Yeah, I also really like the Impact to just win Knight's Vow. Support items make sense at a point in the game like this where it's you have two really strong carries. The game is entirely about those carries.
Yep.
Doesn't matter if he gets a little bit more tanky by going for a different item. Support items are the way to go in a game like this. It's all about that extra protection for Darkwings and Rahel because you can be as tanky as you want, but if your carries die, you're not winning the fight.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And, I mean, the Shopify poke, again, is pretty difficult to deal with.
Sometimes I think back to all the LP that I could have had if I was willing to build Knight's Vow in solo queue games. I just couldn't bring myself to do it, even if it's objectively correct.
Some lines I just won't cross.
Nope.
There's just one of them.
The line I won't cross is helping my
playing
teammate.
for my team instead of myself. It's called solo queue for a reason.
Oh my
There's
God.
one person here, and that person is me. All right, Shopify, let's see how well you can bounce back. It's still only about the same gold lead that it's been for so long now. I still feel like this game is within striking distance for Shopify, but the big problem that I have is it feels like they haven't really been making any decisions the entire game long. They're just reacting to what Sentinels is doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all about Rahel. Can Rahel be protected? Sentinels are probably going to win the fight. Can Rahel be one-shot? Hey, Shopify got a real chance. Rahel now has that rapid fire, and he is just so strong. No one is going to be able to stand long against him.
Okay, Contract's doing a good job there, using the canister to block Hombok's Ishtal's impact from going through the wall and finding a more valuable target. No engage from Sentinels despite the attempt.
Yeah, the red buff is healing him up quite a bit, actually, so Contract's held onto the ult. That is important. He's going to have that level 3 ultimate for this fight, and that is a good trap line. Sentinels have a better setup on this one.
Okay, Sentinels also securing themselves the Scuttle Crab. Remember, this is not soul for either team because Shopify has got the past 2 Drakes. This third one about to go their way. There it is, secured by Hombok. Tempered Fate just barely catches Zinni on the very edge as the equalizer is used defensively. Sentinels continuing to regroup. Nice use of the magical journey there to get all 5 players back together. However, they're now cut off from their own base by Shopify. Rebellion trying to find some sort of an angle here, but Hombok going in. Ishtal's impact back onto Fudge. The rumble into the stasis immediately, but into the back line goes Zinni and Seos. They found impact. He's already down. The tank is out of the way. Sentinels still scrambling, trying to maintain lines here. Shopify want to find more. They need to find more. He fires back at Bivoy, who keeps himself alive for now. Hombok very low, trying to escape, has to flash. Seos on the side. Manages to lock up Darkwings. Sentinels continuing their retreat, playing around Rahel, who's still full HP. So the dust settles, and we end up trading 1 Drake for impact.
That actually could have gone so much worse for Sentinels. That was a really nice, clever play coming out of Zinni and Seos to get onto Impact and kind of destroy the frontlining he'd been able to do. So as we see, they take the Drake down. This does catch on to Zinni as Equalizer comes down, and the fight, we already talked about how the magical journey goes through.
And I also just really like, the timing of the Realm Warp because it actually protects Fudge, right? Because Fudge is in this spot where Fudge gets trapped up and it's looking like, okay, you are cooked. He goes into stasis, he's going to get trapped, he's going to get killed, but then the Realm Warp comes in from the side and pushes back Rahel, so he can't actually follow up and kill off Fudge. So it was a two-pronged play. Not only did they knock down Impact, but they protect their top laner with the same move.
Now we are back to dancing around the top side river. No dragon for the next 3 minutes. So the focus is going to be around this Baron pit. That is a big wave crashing into the tier 3 turret top side.
We haven't really talked about it, but Zinni is quietly getting very strong. He's got a lot of farm here, and he has been on the actualizer for a while, had it for the last fight, now has his own arm guard to boot, up 1.4k, so it is becoming a battle of these two carries. Zinni is dangerous, but the difficulty for him is going to be the range. Can he actually get in and safely hit these people as yet another Tempered Fate is sidestepped? Shopify have been on point at avoiding those.
Yeah, they've been doing a really good job at making sure that it's just a space creator and not a playmaker from who he's barred. As the goal lead is as small as it's been, I feel like, in the last 15, 20 minutes. We're 35 minutes in right now. As Zinni, he gets a shield from the Seraph's. Contract's just going to eat the ace in the hole. And everything's fine. Zinni's going to have to take a reset, though.
Losing that Seraphs is pretty big, though. If they do fight before that cooldown is back up, that is a lot of your protection, especially because it's amped by, the actualizer as well. So, is something that they need, and Sentinels are going to try to force the issue. They're just right onto the dragon.
I love this from Sentinels, noticing, hey, you don't have that cooldown. Let's go for this. Let's force a fight. Contracts looking to try to approach, steal away the Baron, slam back into the wall from Hambach, who immediately walks back over and just smites it down. Now Contracts having to flash away, keeping himself alive. Hambach less than half HP. Contract slowly regenerating with the Mundo ulti. Sentinels continuing to try to retreat as Shopify wants some kind of a punish for losing this Baron. Shopify got to be careful though. Seos here in the front line goes in for the Pop Blossom. Impact unstoppable here in the front line, but he's burning down. Impact's already dead. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Support for top laner. Sentinels continuing to try to make a little bit of space, get themselves away. 1-for-1, Baron goes to Sentinels.
This time the timing on the gauge was actually really nice from Seos, and he got the stasis off before he got hit by the Petrifying Gaze, so he was able to get that off, CC up these soul laners. Impact falls again. These are such scrappy fights, but because both teams know if they overcommit into their opponents, they're going to get wiped, it is just like these skirmishes where no one is actually getting finished off a lot of the time.
Yeah, and as we see, I do like Hambach. I was wondering if Bivoy was going to be able to get in on that. But as Contracts get suppressed, right, like he's able to flash out. And then as you had already talked about, I really love this equalizer from Fudge as well. Kind of forcing Rahel and Huhi off of this. And then here's the engage coming out of Seos, learned from last time, goes into stasis. And even though he dies, taking out the frontliner in Impact and removing that Baron is a little bit more important than losing your life for an engage.
I feel like this is the squishiest Cassante I've ever seen. He died without using all out. It's not like he shed his resistances to go in and try to do some drain tanking. He just died. Impact is paper if Shopify focus him down.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy. I mean, hey, maybe I was wrong by the Night's Vow. It seems like it was the right choice, but he is dying in a hurry. There's a lot of damage on the other side. It doesn't look like a good tank-killing comp, but they are doing it very effectively.
Now it's time for the battle for the Ocean Soul. If Shopify get this, they will claim that soul. Impact losing about half HP here again. Seos looking for the potential flank, looking for the big Pop Blossom that could win the entire team fight. Is marked, however, by Sentinels. Dragon still at about 3/4 HP. Fudge off to the side, trying to be mindful of the position of the Caitlyn traps. Oh, Contracts ate a ton of damage there. Ace in the hole blocked by Zinni. Equalizer immediately summoned up by Fudge there to try to create a little bit of space. Zone Sentinels away. Bivoy stepping up on the side. However, immediately the Tempered Fate has already collided. Seo's forced to Pop Blossom into nothing. The miasma keeps him stuck in place as the Dragon is ultimately claimed by Shopify. But what is the cost? Sentinels goes forward and Bivoy has already died. Zinni tries to get away, takes Contracts with him. Fudge is using teleport defensively, just trying to escape. Meanwhile, there's a massive wave crashing into top, a massive wave crashing into bot, and Contracts and Zinni aren't even going to escape. They're both about to die. Is this the end of the game right now? Sentinels barreling down the bottom lane. It's Fudge versus 5, and just like that, Shopify, they make the big play to try to contest the Drake. They get it, but at the cost of the entire game. Fudge falls in the 1v5. Sentinels, with all 5 men standing, push into the enemy base, and 39 minutes in, Sentinels take game 1.
Sentinels finally able to get the job done in that fight. The engage was just not effective from Seos, and then as they're trying to retreat on the side of Shopify, there's so much chase down here from Sentinels with a Tempered Fate, with the Magical Journey, with the Ishtal's Impact, with Caitlyn flashing forward. They knew that was their opportunity, and they pounced on it.
Yeah, and I mean, it initially looked so good, right? Because Bivoy was poking a ton on that topside setup, and they were able to get that Drake. But Sentinels take game 1, and I want to hear what the lounge thinks of that.
It was a banger.
Yeah, we think that was exciting. That was a fun one. Good start to the day, Raz. Our exciting bottom teams here scrapping it out.
Exactly.
I have to say, Bivoy and Zinni, they were doing some good poke damage that was making you think maybe Shopify has an angle.
I mean, listen, we just got to pull up the last fight because it was a one-fight game up until the very end as they're going to be fighting over the soul. And I think a couple key things here, as we're just in the replay, is Fudge is a little bit zoned by the trap line. Technically, he can go through the middle, but then he's more liable to get hit by skill shots. And watching the way the fight lines kind of disappeared for Shopify was pretty big. So now Fudge, if we look here,
also, by the way,
Fudge is half health, no ultimate. He's not going to go out of the fights. He did.
He did. He walked on one.
That's unlucky.
He took a headshot.
And even though they were able to get the Drake, watch Bivoy in this fight. And it's basically about how Sentinels is able to get on top of him and how this ultimate not landing by the Nico means Fudge is just completely out of the fight. So everyone actually just has to run right now. Hambach forced Zinni's stopwatch with his Skarner ultimate, and then who he comes over, slaps him a few times, and the 6-item Rahel is there. And I like the way that they immediately identify that the game can be over, because the waves had been pushing this entire time for them. They had the top lane pushing, bot lane is massive, and they just managed to run everybody down. Impact teleports in behind him, cuts him off, and Zinni could not escape for the win.
Yeah, Rahel damage is big. Caitlyn, you know, Caitlyn endgame does quite a lot of damage. And if we go back to the very beginning of the game, that is where the focus for Sentinels was the entire time. Rahel is the one Sentinel that I have on my fantasy also, so good job.
Good job, Rahel and Hambach. Thank you.
Let's take a look at this straight from the lane phase. Huhi, of course, on Bard is always a good, jungle enabler, and Hambach on his Skarner that we all know and love. Coaching staff really happy with that one as well, but
he's back.
This was like 4 visits. Some of them were not successful. We're not showing those ones, but we are showing the successful ones, and they're able to get a good early lead for this Caitlyn. And then they also did this swap in the mid game, and Rahel was even able to get further ahead.
True.
And so you always knew this Caitlyn was going to be a problem. A lot of crit damage is going to come through, and some extra headshots as well. Some traps.
And that's kind of the name of the game, are the traps, because I'm going to show you just 2 plays, right? This one was the failed play from Sentinels because this was a lot about dragon stacking. They got the first dragon stack, I guess 2 of them here. Now, this one was a failed one from Sentinel's side because, as you can see, it's a little bit rushed. They see Shopify Rebellion pushing in, so the traps that you're actually seeing being placed down are not really good at all. So Shopify Rebellion can just walk straight on through. So that makes it really easy for them to take space, start to actually pinch out Hambach. He gets extremely low. The Bard ulti comes through. You're like, okay, we're going to have to actually give him up this specific dragon. And so that's the one example of it being done poorly.
Yeah, the poke damage was good from Shopify.
Exactly, and so then you're gonna have to really reassess how you do it properly. Now this is after Shopify Rebellion is able to get a few of their own. Just watch Rahel immediately place these traps down. He knows how it played out last time around. He's gonna immediately make it better, and so Shopify finds it incredibly difficult. So they're like, oh, we can't do much here. We're actually gonna try and pinch out Impact and try and play it out. By the time they start doing that, Dragon has already been taken down, and you can see the wall that was created by the Caitlyn. First time around, it sucked. Second time around, they actually put focus on towards it. It was much better, and now you can see as the later stages, the later Dragon objective fights that were being taken, Trapline made it a big success for them to even get sold.
And as we always do for every single game, we vote for player of the game.
Yes, we do.
As we do.
It's tied, which means the fans get to vote in chat. It is a tie between Rahel and Hambach. Is it the jungler
damage, bro.
who got the 80 carry ahead, or is it the 80 carry using that lead that is deserving of the POG?
Guys, Darkwing voters, Kuhi voters, pile them up on Hambach. We need supporters now.
Nah.
Now.
I think you guys are out of luck.
I think it's Rahel. I think killing everyone. It's
Oh
Rahel.
my God,
Yeah.
they gave it to Rahel. They didn't give us
I mean,
a
that
chance.
wasn't a close percentage.
They didn't give us a chance.
That wasn't a close percentage, Rez.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Nice vote, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean,
we need a runoff election.
Dude, Rahel on Caitlyn this split, 4-0, 24 kills, 2 deaths.
100%
undefeated on
kill
Skarner.
participation as well.
I'm gonna question it, giving Caitlyn and Skarner to Sentinels when that's the majority of their wins all year in a must-win game.
It's the strategy.
Shopify,
Next game, they don't
guys,
even have to ban it anymore.
Now it's gone.
Yeah.
But
fearless.
maybe the season is too. We'll see. Don't miss any LCS action when you get to your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Game 2 is up after this break. No more Skarner. No more Caitlyn.
No more Bard either.
True.
Yeah. No fear.
No fear. Okay.
Looks like we've got a new addition on the Rift here today. Emily, is the Telluride just the obvious pick?
Well, Flowers, we're looking at a turbo hybrid powertrain. That's already a problem for the rest of the Rift.
And a 30-inch panoramic display too? That is unfair control.
Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this.
Yeah, this seems completely OP.
No debate. This first pick, we have to lock it in. Now!
The Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid. Pick it before your opponents do.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
I'll back the rumble here.
Yeah. Nico here. I can walk the Izi를. 야, 니코. 이질 dash. 니코 킬 니코. 야, 라이즈까지 맞을래? 라이즈야. 야, 라이즈 has flash. We can chase 이지를. 이지를 얼른 guys. Look 이지를. We chase. 라이즈 노플. RTP, okay? RTP. Okay. I think chase him.
Oh, 까비.
Chase him.
I'm also TP.
야, here. 야.
공 깔아줄라.
No flash, 라이즈. 라이즈 여기 할래. We can 끝내자.
I'll play with. Okay.
Sentinels with all 5 men standing push into the enemy base, and 39 minutes in, Sentinels take game 1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS as we are in the middle of our best of 3 between Sentinels and Shopify Rebellion. Game number 1 was pretty close for honestly a very long time. Sentinels got out to an early lead, but they were never really able to make that lead become that much larger until it did. And then all of a sudden, until later on, they just immediately win a fight and they win the entire game. Straight up from there, yeah. Emily is the tallest. Wow, wait, is this actually what Emily vision is like? I can't see half the screen.
You can't see over to the.
Everything's so different.
No, this sucks. I can't.
You legit can't see the prompter.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I actually, if I take like one step back, cannot see the bottom of the prompter.
She's playing on hard mode.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, you and I are just using cheat codes.
Yeah, we're on story mode. She's on hardcore.
Yeah. What difficulty would you like to play on? Easy, normal, hard,
Emily.
insane, or baby? You and I are playing on baby difficulty, and Emily's on make me bleed.
The worst part is my whole family is tall, and I was supposed to be tall. The doctor kept telling me I go through a growth spurt, and I never did. And I'm bitter about it. But
her villain origin story. Yeah. The doctor told me I would be tall. He lied.
I have some good news for Shopify and coming back in this series.
Okay, what do you got?
No Caitlyn available.
No Skarner
no
available.
No Skarner available. So we've removed the 100% win rate champion.
All their champions they hadn't lost on 100% win rate across the board. Those are stats.
And now they haven't lost on the 2 champions they pulled out for the first time as well.
There you go.
100% win rate on Casio. Here is where we're probably going to see the Ashe Seraphine locked in. Yep. We are speeding through this draft.
Pantheon for Ashe Seraphine, I think it's kind of pretty standard. Yeah, I tend to be on the side of Ashe Seraphine is better because Pantheon is a strong ganking jungler. The idea is they push up, they get attacked. The problem is Hawkshot just kind of cheats. And so if you know where the Pantheon is, it's easy to sit back when he could be on your side of the map. So that is kind of the problem for Contracts is he has got to find picks and take out this bot lane, but they get to cheat.
Yeah. Cheating is fun if you're Ashe. I don't know. You can help out your own jungler. I will say, I do like the Pantheon for Contracts specifically. I think it's something he has done super, super well on. We already talked about in a loss, he still had like an insane Pantheon game. It allows him to attack side lanes. It allows him to participate in a lot of these early skirmishes in a way that the Mundo definitely didn't. We have the Nefiri coming out, this time for Hambach.
That is the polar opposite of the champions that they were playing last game, the Mundo and the Skarner. It's also interesting because last time I was casting, last week when we had a Nami Corki as the answer into Ashe Seraphine, which is super standard in pro. I was talking about the win rates. It's almost a 79, like 80% win rate for the Ashe Seraphine.
You were the person I was about to pose the question. I was like, I think I was talking to you about this last week, and you were like, yeah, it's the answer, but it's a bad answer.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like this is the answer you are picking has a 20% win rate, and people are doing it in pro all the time. Last week we did actually see it win, but it has just not been an inspiring answer for me whatsoever.
Yeah, I feel like teams have constantly, since this became all the rage, been trying to find an answer for that Ashe Seraphine, and previously Corki Nami or Yunara Lulu were kind of like the handshakes that people would go for. I do like a good like MF Nautilus. I've also seen people trying to pull out Senna a little bit more recently. Not necessarily winning with it, unfortunately, but yeah, it's kind of a race to see like, okay, what does actually counter this Ashe Seraphine? Because especially in tandem with the Nefiri, they both provide so much, especially with the Seraphine, for Nefiri to be able to dive these turrets over and over again.
Yeah, absolutely. I will give the caveat that the game last week that I cast, where I was bringing up those stats, was Bivoy Seos, and then Bivoy dropped the nuke and had 15 kills and they won the game. So, you know, hey, he just won in this matchup last week against Flyquest. Even with them actually losing the lane early, he was able to come back. Talia has gained a lot of popularity with the changes. Was kind of nerfed through the loss of Phase Rush, but then gained 5 damage per hit on the Q at rank 1, which really upped the wave clear, and Deathfire Touch works quite well on her as well.
Yeah, I actually love this Talia lock-in because it also pairs super, super well with the Pantheon, right? This was the duo of destruction that we kind of watched in previous splits. do really, really well. It gives you so much side lane control. And I like it for the type of jungler that Contracts is when he's trying to make plays. This is going to be a test of how much him and Zinni's jungle mid synergy is kind of improved.
So Shopify, what I'm looking at right here is I need to see picks, and if they're gonna play for objectives, they need to be there first because their engage is dog schlop. That is not what you want to have for a team fight. They don't have a button that says...
Can you repeat that? What is it again?
Dog schlop.
Dog
Not
schlop.
just slop. Not just slop. Schlop.
Dog schlop. It's an evolution. It's like a Charmander into a Charmeleon, all right? It's dog schlop.
But it's evolving in the bad way.
Wait, yeah, slop
It's like
into
when food
schlop.
is growing mold and it starts to become alive, you know?
Into what?
Yeah.
What's the third, the ultimate evolution?
We're not high enough level to evolve that one
All
yet.
right,
We'll have to
it's
see.
not that bad.
If we go to game 3...
The trainers are not powerful enough to control it.
This is game number 2, so we're on evolution 2. If we go to game number 3, then we'll be high enough level to discover
And then
the
if we need a
evolution.
remake, we're in the like mega evolutions or whatever.
Yeah, then
those
we
are.
get into that modern day stuff.
Yeah.
Do not bring that curse onto us.
Well, right now we're hoping that Shopify Rebellion can find their way to a game number 3. Because remember,
Wait a second.
this is such a what?
Why does Zinni have Storm Raider Surge? Is that an accident? Do you think? I mean, like maybe he can proc it. That just seems like that would be so hard for Talia to proc.
I mean, the
maybe
last
it is some
time,
interesting tech. I don't know.
the last time I saw a Storm Raider Surge on Champion, I didn't think it worked necessarily well on. I think it was APA's Galio.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Well,
all right. Well, looks like it must be intended because we don't have any pauses or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's some tech. There are a lot of slows on the other team. It's Ashe Seraphine. It's, slow from the Oran Q, etc. But I just think it's going to be hard to proc. I'm interested to see how this does work out for him. And it does nothing for you in the 1v1.
Ooh, hold on. We've got a level 1 invade as Contracts just immediately goes straight for Hambach, starting at his red. That's 2 point-blank range Comet Spears, finding Hambach. The red buff's going to go ahead and reset, and Hambach is just going to change his plan here, go after his own Krugs as the first camp, while Contract steals away his chickens. I like this from Shopify.
Yeah,
I feel like when Contracts is at his best, he is invading the enemy jungle, he's trying to download the guy, he's trying to predict where he is, and he's playing a very in-your-face style.
Yeah, I love this from Contracts, and he should be able to get onto this red buff as well. And Hambach is not going to be able to contest this, I don't think.
So most people are
Maybe.
playing Storm Raider Surge in pro, so
Okay.
it's interesting. Yeah, I'll be curious to see how it actually does work out for him.
All right, well, right now, all eyes still focused on this topside jungle. Hambach still trying to get his red buff back from Contract. Zinni's going to be first on the rotation, though. Steps forward here with a threaded volley. Does find a little bit of damage. Knocks down the puppy dogs. But Contracts is the one who steals away the red. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, down to 13 HP on that smite there, but was able to finish it off. And yeah, it's nice to see an aggressive level 1 here from Contracts. Can be quite effective, obviously, getting in there and being able to challenge on these level 1 jungle invades. We've been seeing so much more of that in this season.
And I like it. I mean, I think it took a little bit of time for people to get used to how early minions spawn now in the game, right? But saw a lot of LPL teams kind of early on in Split 1 trying some weird level 1s, and then and now we see. I mean, I agree with exactly what Clayton had said, where Contracts is at his best when he's doing these kind of early, unique invades to try to set the opposing jungler behind.
And as Contracts succeeded in the early game and everything else is rather quiet, we do have a little bit of a look behind the scenes. Before the game, Bivoy and Seos had a fun back and forth.
Referee, can I get Red Bull?
Everything for you, my friend.
Yeah, sugar, please. Thank you. Sugar! Yes!
Should be a singer when you're retired.
Be a singer when you retire. Some people aren't that specific on whether or not you have a sugary drink or a sugar-free drink. It seems like Bivoy is very much on one side of the aisle here.
Yeah.
Sugar, the sugar side of the aisle.
He's got to keep his energy up. He's got to be ready. Got to lock in. Bring this one to a game number 3 here against Sentinels, against this team where both of them just feel like dude, everything matters so much in these last couple of weeks for the teams that aren't already locked into playoffs. Like, depending on how things go, just last game we talked about, if you're a Sentinels fan, whether or not they win or lose this determines whether you're vehemently cheering for or against Disguised in the next game, just because there's so many of these teams that are neck and neck in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be incredibly important here. Sentinels obviously, taking that first series. If they do win and DSG wins, then they would be locking playoffs, which would be pretty huge for them. Because the expectations are that they are a really good team in the league. And even if the regular season does not go your way, they're not going to be some guaranteed free win in the playoffs. All the other pros are definitely looking at them as a strong team.
That's a nice, shiny glint on your head there, my friend.
That is diabolical.
Did you polish that thing before the series today?
The
wax
graphics people asked me for some
dirty.
photos. They're giving the reflections on the chrome dome there.
That's a makeup team did a good job there. You're looking spiffy and shiny, my friend. But it is true, though.
I don't know if that was a makeup team or the cleaning crew. They polished that thing.
Yeah, they did a great job there. They put the Windex on it. But that's it is a good point, though, that you would think, based on how other pros talk about the teams, on how we all predicted with power rankings, for these two teams to be in very different places in the standings, they're both at 1-4. They both have the same threat of potentially not making playoffs, and they both have to be locked in for this series.
Yeah, and this match essentially does decide, like, not mathematically, but it does decide whether they go to playoffs in a pretty big way. So here are their, like, playoff odds entering today, and it's going to swap. If Sentinels win, they then have an 87.5% chance to lock playoffs. If Shopify win, they just lock playoffs.
They just, yeah, that's crazy. If Shopify can turn this around and win this game and the next one, it's just, hey, man, you're in. That's it.
That's huge.
And yeah, that's especially huge considering, think back to Split 1, like going into the lock-in tournament, Shopify was the first team eliminated. This is a squad that really wants to show that they're more than what they've demonstrated so far this year. And being able to just instantly lock playoffs right there would have to be a huge relief.
Yeah, I know I saw an interview, I believe it was from Contracts, talking about how this week was their first positive win rate in scrims, right? So they are seeing the improvements they feel in scrims, and they're just hoping that they can bring that to stage and show that, hey, we are getting better.
I will say I love how Contracts just keeps revisiting Hambach's Raptors up here. But on the other side, I mean, Hambach was able to kind of come down, get these Krugs, play around some of the pushes they've had with this Ashe Seraphine bot.
Uh-oh. Ooh, yeah, Seos is probably just dead. Immediately, Hambach jumps in with a Hound's Pursuit. Call of the Pack drops the turret aggro as soon as he's done with the dive. It's easy peasy. That man is kibbles and bits.
Schlopped him.
Yeah, schlop. That's a grade A schlop.
Turn him to schlop.
Dogs love eating schlop.
Dogs do. If there's one thing that would eat schlop, it's
True.
only a dog.
My dog will literally eat anything.
Yes.
Our dog tries to eat the trash.
My dog is very curious about
Not picky,
yeah. No.
You can respect that.
It's an adventurous spirit.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not your dog is not pretentious,
No,
he's not a hoity-toity dog.
No,
he is anything but.
He's a common man.
He doesn't have a subscription to the local country club, but he knows where the dumpster is.
Yeah, he's a dog of the people.
Yeah.
In this game, though, I did want to point out that is not great for Shopify, right? Because
that is not great for Shopify.
I'm underselling it a bit.
The dog is eating out of your dumpster. This is not great.
The impetus to make plays is on Shopify with this composition. They are the ones that need to be making early to mid-game plays to set themselves ahead, because the comp on the right scales remarkably well and is very easy, in my opinion, to pilot. So it is kind of on Shopify, and you can see that. You can see Contracts thinking it through, right? With all of these revisits he's had to Raptors with the initial invade as well.
All right, Hambach is taking down these grubs here at the start. Contracts does show up. Hambach has secured a single grubby. Contracts smites down the second one and forces Hambach away. And it looks like it's a dog-eat-dog world. Contracts is the one with the menu. He'll secure 2 out of 3 grubs.
Not sure that one works, but I liked where your head was at.
How far can we take the dog puns and metaphors? I want to see.
Come on, I had to do it.
Yeah.
We were on the dog.
I mean, look, we have Nefiri. We're talking about Schlop and eating from the dumpster.
I will say that was a little bit of a rough one.
I like that. I like that. I don't know if Seos likes this, though, as he's forced to flash away, but the flash follow from Rahel is right there. And now that's Sentinels in the 2v2. No help required this time. They find a second kill.
Yeah, dying once, as Emily said, not good for the team. Dying twice, really not good for the team.
Also not good for the team.
Surprisingly, also not good for the team.
Yeah, and Hambach had already kind of started this Drake, right? Because, again, of this bot side pressure that this Ashe Seraphine has able to set up. So that's first Drake for them. That is a little bit more pressure on this bottom side of the map. And once again, Rahel off to a really nice start in his lane.
Rahel feeling great down here. And Ashe Seraphine, man, it's just so strong. Going back again to what we were talking about in draft, Isaac, where you looked at the, Corki Nami's the answer, and the answer works 20% of the time. Like, if you go into a test when you're in school and you're like, yeah, man, I know this one, I got all the answers, and you get the thing back graded and you got a 20, you didn't actually know very much.
I mean, it is really crazy. I mean, obviously, it's only a number of games, and it's pro, it's not solo queue. But I remember hearing stats, and it was something like, if you are down a player, like if you are in a 4v5, you still have nearly a 20% chance to win the game in solo queue. It was something like that. So it's almost like someone didn't connect, and you have about the same odds as when you're playing Corki Nami versus
So you might as well
Ashe
just play
Seraphine.
Corki into it. Just leave Nami. Just tell that guy
Nami
he
can just stay home.
Tell him to go like eat lunch or clean the house or something. Like, it's fine. Take a break. We got the same chance.
Take a load off. We got
put
this
your
loss
feet up.
handled.
It's fine.
Relax. Read a book. You know, get some fresh air. Touch some grass.
We'll see. I mean, it's definitely got to be a little bit of an annoying one for Bivoy because they were actually winning the 2v2. He's up a little bit of farm. And then Seos gets picked off once, kind of on a greedy play where he was trying to hold the wave. And then the second one, obviously, is the Ashe Seraphine combo where you get hit by one, you get hit by the next, you're just perma-CC'd and picking out.
Yep, over here in the mid lane, Arcane Storm going to be summoned up there by Darkwings just for the ability to control the wave, get this shoved out as Seos shows up. Doesn't want to end up losing control over mid here. Sentinel's still up about 1,000 gold right now. They got one of only 3 grubs. Voltaic Cyclosword completed for Hambach. This item is a hot topic in the community right now because it is so strong. It terrorizes solo queue, and now Hambach is looking to terrorize this game with it too.
Well, and it's kind of the reason that a lot of assassins, a lot of these champions that can build it are getting nerfed, right? You know, it's kind of this argument of like, hey, this item is so strong that you're causing everyone to be nerfed, and it's kind of forcing you to build it. Like now it's like if your champion is getting nerfed based on this item, you have to build this item or you're...
Because if I don't, I'm just weak now.
Exactly. Yeah. A lot of these new runes, it is interesting. Obviously, Stormbreaker Surge, as I said, is the more common one in pro play. Most of the games I had been seeing, people had been going more with Deathfire Touch or kind of experimenting with some other stuff. But Victor on the other side is playing Deathfire Touch, Scorch, and Cut Down. And between the three, has about 1,500 damage for in lane phase.
Ooh, nice arrow there. Finds its mark onto Fudge, and with Hambach immediately ready to chase, Fudge tries to flash away. But Hambach saves the Hound's pursuit all the way to the end. Fudge almost got away, but it's Huhi dropping that final little bit of damage to find the kill. Contracts arrives into the bottom lane, goes for the flash, tries to get the return kill onto Rahel, and does find it. So Shopify hit back.
Yeah, really nice follow-up from Contracts there with the Pantheon ult. I was kind of waiting for him to use it in the side lane because you could see he was looking for plays mid, couldn't find anything several times. He was trying to visit to try to make a play onto Darkwing's Victor. Is able to follow up here, and Fudge going down is a little unfortunate, but because he was able to trade that kill back, it's super important. He is kind of the bright spot in this Shopify early game, right? The matchup into the Ornn has allowed him to have almost now a 1K gold lead, just ticking over.
Oh, I think that actually missed. The ulti first pick did actually miss there, and then the heal coming through on a Bivoy means he will just go back to base, but will keep his life.
Yep, Darkwing's trying to aggressively use these arcane storms to control whichever lane he finds himself in, as Zinni rotates down to the bottom lane to deal with him. And honestly, I feel like whenever you're playing against Taliyah, if you're the mid laner and you bring the matchup down to bottom instead of laning mid, you feel good about it because Taliyah has less reach over the entire map now.
Can't go left and right. You can only go left.
Yeah, that's the problem. You need to be able to turn both ways. You can't steer the car right.
It's like a Zoolander lane down there, you know?
But why male model?
That was a good movie. Classic.
But why male model?
Don't get me going on this, because I can talk about the gas station fight. I can talk about the files being in the computer. We can talk about this all day.
I feel like we make a files in the computer joke like every week. Behind the scenes on the
That's how I feel when I have to ask people here at Riot for help with my home computer when it doesn't work. And they're just like, well, what's wrong with it? The files are in the computer. Yeah, it's tough. Whenever we have international events and I've got to get stuff together for going to other countries, it's a rough one. Right now, though, it looks like Shopify are having a very pleasant time controlling this bottom side river, wanting to set up for Dragon number 2. Remember that Sentinels took the first one. They still have just shy of a 1,000 gold lead. Valk buffer there from Bivoy to get away from the follow-up damage of the arrow, despite the fact that Rahel hit him with it because he buffered through it with the Valkyrie. He still got enough distance, so he just pop the cleanse and still stay relatively healthy. However, that does mean that Shopify concedes the space in this bottom side river, and that's Sentinels going for Dragon number 2.
Yeah, that opens up a lot of room for them to basically just take this Drake, where Shopify had first rotation on it, right? And I thought they were doing a pretty good job of holding that space. Now they're going to move into the top side to try to get this Herald.
Yeah, it's looking like maybe contest here. Hanbok and Hui trying to clear out some of this vision. Impact is coming down as well, but I mean, Rahel is starting to base, so surely we don't fully test it?
It looks like, if nothing else, they're trying to at least just stop them from taking it, allow it to reset. Hanbok went in, did smite down the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't have vision on Rahel, so they didn't know that Rahel had based. Otherwise, they could have actually taken that fight. But Rahel bases, they push them back, they get the Scuttle. Nicely done.
Yeah, and they are.
Whoa, Bivoy forced to flash away there as Hanbok dives in with a Hound's Pursuit, putting pressure onto the enemy AD carry.
And another thing that little soft contest accomplished is that Victor was able to get a lot of damage on that bot side turret as well, and force Fudge to kind of respond to that bot side push. So really nice little bluff from Sentinels playing around the fact that Shopify couldn't see that Rahel had backed.
Yeah, very, very effective stuff from them. Rahel, pretty close in gold to where Bivoy is, so neither AD carry has a big advantage. Darkwings, though, has created a pretty nice lead for himself. And, Hui is actually up quite a bit of gold. And with enchanters, it is relevant, especially an enchanter like Seraphine that scales really, really well. Already has the Echoes of Hylia, already has CDR boots, the tier is almost fully stacked. And enchanters, especially champions like Seraphine that scale so well, at 2+ items become such a problem because there's so much sustain, so much CC that can actually come out from this champ.
Back here in the top side, summons up the Ornhorn, finds the point-blank knock up there onto Zinni, who does go ahead and use that knockback to try to make a little bit of space, but when Darkwings arrives, Zinni dies. Impact's the one who takes the kill.
Yeah, nice coordinated play from Darkwings and Impact there, using his TP to kill off Zinni in the side lanes. And it's kind of interesting, even though Fudge is going to be able to get a bunch of damage down on this turret, and he continues to be kind of the bright spot. We'll see if Shopify are going to respond, but Hanbok is on to Seos as well.
Contracts finds a nice chunk of damage there on the Darkwings, who immediately retaliates with about the same amount of force. Hanbok moving towards this top side. The wave is about to crash into the turret, and that's a defensive ulti from Contracts to escape. If he doesn't drop that, he's dead.
Exactly. I think it's absolutely the right choice. When you have no Aegis Assault, there's no way you're going to actually be able to survive, even the Hound's Pursuit coming in. So a good bit of pressure put there onto Contracts. And it is going to mean the Herald is started up. They're TPing back, though. Zinni's here as is Fudge.
Yeah, so Zinni's made his way on the Darkwings here in the top side. Fudge with the wraparound means that Darkwings has nowhere to go. I'm not going to lie, I hate the flash.
There was no way you're getting out.
Yeah, maybe it's a flash to try to get the turret,
But he didn't even try to auto-attack the turret. He was trying to run away.
I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt because
I'm
I feel
not.
like the flash was just bad. Bivoy now getting jumped on. Impact goes in, finds the knock-up. Hombach's got to get away from the tier 1. It's Contracts now caught by the beat drop. Has to try to get away as the Ash Arrow finds one target. Another Ornhorn sounds through. Contracts staying alive, though. Shopify lucky to get Contracts and Bivoy both out of there.
And look at Fudge on the top side. You see they're going to kind of try TP Impact up there to contest that. But again, like that initial soft contest from Herald, like way back, is what allowed Sentinels to kind of come in and get the Herald here as well. So even though they do lose Darkwings, being able to immediately pop that, clear up the mid turret is really nice from them. Even with everything they hit though, I was kind of surprised at how difficult it was to get onto Bivoy, right? And Contracts blocking so much damage with that Aegis Assault was also a huge part of that.
Yeah, and Fudge has just been perma side laning, right? He got the first tower on bot side, got basically all the plates there. During that play, he took down the tier 1 top, got even at least 1 plate off of the tier 2 plates even. So he is up 2K. They are still down gold as a team, and that generally means it is on the Jace to get something done. You have got to be able to find these plays, but if you don't know where Nefiri is, it is really scary because ahead gold or not, Impact can set up for these ganks very, very easily. And Impact is still going to be able to fulfill his role on the Ornn. Whether he is down 2K or up 2K, you can still press R and you can still be very effective in the team fights.
I mean, he has Jack Show, right? He's got Unending Despair. It's already Ornn item upgraded. Now Fudge gets caught here by the arrow. We said the pressure is on Fudge to make things happen. And he's the target immediately here from Sentinels. 3 seconds left until the Drake spawns. And the Fed player is now chunked out of the conflict. As Impact steps forward, forcing the rest of Shopify Rebellion away, but Sentinels also takes a little bit of damage in return. Zinni trying to create a point of pressure here on the pincer angle. The rest of Shopify going to group up behind him. Sentinels already has 2 Drake, Shopify none. It'll be sole point if Sentinels gets this. Nice flick onto Darkwings, but not a whole lot of damage. Ready to follow up the seismic shove. Shopify still looking for an angle. There comes your Weaver's wall, but the only person who gets isolated is Impact, who immediately breaks the wall open. There's not even really any threat on it. Hombach's waiting over the wall here into the Dragon Pit, looking to secure the Drake. Nice seismic shove again there on the Darkwings. They found the kill into him. Now Contract's gonna die in retaliation. Fudge your next target. That's the Fed Jace. Hombach very low, is taken out, but again, traded back for Fudge. 2 for 2 so far. Sentinel still looking, but Rahel is entirely out of mana. Huhi firing back a little bit. Bivoy has already vouched forward. Impact's gotta be careful here. Does charge away, keeps himself safe. Stays alive for now. Okay, 2 for 2, and Sentinels gets the Fed player, and they get the Dragon, and Impact steps away from the seismic shove.
And Impact actually able to get a lot of gold there. He got 2 kills off the back of that, and the fact that they got the Dragon, they're going to be really, really happy about how that went down. At the end of the day, you know, this is the punish for wasting your flash top lanes for Darkwing, because he does actually get caught here. As he walks forward, he is hit by the tidal wave, and the follow-up of that seismic shove, the hop forward from Contracts, but then Hombach gets into the backline, putting pressure down. Couldn't quite finish off Fudge, took them a little bit longer to do it, and then you just end up in this 3v3 situation, but Sentinels had already claimed the Dragon, so going to be really happy about that. They are now very close to getting an Ocean Soul, and an Ocean Soul for an Ornn who now has 3 kills. That is going to be big, and the ornaments are even coming through. He's level 15, so he's going to have 2 Ornn upgrades ready. He already used 1 on the Cyclo Sword. He has another ready to go.
Yeah, and not only that, but on top of having Seraphine here, also the Nefiri being able to get into the backline and then back out. So yeah, it really, really puts so much pressure on Shopify, who again were supposed to have this kind of early to mid game comp to kind of control the side lanes. And even though Fudge has been doing a good job there, they haven't really been able to make as many plays as I think they would have wanted, despite his lead.
All right, Shopify. It's still a close enough game that everything is contestable. Things haven't been going their way so far. Nice seismic shove, catch into Hombach. The flash, again, for nothing. Sentinel's jungler dies. spends the flash, and Shopify are taking this as the green light to start up the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to start it up. Impact is in the area. They need to wait for Darkwings, though. He is very far away still.
Yeah, Impact charges forward. Bivoy's going to get caught. Shane CC down onto the Corki, but Rahel's not DPSing. Bivoy flashes away, stays alive for now, but that should be more than enough to stop this Baron attempt.
Honestly, well done from Sentinels. That was a 3v5 that they actually contested with. Darkwings wasn't a part of that at all, and they get the flash off of Bivoy. They push them back, and they're considering, do we want to try to stay around in the area with our jungler coming back up?
Okay, Zinni, however, throws out the Weaver's Wall. Impact is the one caught. Nice moves from Shopify. Picking up another one for free, or is it? Nope, Contract staying alive. Accelerated Shock Blast misses. Sentinels still trying to contest now. It's still a 4v5 because now the Neferi is back out on the map. Hambach has respawned. Zinni getting chased down here by Darkwings and Huhi. Not quite enough damage to kill him here just yet. Does throw down that gravity field. And Zinni forced to flash.
They could start Baron if they wanted. It would be a little bit risky, but I mean, you just got the flash off of Zinni. He has no TP, he has no Weaver's Wall. There were some all-in pings onto Baron from Sentinels, but clearly the team not fully aligned on that because it was only Hambach going over to the pit.
Yeah.
He obviously thought they had an angle to start it. Other people didn't agree, so they do not decide to risk it.
Yeah, and that kind of makes sense. They should just be able, I mean, Hambach will pick up this Scuttle Crab. There, I think you did finally see, as the TP comes in from Impact on the spot side, the Talia Pantheon combo working in tandem as well to burn down Hambach really quickly. And then credit to Sentinels for that contest to stop Shopify from taking the Baron.
I mean, it was just a really nice pick onto Hambach. You know, he used Call of the Pack after getting hit by that Shock Blast, and as soon as that was used, Contracts is like, well, you're dead. Like, I flash stun you, Seismic Shove is there, you don't have the ability to get out after, and as Flowers had called out, insult to injury, you use the flash in a play where you're going to die regardless, and that is definitely a cost. So Shopify still in with a chance. They're up a couple hundred gold here, but that is lying to you a bit because there's 3 Dragons of stats on the other side, plus a lot of ornaments. Which is going to make Sentinels, I think, more powerful at this point of the game. And if you lose one more Dragon, that is Ocean Soul, and that is going to be so problematic.
But I do like seeing Shopify play aggressively like this. Yes, it's a very minor lead, but they do have a lead, and they're the ones who are taking first control over the bot side river. They want to contest for this Ocean Soul. Bivoy evading the attempted engage coming out there from Sentinels. Staying alive here, staying healthy on the Corki. Very, very important. Hambach Call the Pack doesn't get a whole lot of value out of that one. Meanwhile, the Seraphine goes in after Bivoy, who tries to cleanse and get away from it, but he's already killed off by Darkwings. Big engage coming out from Sentinels. Contracts is the second target, and it's 2 for free. This is what I'm talking about. This is why you need engage. Sentinels sees the angle, and they take it. Zinni trying to get away here with the teleport. Impact wanted to get the point-blank headbutt to knock him up and interrupt that, but it's not going to work. Fudge thinking about maybe trying to snipe a dragon, but it will not work out. Sentinels take 2 kills, and the Ocean Soul 26 minutes in.
And this is where you really see how many options Sentinels have, right, with this composition. So even though the Ash Arrow doesn't hit initially, guess what? Hambach is going to go in on the Neferi. The Charm hits onto Bivoy with the follow-up from Ornn. And as soon as Bivoy goes down, they're right onto Contracts. And this is also Impact's frontlining is so good, and why we were kind of like, okay, he hasn't played these champions like the Ornn, like the Cassante to make room for your team. You saw it right there in how he was able to combo with the Seraphine and also immediately then turn on to Contracts.
I just love the aggression there from Sentinels because Bivoy was positioning very cocky. There's Mikhail's and he had Cleanse, but he didn't have Flash, right? So yes, he can cleanse something. The Ash Arrow missed, and they're still saying, you're too far forward. Without Flash, it doesn't actually matter if you have Cleanse. The ult Flash from Huhi forces the Cleanse, but the Ornn ult is perfectly layered, so he's instantly knocked back up, and Darkwings over the wall is hitting him, you know, flashing away from the Jace to get more damage down. Impact instantly flashed in to follow up to know, hey, he can't create space. He's already used the Valk, and we can kill him from this spot, and that was just a great play, getting them the Ocean Soul, and doesn't matter how ahead Fudge is at this point, you are not killing that Ocean Soul Ornn anytime soon.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you can completely mag dump the guy, do 66% of his health in a full, like, both forms trade, And by the time the next wave gets here, guess what?
Full health.
He's full HP. Like, have fun. This is not going to be an enjoyable experience. You mentioned the ornaments earlier, Isaac. The Voltaic Cyclo Sword that was already upgraded. Now you've got the Kraken Slayer upgraded on Rahel. Impact, I believe with level 16, he's got more that he could also hand out the next
he could
time.
upgrade everyone.
Yeah, everybody should be fully upgraded. I was like, I don't play Ornn myself, so I'm pretty sure.
It's 13 you get ornament, and then 14, 15, 16. So he should have another one available.
Okay. He bursted low, but he ain't taken down just yet. Bivoy and Contracts trying to get away. Shutdown credit goes over to Fudge as he dies. Hambach now in danger. Down to half HP here himself. 1-0 favoring Shopify Rebellion as the gold stays dead even between these teams. But even though Shopify win the fight, they get the one pick, they're hurt enough in response, they can't take anything else off the map.
Yeah, not going to be able to get anything else. They do lose some summoners. They do get Rahel's Flash and Cleanse, which is big, but they lost Zinni's Flash, they lost Contract's Flash, they lost the heal off of Seos. But, you know, maybe you can be able to pick off Rahel without any of those summoners, and that could be pretty big. Rahel flashed a Shock Blast that just deleted Huhi, and was Huhi's first death of the game here. But the Seraphine, you know, now has the Mikhails available. There's really not a lot of CC. It's basically your Mikhailsing, really, I guess, just the Pantheon stun. That's
Aqua Prison, maybe?
Aqua Prison, but then it's a knockup, right? So it wouldn't even get you.
But it makes it so you can flash.
You can flash, yeah. Yeah.
So it's a half.
Yeah.
So
if you have Flash available, then it's worth doing the knockups.
Yeah, it's 1.5 things you could possibly cleanse. Meanwhile, Contracts now under pressure here as Hambach and Impact go for the invade. The rest of Sentinels trying to distract Shopify so they can't save their jungler, and Impact grabs the kill. That's Contracts down. That's the Shopify jungle. Baron is up on the map. There's nothing to contest on the other side for another 2.5 minutes. Shopify, what is your answer?
Yeah, they're just going to barrel down mid. And I mean, I think it is the right call, right? I'm not sure that they would be able to contest this Drake. Just try to get whatever you can off the map. Because otherwise you're probably just going to get wiped.
Yeah, I mean, there's Call of the Forge God and Encore. You know, there's Flashback available for the Seraphine. If you go over there, you probably are just going to get turned on and killed, and it's such a low percentage play. So instead, they take out the tier 1 mid, they take down the tier 2 bot, so they're just trying to get some gold for themselves. And usually when you fall into this kind of a game where you've lost Soul, you've lost Baron, you're saying, all right, let's stall, let's pray we can steal Elder, and if you can get Elder, the game can be equalized.
Yeah.
That is the Hail Mary. That's usually your best chance from a spot like this, and Impact now is 17 and has used his final 2 upgrades there, so upgraded the Leandries as well as the Mikhails, so had those ready to go. There's 5 ornaments. It is just a 700 gold lead, but of course a massive amount of gold worth of stats from the 4 dragons and the Soul, as well as the 5 ornaments that have now been upgraded. So really, stats-wise, you're thinking that they're like near 10K ahead.
Yeah, this is some scary stuff. 90 seconds until that Elder. 2 minutes left on the Baron. It's hard to imagine a world where Sentinels don't have control over the Dragon Pit once that big objective spawns. Darkwing's pushing up towards the tier 2 here in the bottom lane, but it's Impact getting jumped on. Flashes away from Shopify, who want to continue committing towards the Ornn. Tidal Wave misses. Impact trying to slow everybody down. Summons up the Call of the Forge God, looking to use the Bellows Breath, keeping himself alive. Misses the return hit on his own ulti. But the rest of Sentinels has arrived. Bivoy under pressure. Hambach taking the kill while Impact continues fighting back. It's a disaster for Shopify Rebellion, and Sentinels is taking everybody off the rift. A double kill over to Hambach. It's 4 dead, only Contracts alive, and Sentinels is looking to end this series.
Now you see how difficult it is to kill that Ornn. They weren't even able to take Impact out in that fight.
Sentinels on the victory march. 30 minutes into the game, it was coming down to an Elder fight, but Shopify end up blundering. It's Sentinels that punish. It's Sentinels that sweep Shopify 2-0 here, and it's Sentinels who are keeping those playoff dreams alive.
Keeping those playoff dreams alive, and now big fans of DSG.
Yes.
Because if DSG wins, they are going to lock playoffs off of that. A pretty dominant victory here. Impact back on tanks. Sentinels wins the series. Lounge, what do you think?
Tanks were hibernating.
Yeah,
you knew when. So we said it's a must-win game.
Yeah.
And then in game 1, he lost Cassante, doesn't seem to do much, but you knew he meant business. So game 2, when he locks Ornn, he's back in prime form.
It's Impact
playing
time.
the greatest hits. And the way Sentinels played, too, all these games, Impact on tanks, let's group for Drake, let's scale, let's not take too many risks. And what do you have? Sentinels with a 87.5% of remaining scenarios to make playoffs, Kobe.
And that's kind of what we said at the beginning of the day, what we were looking for out of this matchup. Raz did predict one game of Shopify favor, but
Incorrectly.
But they just could not really bring it together. The whole time I feel like this whole series, I felt like, there's not really that hope of the Magic this time around. Actually, game one I did.
There was a little bit.
Game one I did. I'm gonna take that back.
Sentinels had bot lane advantage pretty early on in every single game.
Back.
Fudge had a huge goal lead, but it never felt like that pressure was mattering.
Yeah,
Sentinels felt very in control.
I mean, also, I feel like these drafts, and we've seen this multiple times, and Spawn literally after one of the TL games where they got Ashe, Seraphine, Ornn, I think it was a Yone comp, and some other jungle character.
Hey!
Like, this is OP!
Huh? Okay. Oh, first of all, nice haircut. When did you get this?
5 days ago.
Okay, nice.
Is this also when you decided to play tanks again? Around the time you cut your hair?
No, but like, it's unfortunately I have to play tank. You know, I see pick and man, I like last pick, I like, oh shit, I have to play tank.
Yeah.
But I was looking tank, I like, they don't have many good tank.
No?
Yeah, because they banned the Sion too. So I like, guys, I know it sucks, but I have to play Ornn.
So we've been having this debate the whole year about your champion pool, this split. You've played the most champions of everyone we had last week, but you had 0 games on Cassante, Sion, Ornn, which traditionally are 3 of your best champions.
Yeah.
Is it because you're bored of playing them, or did you actually think the other picks were just always the best pick in the game?
I mean, I'm more following meta. But
Okay.
that's why I don't play tank that much, because like Cassante is kind of hard to blind these days, and like Sion can blind, but you need to care team comp most.
Yeah.
Sometimes Sion is like giga useless, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's up to team comp also. Like we kind of doesn't like give lane prior is free.
Yeah.
For them. So yeah, that's why we try focus more like prior champ. But today, I have to play. You know?
What has it been like in the dungeons of practice? Because every of the top teams, the dungeon, because every of the top teams are like, Sentinels are really good.
Yeah.
But obviously you guys are fighting for playoffs, which is a crazy position to be in.
Yeah.
What were you guys kind of trying to work on?
Man, I think nothing that's changed that much. I feel like we are focused more team fight and like how we can play better like individual. Also macro situation.
Yeah.
I feel like we are doing well the macro situation, but I think we can be better. Also, I think our problem just team fight decision making, because I think we lose against good team from team fight always. Not like macro or like early game. We lose from always team fight. So we have to work on that one more. But I think we try, I think pretty good. But like, I mean, result looks bad, but like still, I think progressing is not bad. You know.
Yeah, it feels like your team, you have a good idea of how you guys want to play the game though, and find your wins.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy. League is easy.
Were you guys nervous about maybe missing playoffs? Because you did so well online. You're already going to EWC.
I mean, I tell them if we play bad in here, we cannot pass playoff either, you know?
Yeah.
Like just, we're gonna lose in the playoff. That's more embarrassing.
Yeah.
Just accept. If we lose now, we just suck. Play better next season, you know? So, I mean, it's kind of hard to look at the accept that, but I still think if you think too much about your result matter, you cannot focus your game.
True.
So I just tell them, just focus on your job, what you can do in the demo one that time. I think it's better than just think, oh, if we lose, we cannot pass playoff. What we do? Nothing changed. You're gonna eat the meal, you know. Next day, you're gonna drink water and play game and eating food. Nothing changed.
Yeah.
You know, you're not gonna die, you know.
That's awesome perspective. Congratulations, you win player of the game for this one.
There we go. There it
Play
is.
more tanks.
I mean,
get more pogs.
How? I guess.
I did.
I mean, I can see this game because my teammate kind of throw, you know?
Yeah.
One each die randomly. I'm like, guys, why we throw? It's like PTSD. The first game kind of similar situation.
Yeah.
I think that's our weakness, so we have to work on about that.
Yeah.
We randomly give free kill for fun sometimes. And I feel like people sometimes lose focus. So yeah, I hope we can fix that next week.
Yeah, well, congratulations on the win. Way higher chance of playoffs now.
True.
Not locked. You're actually big DSG fans now.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
sorry, big dig fans. Big dig fans.
Big fans. Yeah.
I'm kind of I'm not worried about everything that
Yeah,
much.
just win next week anyway.
Yeah, just play better, you know.
Play better.
Just win all your games.
Yeah.
If you win, then you're
That's
good.
matter.
Yeah, Impact advice. Okay, thanks for joining us, Impact. On the other side of this break, we'll hear from Certi ahead of his return to LCS competition. Disguise versus Digging Toss is up next.
Woo.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life. Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What's up, Certi? Congratulations on coming back. It's always nice to see you in the LCS. Question for me is, how'd you get the news? How'd you respond to it from Daejeon, or at least DSG asking for you to come in and there's top laner?
Well, I was doing some homework after streaming, and I was like, okay, just chilling, quiet night. And then the manager of DSG, Chris, messaged me. He was like, hey, Certi, XYZ is happening. There is a chance that we might need you depending on if Lion meets our buyout. And I was like, okay, I mean, I'm happy to play. I have nothing better to do. I miss playing a lot. I realized while I was on my break that there's a certain level of fulfillment that comes from doing what you're passionate about.
Yeah.
It's like you don't live life in the past or in the future. You're completely absorbed in the present. And I think there's something really beautiful about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just waking up every single day so excited to go into what I'm doing.
That's amazing. I mean, also just like, so I guess that kind of dovetails into the idea of like, what are your personal goals coming back into the position in DSG?
I think, well, I mean, winning, of course, is the most important thing.
Yes.
Second most important thing is showing a strong individual performance. I feel like during my debut, I was in a meta which I was very uncomfortable with in a competitive environment, which led to me playing worse than I should have. And I was also very inexperienced in handling certain team dynamics as a rookie. I think I learned a lot from that experience, and I became a much better player online because of it. But I also think that going into the off-season, there's a bit of a stigma around me from the time on Dig. And I feel like what I did on Lion as a rookie was not accounted for because of that. So I just want to reiterate how I was playing on Lion and put myself back into people's minds.
Is there a feeling that the fact that your first series is going to be going up against Dignitas?
I don't know. Like, obviously Photon's the guy who ended up taking my spot, but I think that was a blessing in disguise for me because I got to play on Lion and play better, being out of the environment that I was in initially. I've heard he's a lovely person. I see the people on the Dig team at the gym all the time because we go to the same gym.
Yeah.
Obviously no bad blood or hard feelings against any of them, but I think it would be what's the word? It would be very nice to
Validating, maybe?
knock Dig out of playoffs on my first game in the LCS ever, because I never got a game in the LCS. I played in the LTA.
True. That's true. And I guess a question that I would have is, because there's a lot of stirring news based off of what you said on your stream. Are you here to stay? What news did you get? Like, what can you tell us?
Well, I don't know if I'm here to stay or not. I think based on how I've been playing in scrims, there probably isn't anybody you can import who would be doing the things I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
But who knows if that'll show up on stage, obviously. Different kind of pressure, different kind of environment. Hopefully I can translate it. And I hope that I make a very strong case for myself, not just for Disguise, but for the other teams as well, because I do think that there's a very clear upper echelon of top laners in the LCS right now. And I don't consider myself worse than anyone below the top 4.
Strong statements. I cannot wait to see your debut in the LCS.
Yeah.
Appreciate the conversation.
Of course, man.
Introspective Certi is
Yeah,
one of my
very much.
favorite Certis. Like, I really like how he said something I actually just really personally agree with, which is kind of the joy that comes from doing something that you really, really love.
Yeah.
So it was really cool to hear him kind of find that again through playing.
Yeah. I want to go over playoff scenarios.
Wow, you don't appreciate Certi's joy for
Certi's
playing League of Legends?
Thrown straight into the playoff simulator.
Chucked right in
away.
there. Yeah.
So what we saw earlier today was Sentinels with the 2-0, which moves their playoff chances up to, I'm just going to say chances. I don't care if it's not technically chances. 87.5%. If Dignitas wins, you can see what happens. It doesn't actually improve for Sentinels. It actually hurts it. Nobody clinches or is eliminated. But if DSG wins, either 2-0 or 2-1, that would actually lock Sentinels and eliminate Dignitas because they'd go to 0-6. So if you're a fan of weird playoff scenarios, you'd actually be rooting for Dignitas in this one because that creates the most possible scenarios. If you're wondering how would Sentinels possibly not make it after winning the 2-0 today, DSG would win, Sentinels would lose if we're talking about next week, and then Sentinels would actually not make playoffs, and Dignitas still has their path towards playoffs if those were the things that happened. But for this game, the important thing to know is that if Dignitas wins 2-0 or 2-1, then nobody really clinches.
Yeah.
But if DSG wins, that's going to eliminate Dignitas and clinch Sentinels for top 6.
That's crazy. I mean, that says a lot, especially since Sentinels will be kicking themselves based off of the first week or like the first couple of weeks, losing to DSG.
Yeah.
Like that whole trek back upwards again from Sentinels.
What's going on with DSG?
Great question.
They won 2-1 against Sentinels. It looked like they had a glow up at the start of lock-in, and now they've lost not even just 4 consecutive matches. They've lost 8 consecutive games.
Yeah. It's been kind of depressing, and I think what sucks is the shining light was Castle.
Yeah.
He was someone finding constant leads in his matchup, and they were looking towards playing to him. Now I wonder how they will basically play their early game out, if they're going to find angles to get Sajed the best matchup possible because that lane has been struggling, or if they're going to be playing towards Certi.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm super curious about too, because if you remember, back in his initial stint, I like that he pointed out he wasn't in LCS, he was in LTA, but there was a lot of conversation around him being allowed to play picks he was a lot more comfortable on, rather than channeling him down like you are going to play this for the team. Because he is so fond of playing a lot of bruisers or carries in the top lane, I'm actually kind of curious if they do end up going towards him.
And meanwhile, for Dignitas, this has to be your win. The fact that all 3 of their
Gotta do
individual
it.
games were up against Team Liquid, C9, Lion, you feel like you can do it. This has to be the time that you notch it in. So I'm going to take it straight to the casters. Kangas, what are your thoughts on this?
My thoughts, Raz, since you asked so politely, are I'm happy to have Certi back in the league. This is a big shakeup very late in the split here, Kobe. Not all of us expected this to happen. In fact, I would say nobody expected this to happen.
It's very rare to have within split roster changes because it's very difficult to find replacements usually for people that are, of the caliber of LCS. And so, this was also at the very deadline for roster lock. So definitely is a a curveball here for both the teams that they are on as well as playing against. I, for one, am pretty excited to see Certi back. I like that he was not, beating around the bush. He was like, yeah, my main priority, okay, I want to win for the team because, they signed me. But my main priority, besides that, I need to look good and I need to get a job. He's like, yes, I don't think that anybody that you can import can do what I'm doing in scrims right now. And I think that I am better than all of these bottom half top laners that are in the league. So, the honesty, he has drive. He knows what he wants. He's like, I'm waking up, loving it every day. All right, now we got I just like these big moments, where there's a lot of pressure and a lot of tension. Yeah. Because he's going against Photon. While it is Dignitas, it's the last place team. They haven't won a series. Photon is, a very decent top laner here. He is often considered the best player on the team in a lot of the games.
FBI,
sometimes, you had the FBI Senna game and the Ignar, Alistar game and stuff. But in general, Photon performs quite well, for Dignitas. And so I do like that they're investing already in Certi here with the draft. Give him his first pick Rumble. Say, okay, let's see what you've got.
He's in the pressure seat because this is the playoff race, the playoff bubble, as it were. But they're locking in Rumble. First pick for Certi, trying to get him that power pick early on. Let's see how Dignitas wants to react if they go for an early top lane counter pick, or if they want to lock in something more standard in the bot lane, expecting Ashe to be paired with the Seraphine, as that will be what FBI and Ignar can pilot now.
Yeah, you don't need to rush into top lane counter picks because you could just play, Gallia or Ornn or whatever as well into the Rumble. And why not invest in the hottest duo of the current meta, I feel like, Ashe and Seraphine here. Karma's already banned out and Varus was banned out. So, I'm definitely a huge fan of this combo. I'm such a fan that I want it to get nerfed.
I feel like that's a hater, Kobe.
Yeah, but we position ourselves as fans.
Sure. Yeah,
you
unbiased
give
caster.
them more of a spotlight. You talk about them a lot. So you're like, hey, they're really
Hey, Freak, have you seen how good Ashe and Seraphine look together? Yeah, exactly.
Oftentimes, too, we just saw Ashe Seraphine with an Ornn, Ashe Seraphine with lots of these team fight combos. Getting a very big front line is critical as well. They're going to, looks like, opt for the Skarner here into the Xin, who is always interesting.
No, they pivot. It's
just
Ornn
because Xin is oftentimes used as a counter pick into it. And we did mention the Ornn previously as we were talking about Ashe and Seraphine. And it looks like they're going to go with the same formula. I mean, I talked about this multiple times, but after Team Liquid do it, Spawn was literally like, yeah, I mean, these are our best champions, and so we didn't even have to do much. So they've got the Ashe, they've got the Seraphine, they have the Ornn. Then you look for, what Team Liquid did it, they were doing a lot of Yone games with it. Palafox could do that because, he's often been, one of those melee mid lane players and looks for, engaged mid lane champions. But it's into a Rise, so I don't think that's going to, happen this time around. They'll go for something else. And then you get a jungle with some carry potential for XU to round it out that can really, thrive in some extended long team fights.
Something that can elongate the Seraphine ultimate as well. And I gotta say, we just saw Sentinels pull off a very similar draft, and they got the victory just earlier a few minutes ago. So already Dignitas drafting a core of that. Now mid lane, we're looking for a little more damage here, either through XU or Palafox. It's looking like with this hover, it could be more facilitating from Palafox, but then we'll see what they decide to actually lock in, as it's Taliyah for Palafox.
Yeah, Taliyah always was a pretty common matchup with Rise. One of Palafox's best champions, I feel like, over the long course of his entire career. And definitely some good combos because Talia, you always want setup. There's plenty of CC on this team. We're going to get the Deathfire Touch Smolder. This thing is all the rage in solo queue. The Black Cleaver just stacks up with the Deathfire Touch, plays into Smolder's poke pattern really well, and yeah, that's what we're gonna get here for Sajed, who you always want to highlight his team fighting, and Smolder kind of plays into that too. Farm up down there and stack up, and then get to the point where you can, execute the Ornn.
I will say not a lot of hard engage on the side of DSG, though, and a lot on the side of Dignitas as it's Vi locked in for XU. So between the Arrow, the Ornn Horn, the Vi Ultimate, the Seraphine, like they have ways to start off these fights. DSG is going to be playing more on the kind of reactive side, just looking at the comps.
Well, and they also, for DSG's side, they do have a lot of early power and skirmishing power. So you want like smaller fights with Xin and Ryze, having really good possibilities themselves. Xin, especially for the jungle matchup here, a lot more early game than Vi. You can oftentimes go for invades on the Vi. You can force early dragon fights and skirmishes. And you want to try and get some of these leads out of these skirmishes or earlier isolated plays before you get the big grouping. And then you get this team fight of the Ashe Seraphine with, Ornn coming through. And it's just like this crazy big wall that you have to get through.
So who's going to help him out? Which lane are we looking to back up the Xin Zhao going aggressive?
Lane.
Solo lane.
Yes, you're not going to the Smolder lane.
No, you're going to let that guy stack?
No, Xin invading Vi. You've got a Rumble pushing for you topside, and you have a Ryze play off mid lane. So I definitely expect that to be the angle that XU does go for. And Certi, we were talking about him. He's the talk of the town with the trade being the big news for the entire league right before the roster lock. And Certi here filling Castle's place that he left on DSG after heading out for Lion. He's got a Rumble into Ornn matchup. Very nice and easy for him, especially with the new Deathfire Touch. You can put out a lot of pressure. That rune, of course, you want to keep the burn up as much as possible so you can get the empowered burn.
Here's a reminder, though, in case you were not caught up on the Certi lore as to his story and journey, as we see a slight trade in the mid lane there. Certi replaced by Photon.
They're still going.
They're still going for it.
Popping some Ghost.
Yeah. But if you missed it there on the side because you're watching the fight, basically Certi kind of replaced by Photon. So he's going up against the guy that took his seat on Dignitas when he was kind of the starter for them in the LTA. And it was fun hearing him in that interview saying, I've never actually started in the LCS. He was in the LTA. It was a different named league. So welcome to the LCS, Certi.
Yeah, and does get to play the Ornn on the top side. Lots of heavy trading on bottom side too. So both junglers actually heading down towards bottom. Of course, Dignitas with the advantage of the Hawk Shot. Will be able to get the extra information as well. And then you have the Raptor Ward that DSG were able to put. So they will just surmise it's also top-down clears for both of them. And I want to see how heavy the trading does go. I mean, they do have the extra sustain here, so chugging potion for Sajed as well as the Nami heals coming through. And as we said, the Hawk Shot is the early easy cheat, so you get perfect timing on the Xin clear that is coming towards you and can play accordingly.
And all the lanes from top to bottom so far slight pushes for Dignitas. We see the Ornn pushing in the Rumble. We see the Ashe Seraphine pushing in Sajed and Lions, who we have seen happen more often than not as junglers are heading to the bot side. So that kind of raises the question because Castle, Desk was talking about this. Who's going to step up on the side of DSG, Kobe? Because Castle was the bright spot. If you looked at an average gold distribution for this team, he was the only one ahead. So we actually want to ask chat, who's going to step up and be that next carry? And I'm going to ask you, Kobe, do you think it's going to be Kryra, Call Me, or Sajed? Which is the most likely on DSG's side?
I think Call Me. I actually think Call Me is quite decent. And Quad was talking about him specifically on pros, and he was talking about how he is a better laner for this matchup. Quad was predicting that DSG are going to have an advantage because of that mid lane power, and he's got the Ryze. I just feel like Ryze, ever since they introduced Actualizer, this champ can pump.
Yeah, that 3-item spike is crazy.
Later on, it gets crazy, and since you have the Xin as your jungler, I feel like there's a lot of potential there for early skirmishes.
Certi getting a big chunk on a Photon in the 1v1 topside. Kryra's nearby. Potential for a dive as another wave is going to come in here. So who knows? Maybe it's actually the top lane that's going to keep carrying as FBI also gets chunked out there by Sajed. And it looks like chat has answered. It is Sajed that chat believes in and has faith in. 0% for Kryra. That's crazy. Wow.
People hate junglers, dude. Also,
Sounds like it's
maybe
come from a
also
personal
sometimes
place.
it's like, oh, you said it, and maybe they don't know how to spell it or something. But no, it's probably because a lot of people have played against the Deathfire, Touch, Black Cleaver, Smolders.
Yeah.
That have been running around or flying around, and they already announced that the interaction is going to get nerfed or toned down, give a little internal cooldown. But it's definitely fun, and it's cool to see. So we'll keep track of Sajed's stacking and see how well he's able to keep on pace,
Slow down
because
here.
it's not the easiest of lanes. Kind of annoying with the poke.
And I'll say this has been a conversation we've talked about a lot when it comes to Sajed and Lions. The laning phase, they have been falling behind. It's later in the game where we really see them step up and start to have a bigger impact. I think they get a little more of a pass this laning phase around, because we do expect the Smolder to be more of that scaling pick. That's a nice look back from Palafox there to call me. Some more trading in the mid lanes, but the other one's going to go down.
All right. I mean, it's actually a big battle because getting the vision control for mid lane when you've got these junglers is critical. So Xe is just going to slip on over there, finish the job, take out the other control ward. So everybody will be blind. And Kami's like, all right, fine. I'm just going to hover this top side of the lane. I know that you were just down there. Xe is not clearing his Krugs either, not completing his second clear. So he went for the recall after clearing that ward to go for his purchase first for his tunneler and his extra control ward. And he's going to go into a Krugs and maybe bottom side trailing play. He's going to have a little bit of time after that here. The Scuttle Crab, unfortunately for us, we like to see the fights that are on the bottom half of the map, but it is spawning on the top side. So, you know, after resetting here, Hawkshot is going to see Kryra finishing Gromp and heading towards, you know, the river and quite possibly up to grab the Scuttle Crab, whereas XU is going to hover around here. They did get the little trailing vision on Kryra with that Hawkshot, and so it's keeping them guessing a little bit as far as where he went after the upper river.
And control ward by DSG will spot XU now, so this is perfect information for Kryra to just take that top Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, well, and he was already beeline for that. He doesn't want to mess around, I think, with the Ashe Seraphine bottom lane. And XU's going to focus on the dragon stacking here quite nicely. Vi very good at taking them. And here we go, Realm Warp to contest it. How quickly can he finish?
Kryra and Call Me are coming very fast. Level 6 for Kryra, level 5 for XU. They're into the pit, and it's stolen! Kryra and Call Me, the combo 2v1 will get first blood and a Dragon Steel.
Chat was right.
Yeah?
When we immediately went to them, there was 0%. Wait a second.
Even get flash out of Palafox. Yeah, they're looking for more.
But then you saw, after they had some time to vote, some votes for Kryra started to come in. So
Put some respect on the jungler, Kobe.
They realized, you know, like, oh, okay, maybe it will be jungle stepping up. This one, I give, like, points to both, though. You know, my boy Call Me here that we're kind of voting for with the Realm Warp. The plan is coordinated, and they get the level 6 off the Scuttle Crab, so then you know you can win this fight, and they use the Realm Warp to get here in time. Just works out perfectly, and then the level 6 is used there to, well, I guess they didn't even need it, but flashes traded, and they both flash afterwards to chase down XU. So nicely done there.
I believe XU smited it to 20 HP on the Dragon. Really close margins right there. But yeah, I love that combo from Call Me and Kryra. You get level 6 off of that top Scuttle. You're gonna win the fight. And you had already highlighted, Kobe, that Xin Zhao can just do this anyway. So now that Kryra is, you know, a couple camps ahead, has that assist, also gets the Dragon Steel, things are looking pretty good for DSG when it comes to their jungle and mid laner.
And this is the quote I was talking about when Quad was asked about this matchup from Emily, and it is positive, okay? Even though it sounds funny.
Why are we highlighting the top half and not the bottom half, Kobe?
Yeah. Well, he also said, I think the initial phrase was doesn't know how to like play the game afterwards, but he was highlighting that the overall point was that both these teams don't have the best macro, but Call Me's laning is superior, and so that's why, from a mid lane perspective, he was favoring DSG and Call Me. because of that factor. And, this wasn't necessarily laning. It was coordination with the jungle and kind of jungle plan playing around the level 6 off Scuttle Crab.
Hey, pre-level or pre-8 minutes, technically in the laning phase. So there we go. Maybe a little column A, a little column B. Either way, it's a lead for DSG now, as it's 2.5 minutes for that next dragon. Grubs are on the table, but neither jungler seems to be looking at them right now.
And speaking of leads, the Ashe Seraphine Kangas have a over 500 gold, almost 600 for FBI lead down there with their turret plate that they've been able to take. Turret plates, as they got 2 of them, as well as the CS lead. And so bottom lane will continue to be the focus for Dignitas here.
Looks like a dive. I mean, XU has cease and desist available. They're clearing out the control ward. XU's not spotted on it, so DSG know that this is happening. So Palafox actually even spots out Call Me. Ashe Arrow will go a little wide as the Weaver's Ball does not cancel the Realm Warp. Call Me is able to get out of there. So no dive. All right, Sajed and Lions, they have even the backup of their jungler and mid laner ready to come in on a moment's notice if that dive came through. So good hesitation there from Dig to say, nope, let's not hard force the play.
Yeah, and honestly, like the plans that we mentioned where for XU, you're trying to cover basically, you're trying to scale up with this team. It's going quite well for DSG, for Cryoru's side. He's just pushing it harder, able to make that Scuttle Crab play, get the dragon, play off his solo lanes that we were looking for Cryo. He grabs a grub for himself too, and I think this is well paced. Basically, they're like, you know what, bottom lane, just try and stack and farm. We know Ashe Seraphine is annoying.
Yep. Hang tight, you'll scale.
His stacks aren't that bad. It's fine. 69 at the moment.
Nice stacks.
Working towards, thank you. Working towards a decent pace. If you're playing double range lanes down there, it's not going to be the quickest, not being able to stack up off like a melee support or something.
And again, you are going to be scaling, getting those stacks to smolder, and the top half of the map is what's keeping DSG kind of in this, because Certi subbing in, first game now on the LCS stage. We know he played on LTA last year versus Photon today, though, is also getting himself a very large lead just when it comes to CS in the laning phase. So it kind of, it's bot side winning for Dig, but top side winning for DSG, making it a very equal game as Lions taking some damage. Has to flash from the seismic shove and the arrow.
All right, Nami will be vulnerable, but I mean, the first dragon, since it was kind of stolen away by DSG, there's a lot less of the threat of the big, Ashe Seraphine combo with no Ashe arrow down at the moment. You still have your Seraphine ult, but their positioning's not great, and their, vision, their entry is going to be difficult. So DSG should be able to finish the one, no problem. Certi walks his way down here, and he can just walk his way right back up to top lane. Don't think he's going to actually lose that much CS either. Ornn trying to push the lane in now, but Certi does have a blast cone to pop over the wall too, so good rotations here. DSG, the game plan being executed very, very well. Like we said, Cryo play off your solo lanes, just let your bottom lane tough it out, farm and stack down there. And he was even able to get more control over the neutral objectives than even initially thought.
Now we have another dive attempt, potentially, but Sajed actually backs all the way off, and XU throws up the angry monkey. So just more plates on the bottom turret going over to FBI.
They're going to blast on him.
1.4K.
Okay.
Yeah, ball breaker, XU gets out. He's fine.
Yeah, it's pretty deep in there. Honestly, for Dig, they're just like, all right, hunker down and, keep on farming. We'll try and group up for our team fights later.
Yeah, I mean, with that power spike for FBI, he has the Kraken Slayer completed. 4 of the plates taken. 1.4K. That's a big goal lead, Kobe, considering there's been no kills in the bottom side of the Rift.
That's their hope. That is the hope here for Dig. They need that damage output for these team fights. Again, they're going to find their big strength once they group up. They do have the possibilities. Like the early game, they could have maybe looked for some Vi and Talia combos. You always have the guaranteed Vi ult into Seismic Shove combo. But because, XU got chased out and killed off that early dragon and lost Flash as well, you can't really go for, Vault Vault Breaker flash plays, and so they didn't really have a great look to go for on Call Me. So everyone's keeping their summoner spells, so nice stuff here for DSG. After the trade and bringing in Certi.
We have Vault Breaker being channeled by XU right now.
It
Gets
is.
in range to land the ultimate onto Sajed, layer the CC, but he's able to flash cleanse, get out of there. Sajed survives the attempt in the mid lane. Dignitas threw a lot of ults at that.
Yeah, and then Ignar did the ult flash to try and chase down and connect on him, and also not able to connect on that one. So that is a very big timing window for DSG to avoid death. Vi ultimate and Seraphine flash ultimate down now. So even Lions, even without his flash on Nami, feels confident to poke around for vision here in the territory afterwards, because like there's no Vi ultimate that's going to punish me, and helps out a lot with the breathing room here. So you can look ahead towards your next dragon already for DSG. Keep a very quick pace about it for themselves.
The only thing I'll say is DSG won't have that smolder flash for that dragon fight if they try and continue stacking themselves. So I think that's one of those moments where Dignitas, they don't get the kill there, but they got the flash, which means that the next play, we're going to have to keep our eyes on Sajed's positioning, because now he could be in more danger.
Yeah, simultaneously, Seraphine is really squishy in the early game, and so Ignar attempting the ult flash and not connecting, you can drop, Rumble ultimate and Xin looking to get on the Seraphine. Ignar's positioning also has to be a little careful too. She usually, though, you can stay pretty far back and just bounce your ult off someone's head.
Let the Vi go in,
Here we go for a lane gank though.
Call Me alone in lane right now. XU jumps forward, but he has Kryra in his back pocket. Speaking of a flashless Seraphine, there's a kill to Kryra.
There you go. They punish it. The offensively used flash down here for Seraphine, so it's a nice little camp from Kryra. Control it in the Pixel Brush. They thought that they were pulling off a lane gank surprise onto Call Me, but the Vault Breaker doesn't even touch him, and he just kind of walks away, and he already had counters ready. They get the kill, they get the objective. Kangas, DSG, they didn't slow down at all. They pick up Certi, and they are full steam ahead, just crushing the early stages of this game versus Dig.
And remember that this is the race for the last two playoff spots. The top four are locked. They're going to be fighting for seeding, but these teams are fighting to make it in. If DSG take this series win, Sentinels are big fans. We talked about that in the last series. That means that they lock in. Dignitas, they have to win 2 series in a row. They have this one versus DSG and then Sentinels next week. And if they want a chance at making playoffs, prove that those couple of games they got against the top 3 teams weren't just flukes, they have to show up. And so far, in game number 1, it's DSG with the advantage.
Yeah, Dignitas, a must-win scenario for them if they want to keep their playoff hopes alive. And the Black Cleaver, Deathfire Touch, Smolder combo we were talking about is getting closer and closer.
Arrow goes wide, teleport in from the mid lane, or into the mid lane rather, as that is Photon showing up to stop the Herald from connecting. Certi still in the top lane, pushing that wave in. The Dragon has spawned, so DSG, they might just forego the fight for more gold onto the Rumble. It's going to slow down their Dragon Soul Stag, but no, they do TP Certi in now. He will get the turret and now join up for a potential team fight. Call the Forge God used. Kryra trying to duck around it, throws up the Crescent Guard. It's Photon engaging onto him, but the ultimate will answer all the damage. As XU Vault Breaker's away, the Dragon still up for either team to go for. Equalizer available for Certi. No Call the Forge God available for Photon, as now the tidal wave will go out, only land onto the tank. Weaver's Wall back up for Palafox. Blocking off multiple members from DSG, because now they have the access point for the Dragon, but in goes XU, does not land the Vault Breaker. Kryra answering back, flashes, does not get over the wall. Now Vault Breaker's to safety, but XU's chunked. I don't think there's a chance at a contest. That is a Dragon earn for DSG.
Yeah, DSG, nice grouping from them. Getting the cooldowns out, then repositioning, and honestly, after you go for that little attempted surprise play and you kind of whiff there on the side of Dignitas, pretty easy for Kryra and DSG to secure Dragon Soul point. Nicely done from them. Also, I will say, most pro Xin players talk about they don't like Titanic Hydra build, and they almost always go for Sundered Sky.
For junglers?
Yeah.
Okay.
For Xin players. And for solo queue, I am a huge fan of Titanic Hydra just because I love the auto attack reset and burst. And it doesn't put as much emphasis on stacking your Q on other stuff before you go for the triple Q play.
True, yeah.
But I do enjoy when we do get to see it here. And Kryra, it gives you very good on-hit damage. The auto attack reset is super nice. For if you haven't been able to fully pre-stack your Q or anything. Obviously, you can get it off very quickly. So I like that because a lot of the pro junglers are very, very much Sundered Sky lovers for a good reason. I mean, they give you crazy sustain.
In fact, I can't remember last time we didn't see it built first as Bop, he takes a solo kill. I guess an assist to Lions for throwing out some healing there, but Kryra finding the avenue onto Pallet Box in the jungle and utilizing that attack reset pretty well, Kobe.
Big damage.
Yeah.
Also, flashing the seismic shove. Kryra's like, you are dead, buddy. Know where you are going. So, I don't know. Maybe we rerun that poll. Because I think...
Who's going to step up?
I think even though I initially voted for Call Me, I think Kryra is looking like the biggest, new step-up carry here for DSG. Since they both get points for the early Scuttle Crab Rumble play.
50-50.
And then Kryra's been very aggressive. He also pre-ulted when the Ornn was going to ult him, make sure he doesn't present any sort of target. He kind of has juked XU a lot and chased XU down in the Dragon Pit, so...
Going for a very unique build as well, Kryra here with the Blasting
Dusk
Wand.
and Dawn, baby.
Dusk and Dawn, yeah, the change on it. Why build Sundered Sky when you can get Divine Sunderer back, essentially,
Damn.
As Kryra right now getting engaged on himself. We were talking about how good he was doing. He's charmed up, but he's fighting his way out of it. Not enough to get an answer of a kill, but there comes the damage from Sajed. The Smolder ultimate will answer 1-for-1 support for jungler.
Yeah, the Smolder mom over the top does get it. So even though Kryra goes down, honestly, that's pretty good. Get Smolder a kill.
Mother's Day is tomorrow, but today Smolder's mom showed up.
Yeah, there you go. And he's got his, Black Cleaver done that we're talking about for the quickly stacking burn there. And so part of the reason behind why I love this build so much for Xin, they did buff up the AP ratios for Xin, which is super nice. But really, Dusk and Dawn, when you get the extra passive of Titanic Hydra, that counts as well. So you get Xin passive and you can get that passive, procking real quick. And the burst damage when you have that Sheen proc off the Dusk and Dawn and you have the auto attack reset for the Titanic is just way more fun, okay? You have big burst damage, it's way more fun, and you get a lot of sustain too. With Sundered Sky, you get the sustain on one item. With this, you get it on two items with the extra passive.
It's still very strong.
Yeah, exactly. It's still very strong, and I'm a fan.
It's also, I'm always a fan of the funny thing. And anytime I see AP items built on a champion that typically does not build AP, I'm like, that's kind of funny. I like that. That's good stuff right there.
What you would really like, Kangas, and I don't think is going to happen, but if he built a static Shiv third, then you would, I presume you would be extremely
I would be very
happy with
excited about that. Yeah, just really spread
then,
that DPS.
Yeah, because then you get the static Shiv procs through minion waves. Like the healing is super crazy and it's funny to watch. I don't think he's going to, but I'm just putting it out there.
Okay.
It's a possibility.
Floating it into the world.
Because that is also, if we're going fun and we're judging by fun, that is really, really fun.
And also judging by just a kind of turnaround for Kryra here, as we'll get back to that because we have 30 seconds for the Dragon. He still has to show up. The game is not won yet. He's at the 2-item spike, but so is XU. And currently Dignitas controlled the access point to the Dragon. Certi's all the way in the top lane, has the teleport available if he wants to look for it. But just pushes the wave in, and now we'll channel TP into the mid lane, straight to the turret, very defensive, and it looks like DSG will look to approach through the mid lane.
All right, this is our big moment for Dignitas. We've been talking about their 5-on-5 group team fight all game long. They've got the position, Photon in front with the big shield, Palfox trying to do some poke damage. They're giving up mid lane priority to do this. DSG are going to get that priority and take the tower. And still have time to Realm Warp in.
Sending Kryra in alone, throws up the Crescent Guard, but everyone's inside the circle, getting the damage down. Equalizer to trade it back, and Kryra just won't go down. He's healing too much. The 2-item spike comes online. Double kill to Certi as Dignitas get roasted at the Dragon fight. That's sold to DSG.
Honestly, Kangas, wrap it up. DSG have slammed Dignitas in game number 1. Dragon Soul and Baron and fun builds and
look at how long he lives here. I mean, if you're inside the Crescent Guard, you're doing damage. But he just heals through it.
So they've got the Vi and the Ornn inside. He was able to ult Palafox out to the edge. And
that's like 800 healing.
And you get big damage, you get big healing procs, and the rest of the team, honestly, just everyone's smurfing on their opponents here.
I also love that on that reaction cam, it was Certi popping off, and everybody else was still like serious. They're like, look, man, playoffs aren't secured.
Certi, yeah, but Certi's like, I'm here, and I am. Maybe I'll edit.
Yeah, choose your words wisely here,
I am
Kobe.
doing well against our opponents, our
don't pull a
honorable
JoJo
opponents.
pun.
I am doing very successfully into my first game. Feels good, guys. Cheers.
Cheers. Reminder that today it's the battle of the last 2 playoff spots, but highlight tomorrow. That's a big match as well. So mark your calendars there for Team Liquid versus Lion. Yeah. There's a lot of fun matches. The last 2 weeks of LCS, this split, are a treat because it's either who's going to make playoffs or who's the top dogs. Really, really fun stuff.
Love it. You know, there's stakes and there's pressure for both sides in 2 different directions. And Dignitas' direction right now is further to the bottom. They're already at the bottom, and they're looking like they're going further down.
They're always good for 1 game, but so far they have not been able to get that series. Right now they're looking for a pick here onto Kryra. He's got Certi in his back pocket, then again is just healing. Too much vanity. They cannot kill this guy. Now the engage comes back in onto FBI. That is 3 picked up for DSG. You cannot keep the Xin Zhao down with this build. DSG with the Dragon Soul and a wave in the bot lane will take down Photon and look to close out game number 1.
Yeah, they're going to leave no doubt in anyone's mind. Game 1 is all DSG all the way. Certi's back, and he gets a little taste of revenge against Dignitas.
Well-fought game. DSG controlled it from the get-go. From the 2v2 play in the mid lane for that first dragon to now the game, and DSG will take game number 1.
And my player of the game is Kryra. I think he is the answer to that poll. He stepped up the most, and he did my personal favorite builds that I like to use too.
He didn't even have time to build a static shift. He probably would have. You know, in my head,
guys, you go Guardian Angel after.
No,
it's pro play. You need that Guardian Angel. You need that team fight win. And Lounge, do you think Dignitas have even a chance in this series now?
That's a little
Wow, that's
Kobe.
dire.
Whoa. Yeah, they have a
Kobe.
chance. They got 2 more games, brother.
Whoa!
Wow.
I will say, though,
fight back against that.
this last fight was really
Insane.
cool.
Yeah.
Because Kryra, as we can see, blind sent it off this Rise ultimate. So what we're looking at right now is what he sees. He's like, you know what? There's a support there. I'll be fine. It's actually the whole team.
He was right,
So he was right, because he gets in there, immediately pops the Crescent Guard, and I'm going to slow it down here just to see, 1, how much damage he's blocking, because out here, Palafox can't do damage. FBI doesn't really want to walk closer because Call Me and Certi would be able to hit him, and Ignar can't do damage. So it's just Photon and a Vi trying to do damage to him, and then it's not quite AP Xin Zhao, but it's close to what would AP Xin Zhao do. He gets a healing on a Spellblade from the New Dusk and Dawn, and he also has the potential healing from the Nami flying through with that 1W, plus 242, plus 144. The heals do continue to come through, plus 224 once again from just Xin Zhao healing. Doesn't matter that he almost dies, because by the time they're done trying to kill him, wait a minute, the fight's over. You've already killed everybody else. So the game was already kind of in their wheelhouse here by being 4,000 gold up before the fight. But after this, you add a Mountain Soul to an already seemingly unkillable Xin Zhao, and the game is over, Rez.
I have not seen, when I saw the changes to Xin Zhao being like the AP changes and the heal on,
You didn't believe.
I didn't believe it. And then on top of that, within the patch, Dusk and Dawn giving the heal on your Sheen procs. I was like, I mean, maybe Gwen. Combine them together, a demon.
The most common third item on that is Riftmaker.
Yeah,
So-
Dardoch actually had that build in NACL this week. So I was like, oh, I guess that's happening.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I do want to shout out, I mean, we already saw this from Masu, right? But you could see it in that fight as well. Deathfire, Touch, Smolder.
Yeah.
does.
3 copies of Deathfire touch
Yeah.
that game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rez, you had another play to break down?
Oh, that was that play. That was that play.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, do we feel bad now for Castle?
But
Because
you know what?
everyone did really well.
Yeah.
With Certi there.
I may have one play. I may
Okay.
have one
All right.
play to look over because, man, this was interesting. And for me, it was just about the setup on objectives. See if we can get that one going for you. Because, boom. All right, let's play it out. Because major concern here, we can get this going.
Yeah, this is what Dignitas needs to do better. Because we were talking about this fight. I'm glad you pulled it, Raz.
Yes, let's do this.
So for me, Kryra no ultimate. There's no real front line. Dig doesn't need to flank this fight.
Yes. They don't need to flank at all. And so my biggest concern is you at least you are able to push out DSG. And that was like the big positive from my side, is that you had to fight into their vision. You needed to push them out. I thought that was really nice. XU being here is already like, he already cleared a ward, already a big point of concern. And then as you see the fight being played out, he misses. Now, first question is, even if you were to hit Kryra, even if you were to do that, how is the rest of your team going to be able to support that? Like, that was like, for me, a big point of concern. I think if you are with your team, trying to, just separate the rest of DSG, Sajet and Lions cannot actually support Certi and Kryra that's right here. You're already doing a great job. But then he goes for that. He makes it a point of concern. Now they can just focus on XU. And then by the time Rumble ulti comes through, this was already a done deal. XU had to leave the fight immediately. So for me, on my perspective, I thought that the fight had a clear idea in how you wanted to play. But they just added one point that was a little bit too confusing in how to follow up if a Vi ulti or a Q ended up landing on towards Kryra.
Yeah, especially since they'd already made space, right? Like they could have, if they hadn't gone for that flank, they could have just gone for full kind of death ball engage with your Ashe Seraphine. 5 for 5 for Kryra, bringing out the solo queue terror of the APs in Zhao.
The fight where he just full sent it off the Rise ult did it for me. Certi, I think honorable mention, flies in, helps DSG to their first game win in 5 weeks.
That was a big question mark, how he would be able to fit on this team, because Castle was such a big aspect for them. And now trying to fit on a team with players that you have not played with prior, it's always a challenge. I thought he just slotted in really well.
Yeah, I mean, his Rumble was really good.
This Dignitas team, man.
It's rough, especially that first dragon.
I'm just thinking of their split so far. Like, they take a game off of all of the top 4.
Yeah.
But their loss to Shopify was their biggest loss of the whole year.
Yeah.
And they just got slammed in game 1 by DSG. So they get better against people better than them, but not good enough to win.
Yeah.
And they get worse against teams at their own level. It's just, it's cursed.
In their voice, they have some clown games. This is their one clown game, all right? It happens.
Shake it off.
I'm imagining it goes, I already predicted that it goes to 3. I'm sure you guys did too.
Yes, yes it did.
Jats?
I actually predicted a dig 2-0.
Oh
Wait, what?
God.
I'm a fool. As we head to break,
wow.
let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
They just started dragging.
Maybe Raz can ult me
Yeah.
after this recap.
Okay.
It's gonna be hard for bot to under though. You need to. Do we
You see
win
the
this
HP?
fight or
It's
do I
3K.
change?
We win, I think. Yeah, if you're 6, we win. It's 3k HP, you see it? It's 2k. 2k.
Go by.
Yeah. We're stopping their balling. Right?
Nice.
Keep fighting. Their balling can't connect. It's just 2v2, okay?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Hello and welcome back to Game 2 of Disguise versus Dignitas. Disguise taking a dominant Game 1 victory. Clean 4 Drakes in a row. Incredible build coming in from Kryra. Kobe, it's looking like DSG and by extension Sentinels could be in a really good playoff run here. DSG would still need to win more, but Sentinels would at least get locked if DSG can close this one out here.
Yeah, DSG did not miss a beat changing out top laners. You know, they lost Castle, and a lot of people were like, oh, the sky is falling. Our best player is gone.
Yep.
And turns out they just plug in Certi, give him a first pick Rumble. Of course, you know, you're playing Rumble into Ornn, and you have the Deathfire Touch in here too. But he also, on top of that, like earned a very, very good lead, even more than kind of like baseline, and came in good ults, good roam timers too. You know, walking down lane, getting back in time for the minion wave, playing there for dragon fights. But also, I think the highlight was probably Kryra and Calmi's Realm Warp plays. They had multiple of them. Go for this level 6 off your Scuttle Crab one, go in, kill XU and steal the dragon, and then the next team fight. So I just think DSG looked really, really locked in and connected here. So Dig are going to have to do something special for me in Game 2 to keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, you said that. Do they even have a chance? That's how you threw it to the lounge.
That's what it's looking like here.
That is kind of what it's looking like.
They have taken some games off some very good LCS teams.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. I do want to highlight, though, that Photon was on a tank in that Game 1. I feel like Dig always look better when Photon's on a carry, something that he can actually have agency on at the top lane. So I'm imagining maybe Dignitas, this is their season on the line. If they lose this game, they cannot make playoffs. They still have to play next week, of course, but that will just be to maybe play upset in seedings. They have to win both series.
You think Comms right now, Photon's like, I'm not going out on Sion. You're not giving
me Gwen.
You're not giving me a Sion or something in this game. I'm not going out like that. We're gonna, you know, give me a real pick.
Well, so far, no top laners banned. So wide open champ pool. It's Varus, Lucian, Karma, and then Bard, Pantheon, Nocturne. So junglers and bot laners. So it's Oriana, first pick for Dignitas, immediately answered by Akali J4. Aggressive diving combo.
This is my favorite combo, especially, okay, so my theory now, with Oriana losing phase rush, I think that it significantly hurt her. Because she already was a champion where you could devise team comps and strategies against her where, okay, fine, Oriana's OP, we'll give it to you, but we're going to attack you in the side lanes later. We're going to make your life very dangerous.
Yeah, low mobility mid lane.
And now, with the removal of phase rush, you lost even more mobility. And so I love Jarvan Akali answers because Jarvan, obviously, your Cataclysm very effective against Oriana. And Akali, you put tremendous pressure on, kill pressure on the Oriana, especially later into the game, into the side lanes. And so I do like this DSG mindset already. You know, you could tell they were thinking about it ahead of time. We're leaving the Oriana up for sure. We're insta-locking the Akali Jarvan. And this time around, it is Certi's turn to pick the tank here. And he does blind pick both games. Of course, when people are like, oh, you know, counter pick versus blind pick type stuff, sometimes when you're first picking a Rumble, it's a little different. It's a little different connotation to the blind pick, but they did grab up the Poppy on the side of Dignitas after seeing the Akali and Jarvan attempts at making the Oriana's life dangerous, and Poppy is a very good like bodyguard style champ.
Exactly. I wanted to highlight that because it also is flexible in the draft here. Could go jungle, could technically go support if they want to pair it. Not like the most common with an Ezreal, but you know, if you want something else in the jungle to really punish DSG later in the draft, you have that option. But like you said, Certi's kind of taking the handshake this time, saying, I'll be the tank, I'll be the front line, and that means that they get to ban away the carries from Photon. He's not going to play the Gwen. His favorite champion is off the table, as well as the Gnar.
Yeah, Gwen and Gnar, two of his favorite champions, and two very good picks into tanks and into Sion. So good protection bans from DSG here for Certi at the very least. And we'll see. I mean, Photon, you know, could go Bruiser into it as well. There's, you know, Aatrox options and stuff, even though that's a lot less frequent now. Yeah. So we'll see. Renata would be very, very interesting for your team fight, but they are already showing a decent amount of dive. They don't go with the hover onto the Kai'Sa and go full on the dive. But still, if you can go like Yunar Lulu and have some really big carry potential with Akali and Jarvan kind of diving by themselves anyway, then that can create a lot of space for you.
I like it because it kind of gives you that dichotomy that you're just talking about. They have like the 3 core, frontline, Yunar, and we're presuming Lulu, something like that. But then they also have the dive bros, dive siblings, dive folks. There we go. We're going to go with dive folks in the Akali and the J4. They can try and make an Oriana's life miserable, but then they still have this team fight that they can fall back on. So I think that this type of like pivot in the draft is actually really interesting. I wouldn't have liked as much the hard commit from a Kai'Sa because then a Nautilus ult coming your way. The Poppy's going to be blocking your ultimate mobility. But here's a fun one. Shen locked in for Dignitas.
Yeah, probably the jungle Shen angle. Maybe that goes into Photon's hand. Actually, it is good into Sion. So you can, if you can get your Q pass-throughs as well, then it's quite nice up there, and you get to be the one with the Stand United. So you can, sometimes Sion gets advantages over other top laners where he can like push out a lane and then walk bottom, make an ultimate play. But Shen, of course, with your Stand United, you can definitely keep tempo with a Sion.
Also helps the Oriana in that sideline. Like you were highlighting before, usually we think Oriana's going to be weak, but now you got some extra backup.
True. Not as much mobility as previous in history, but more shields.
Yeah, and Palafai, he's getting in position. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He switched feet.
He gets up a lot.
He's ready.
He might get up out of his chair the most of any LCS pro player. Like during games and stuff, sometimes you can see on the player cams too.
Do you think they would let him just like do a standing desk? Is that the answer to unlock Palafai?
No, because the desk is like full. Well,
I think that it is
I'm
one
not
long
gonna say
desk,
no
actually.
yet.
No, okay.
We'll keep the door open. Maybe there's like an ergonomics lawsuit or something. I don't want to get into any of that.
Yeah, let's not bring that one up again.
Maybe we got but
he seems comfortable right now.
Yeah, no
standing
desk right now, so he just gets up a lot.
Yeah. Dignitas backs against the wall. Their entire spring split run is resting on this game, and then the next, and then the series after that. They have to win out from this point to make playoffs. A game loss in this series means that they are not in contention for spring split playoffs anymore. And DSG are coming in looking hot, Kobe. That was a one-sided win in game number 1.
Certainly was. And in game number 2, let's see what they can pull off. Kryra on Jarvan here has a lot of options. They are trying to keep track of him early. Photon himself goes up to get the kind of medium ward here between blue buff and the entrance over to Gromp. So he's going to make sure that he knows Kryra is leaving top lane so you can trade it very heavily with Shen. Straight out of the gate here, you usually want to place your Q further up so you can get a nice little Q pullback for the early trade. Onto the Sion and start to establish some of the, there you go.
Yeah.
Early dominance of Shen just because Q is so good early on.
Plus your graphs Grasp of the Undying procs as well means that you just trade really efficiently as now XU.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, he's looking for an invade right now. Onto Kryra, doesn't have the smite available, so he just headbutts him into the wall and will get the electrocute proc. Pushes Kryra all the way back to the tier 2 turret. That is a very effective invade.
So he did spend his flash in order to assert this dominance because he flashes over the back of this wall right here, this Baron wall. And he does not, doesn't look from the UI, look, he's running the Hex Flash, even though he is utility for his secondaries. But the burst damage from the Electrocute and getting there with a surprise.
Ooh, not going to be 2, though. Kryra is able to get the Wolves.
He used his flash for all this, so we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Maybe his flash gets punished, maybe it doesn't. But, you know, had to assert some dominance after last game. Like, last game, he got...
It's about sending a message.
He got pushed around last game. He was just getting beat up in the Dragon Pit.
Yeah.
Punched around. He was like, you know what?
Dredge line in onto Lions. FBI gets pushed back, though. Big slow as Sajed's full health, so... All right, 2v2, nothing's going to happen down there. And yeah, back to the jungle. We're going to have to track to see that flash because one camp ahead, you want to get more if you're going to commit your flash for that type of early invade. The fact that Kryra gets the Wolf is really big for Kryra to stay in this game.
Yeah, we'll see, too, because it throws off a lot of the regular, you know, quote-unquote jungle plans since the respawn timers get all out of whack when early invades go off like this. So you get stuff like this where you collapse on level 3 Scuttle Crabs. Thankfully for XU, his bottom lane has push, and he's able to secure this one with Kryra in his face. Does invest his smite charge to do so. And since Call Me is 50% HP, actually Kryra comes back.
Yeah, lands a flag and drag, couple autos in there, taking full advantage of the Jarvan passive. That first auto doing a lot of damage. There's a flash from Call Me. Will land a shuriken, but I mean the Poppy W is just able to walk you away.
Their comms must have been something around, hey, remember this Poppy doesn't have flash, but he's not that vulnerable. He still has his W, so I thought that was a very weird flash from Call Me. I don't think that's really a kill angle, especially with Palafox there. Oriana can shield up the Poppy damage as well. So
we still have an invade prolonged though.
They did certainly want it to be a kill angle. I don't know. Maybe if they had like walked up, if Kryra had stepped on the shield passive thing that had popped off.
Ooh, flashes galore in the mid lane as first blood picked up by DSG.
That's the real kill angle. You get the support roam over too. Kryra flashes, they trade flashes. Lulu also flashing, getting the kill into Call Me's hands. It's like he got that first blood off of the Poppy anyway.
It's the same thing.
Even better, actually.
True.
Because now the Oriana doesn't have flash for when you get level 6.
Oh, okay. Ignar wasn't able to get in range to get the auto before Call Me got the shuriken flip. So, yeah, and Call Me's got a huge wave to collect here as well. So Palafox, no flash, is in danger. Photon, once he hits level 6, will be able to help him out a little bit, but there's always the potential that Kryra can re-look for another gank here. Especially as Call Me should be pretty close to picking up that level 6. Probably one wave away as I'm looking at that XP bar.
Nice. They defend the last attack on the control ward, too. I mean, I always do like that. You know, he's hovering over. Make sure you can keep that vision. Even though your opponents know that it's there, it's still like they have to actually get rid of it with their hands, and it's on your side of the map. And so it gives you like one more good play out of that ward being there, probably. So we'll see. Nice little defense here. Things for DSG. Once again, it seems like they're so calm. Like they're handling all of even the surprise plays from Dig, like the level 2 Poppy. A lot of people would call it cheese. Going for red buff, flashing over the wall, and level 2 surprising you at Gromp.
Photon gets some big damage onto Certi. He's trying to body block from the unstoppable onslaught, but Certi does just walk away. Photon looking for his own little cheese there. The Shen percentage HP damage coming.
Hey, that's honorable.
Oh, speaking of honorable, how about just a straight up 2v1 kill under turret there?
Yeah, maybe they go for a little more pressure.
Yeah.
Krugs are being taken by XU. Let's see.
This is a really rough moment. Yeah, XU's going to take this. They have the dive set up, and now the Shen stand united. Everybody's partying in the bot lane, and that is a dead Yanara. Another kill over to Dignitas.
All right, Photon, get out of there so you can recall and get back to lane since he doesn't have his teleport. Ooh, it actually would be really nice if Lions could stop his recall, and Photon, because they had vision of Lions, he is going to stop it. Keep chasing him, delay it. So try and make him pay a little bit. Sion trying to get the wave in. They do make them pay with the red buff steal, thank you observers, as well as Certi cashing in on a single plate.
XU's coming up to the top lane as Kryra's on the Krugs. XU will get to the wave. Close to hitting level 6 himself. He might be able to get it here as the dredge line lands from Ignar. XU's not level 6 yet, still level 5 as he walks away from the wave. So Kryra just gets a flag and drag out.
Okay, and XU, I believe, grabbed the cannon kill under the tower while Ignar was defending his Gromps for him. So gets his level 6.
Yeah, I want to take a look here. So this actually started even before this. So this is the play where they get the dredge line on Alliance. He's trying to hold the wave. Ignar punishes, right?
That is a story as old as time.
But it started earlier.
My bad. I really.
My bad. It started earlier when Sajed took 2 Mystic shots that he should have been able to sidestep, but because he took those, he goes for the reset, which left Lion alone in lane. So it's kind of this cascading effect.
You are for sure a support player, bro. You're just blaming. I like that deflection.
Yeah.
You know what? No,
I'm just saying.
I agree with you.
If Yanara wasn't half health and reset, that lane wouldn't have been in that spot.
I agree. I like the angle. You know, we gotta go back and look at the domino effect.
Yeah. You know what? Analyst Lounge after this game.
I like that.
Let's take a look at what happened 30 seconds before that play.
I loved it. Actually, now I want to play this game in like so many scenarios.
Yeah.
It's like the new version of Blame Game, and like each person comes with some clips, and you're like, look at this guy, look at a poor play that this guy made, and then the other person's job is to rewind and go back and find how he can blame
somebody else.
Yeah. It's actually so funny too, because like so many times, supports are like, oh, I'm trying to be a good support, I'll hold the wave, I'm pulling it over for you, and then the opponents or whatever like didn't really recall, or they come out like that and they land their hook on you and punish supports that are trying to hold waves. But so that is an old story, but I do like the angle of like, well, you took this poke damage here, and you had to go back for the reset.
Don't mind that Lions had flash, and he saw the Nautilus walking out the whole time. That doesn't matter. No, it's just
exactly. That's the point of the game, of the blame game, is to rewind and place the blame somewhere else.
I like this. Let's bring it back. Currently, right now, we have Dragon up, but neither team's looking at it. So, I mean, it's going to be a pretty late Dragon stacking, all things considered, in this game, as nobody's picked up that first one. And, in fact, XU's even walking up to take the grubs instead. Palfox is going to be there. Ignar even roams all the way up. So FBI is going to be laning alone for right now as the Shockwave lands on the Call Me in the mid lane. Ignar not level 6, so can't continue the CC train. Call Me gets out.
Okay, gets out. And what is the timer on that teleport? Pretty dang small little sliver of a cooldown. So he actually can just sustain under his tower anyway. Continue chasing, so feels pretty good for him. Bot side, though, not feeling good.
Ignar still not level 6. We have a 2v2. Sajed trying to play in the way, but Photon comes in with the stand united. Flash from Sajed to dodge the Mystic shot, but the flash fall from Ignar. Dredge line lands, and Ignar with the kill. Dig, another one on the board.
Dignitas, you said they're always good for one, Kangas.
They're always good.
Maybe. They have been swept by some teams.
Ironically, other teams around them in the standings. Teams. Yeah, Flyquest is one of the other ones, but they're also like in that, they're top 4, but they're not in the top 3 kind of clump right now. So yeah, it's weird how Dignitas' series have gone.
Yeah, I like how it's a question mark. They've been punching up, question mark, because look at these. You get your win off of Line, off of TL, off of Cloud9, and then, Flyquest, swept them, but they were quite close, I remember, in that second game.
Yeah.
And you kind of thought they were going to do it, and they fumbled for sure towards the later stages. But we'll see if they can do it this time around because, again, it's an absolutely necessary win for Dignitas to keep their playoff hopes alive. If they lose this game, then they are out of playoffs. If they lose this series, even if they do win this game at all and lose the next game, then they will still be out. But got to start here. And we mentioned Photon saying, you know what, I'm not going out like that. Give me something different. And he's made good use of the Shen. Multiple good Shen plays to the bottom side of the map have definitely helped.
And if you like the Xinjiao build, something tells me you're going to like the Shen build as well here, because he's building towards that Titanic.
It can be the same thing. Because Shen, Titanic into Dusk and Dawn also is very real and very good burst damage. But I think it's quite likely that he goes just Titanic into regular
He
tank.
body blocked Certi's unstoppable onslaught, and now Exu's here, so this should be a dead Cyan. Flashes away, flash, ult follow from Exu, but in comes Kryra, backing up his top laner, and will get Certi out of there. Kryra at the right place at the right time.
Woo! Evacuation complete, and Certi has been, punishing when the Shen does leave.
Yeah.
His CS, for Certi has been decent, and he also got the single turret plate, though, similar thing is about to happen for Photon.
Ooh, Hex Flash from Ignar, looking for the dredge line. Goes a little wide. Kami's able to sidestep that one, jukes it around.
Yeah.
And Certi's even going to catch this wave. So to your point, Kobe, yeah, Certi's having still a great laning phase in this series.
It does help when your opponent leaves sometimes. But also...
Zion's favorite lane state is nobody there.
Yeah, he's also been, doing... I mean, that's what that's all you can really do here on this side. Then maybe try and make an ult play or something to pay your team back. But he, as you called out, did try and use the ult for escape there. Not going to have to cool down for a while. Interrupt the recalls here. Little timing play.
Like that.
Definitely nice, because you're on your Trinity Force spike for Ezreal, so it's a very good timing for FBI.
This means you can push the wave into mid lane, but Ignar going to go for the dredge line, did not. I guess he was fishing for one person. There were two there, so they back off. But FBI is able to push this mid wave and get another plate now. Actually, 2 plates, I believe, here. So FBI is getting a big lead for himself again, just like game 1, 1.5K now.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like this one's going to be real for him too.
Yeah.
Game 1, Dignitas didn't turn into really much at all because they're kind of smashed everywhere else and around all the team fights and objectives. But I think this one is going to be real for FBI. The poke damage is going to be insane. He made his own tempo play by stopping the recall of Sajed and then being he was both the benefactor and the beneficiary of that play because he was able to earn the extra push here. And so, yeah, very good timing for him on his tier and Trinity Force. Your poke damage is good. You're very safe in the mid lane.
Not gonna lie, didn't realize there was a difference in meaning for those words.
There is a big one, and it's
you.
actually funny because a lot of people say the wrong one.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to different moments in my life now. I'm like, I've definitely used that incorrectly, and I'm learning.
Yeah.
It's important to have a growth mindset, everybody.
Nice.
Yeah.
Learn something today. We got a deep Lulu, too, here. Look at these wards through the red quadrant of the jungle. Unfortunately, we can't highlight them here for you, but you can see them on the minimap highlighted
I can see you pointing at them, so I can confirm to everybody, Kobe would be drawing on the screen.
Nice bright blue spots all over the top side of this map.
Oh, that is a lot of blue. I didn't even look at the minimap. That is, well, let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wards in the top river/enemy jungle. Lit up like a Christmas tree. Certi in a very safe spot as now Lions is going to walk up. CXU. Sajed's coming up as well. It's going to be 2 melee champions against the hyper carry plus the support. So XU and Ignar decide to back off, but they're still on a ward. Still spotted right there.
See if the attack is successful, because you have Sion wrapping around, and Certi does have his Sion ultimate ready. However, flashes are available for Ignar. There's no flash on XU, so maybe that's what they were thinking with all this deep wards. They're like, all right, maybe we can find a play onto this flashless Poppy and punish. But
especially if Lion's like polymorph, so there's no steadfast presence coming out. But they didn't pull the trigger. Kryra was potentially looking for it. He was in the neighborhood, but Dignitas are at least able to wrestle some of this vision back to their side.
Meanwhile, the bottom side matchup has swapped here with Gunblade Akali going into the Shen. Wonder if Call Me is going to be able to put out significant pressure down there, because otherwise it's a Shen with Stand United and Teleport.
Yeah.
And
well, you know what could happen is the old shuriken flip to follow the Stand United.
That is always so sick.
Yeah. Do you think we're going to see one of those?
Sometimes it's really bad for you, but do it every time anyway.
Yeah, again, do the funny thing. As Kryra looks for the flag and drag there onto Ignar, not going to land it. Sajed getting chunked out by FBI. as Lion Shield behind him. Dredgeline will go a little wide as now Cryer goes back in for the re-engage. Polymorph onto XU. Stand United. Shield will keep him alive, but not for long enough. Sajed with the kill. Now 2 on the board for DSG.
There they go. They do get their
Shockwave on a Cryer and interrupted the flag and drag, so he has to flash away from the Dredgeline.
They finally get their punish onto Poppy that they had been setting up for and looking for so long. And even with the Stand United, and I'm looking back, it looks like the flash timer had come up like just in time. It was a couple seconds away, but it had come up.
Wow.
So they burst him down. No Stand United play available for Dignitas now. Let's see what they can get in the aftermath. In addition to Rift Herald pushing out an extra wave here, so nice little play for DSG. Of course, they also hit their 2-item power spike on Yunara. So Yunara plus Lulu starts to be a little bit scary. Thankfully for Dig, they've got a Nautilus, so your point and click maybe can help you set something up.
And because Call Me didn't have the Shen taxi service to follow that Sand United, actually used the TP. Photon actually got the bottom turret, and is now top lane getting this turret as well. So Photon's really making a lot happen in these side lanes. I don't know if he'll get the full turret top side, but it's at least going to be very low.
Teleport will be critical here for the bottom side Dragonfight 2 because both teams making their way into it.
Certi and Photon both have access to it, but so far DSG, oh, they dropped the Herald in the pit.
Combat
That always
Herald.
gives you the option, yeah, to use it to just engage into Dignitas, who are now waiting in the banana brush. They have vision control of the area. DSG do not see them, so now the Herald comes out, lands a knock up on XU. He gets in range and he steals it! XU just walks up, presses Smite, walks away. It's a shockwave on the Cryer, not going to be followed up by anybody, but Dignitas, I mean, sure, you'll take it.
I mean, yeah, you'll take that. Yoink, thank you very much. That was free as hell. Just walk up and take it, even with the comedy of the Rift Heralds that are used for combat. Yeah, I mean, to knock him up, but he walked into range.
Yeah, it's like a 0.5 second knockup. It's not very long. So let's get another look at that, because it seems like the idea is, okay, XUCC'd,
It's all
put
good.
it down.
He's in here now. Walk up, boom. That is a hard, whoa, that was a hard one to do. Last number I saw was 16 something.
Really?
So that was a hard smite to pull off.
Okay, well done.
Sometimes nice to be a little lucky too.
Yeah, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. As at least XU keeps Dignitas in the game when it comes to the Dragon stacking. DSG's not going to keep those ones going. And they didn't get any use out of the Herald either. Like, they didn't land that onto the turret. So that means kind of wasted time now for DSG across the board. Cryer will get an invade, taking away the Gromp. Call Me's getting multiple plates here, but top turret did eventually fall. Dignitas with 2 of the structures taken, none answered currently for DSG.
Okay, FBI is definitely in a very good position. Super rich, fully transformed Muramana. He needs to hit Mystic shots.
Yeah.
On people, though.
Yeah, they don't do damage to the turrets. I'm sure he's aware of that. Still went down 3 turrets to 0. Dignitas controlling the objectives here. And the map by extension. Big damage onto Sajed as XU tried to carry the shockwave in. Has the ultimate to knock back the J4. Sajed still getting some big damage in onto the Poppy. Stand United will be channeled. Certi's in the thick of things as he's taunted up, but still commit onto XU. Sajed gets the kill. Call Me goes in. Depth charge will not save FBI's life as Ignar tries to get out of there. Flashing onto the turret. Taunted up Certi. The Q is interrupted. Dignitas still lose 2 members. DSG stand tall.
I gotta say, Sajed saw that play coming. Nicely done, Sajed. He flashes. He's like, hey, I recognize this Poppy has been given the Oriana ball. There is a reason this guy is charging and flashing towards me.
He is trying to dunk.
Good flash from Sajed to avoid the Poppy flash shockwave delivery system. And even though he took a big chunk of damage from the Ezreal, it turns favorable for DSG. They're going to get the Baron. Yeah, you know, Dignitas can try and make them pay a little bit in turret plate money, but that is so big for them.
They still have not taken a turret, but you have to imagine wearing the Red Bull Baron power play, DSG will be able to crack these structures now. Sajed, we talk about this guy. Laning phase, still things to work on. He's a rookie. Not expecting him to be able to smash lanes at this level, but when he's needed to step up in these bigger team fight moments, that's where a player like Sajed is already shining, and that makes it so excited for the growth of him going into the future. As right now, FBI pushed out here in the mid lane. Photon's hovering around. DSG are getting the wave to crash, but it seems like they're more focused on Call Me in the bot lane. X2 gets a flash in onto the carry. Sajed still lives with Lions' help, but he's locked down, trying to kite back. He's out of there. Photon with the kill. It's traded, though, as DSG look to turn back onto the backline themselves. Flash from Ignar, but Call Me is the carry for DSG. It's a 2-for-2 trade so far, but can DSG get out the flash taunt from Photon? Dignitas continue the play onto Kryra. Call Me got to safety. Certi is just a wall of a front line, but Kryra taunted again. Photon steps up, huge for Dignitas in the team fight, and that's gonna be a 4-for-2 trade for Dig.
The Titanic Hydra Dusk and Dawn combo is gonna get nerfed, isn't it? Man. This is my favorite thing in the game, though. Man! It's so fun. All right. Photon, though, doing some work, some good burst damage, some good taunts from him, but let's take another look at the focus. This time around, they know, okay, Sajed doesn't have flash anymore, so we can full send on Sajed this time. We kill him, and yeah, you answer back a little bit, but you know, Call Me doesn't have as much threat left over anymore, and it's Ezreal with red buff still. So they know they can follow the chase. Photon, look at that damage from this boy. Pops the blast cone as well. Pops Kryra.
Yep. Popping everybody as Photon showing the strength of that 2-item spike on Shen. And yeah, I mean, FBI being alive, he was able to get so much damage onto Certi while he was holding the line. Like, Cyan can't tank an Ezreal forever, unfortunately. And that is a big win for Dignitas. Now he's looking for even more onto Sajed. Again, the wild growth will keep him up. Let's see how much Dignitas want to go for it. They had the Stand United from Photon, so they kind of full sent for that. Call Me now as a flank.
All right, can they get poke damage? They do need to get some value out of the poke here for Dignitas. FBI, you know, previously he has been able to land some pretty significant poke either onto Sajed. You know, it's fine if he lands it onto like Lions or something as well if the positioning is there. It looks like not even going to attempt the cancel here for DSG. They're just going to make the swap up to the top side and see if they can get a little tower money up there.
Was it? Okay, that was not sold. That was Sajed getting it. I thought that for a second. FBI stole that one with a two-shot barrage. Was aiming for the wave, I believe, as DSG, their Baron power play, not very powerful, Kobe. It was, I think, like 300 as it expired. Now they will at least get this top turret, but Dignitas did a great job of kind of nullifying that Baron push.
And a lot, I mean, we did talk about in the previous game, but you know how Photon is a lot of times the star player for Dignitas, but he is really the star player this time around because even the success of the bottom side of the map, there was a lot of Shen plays where he, you know, Shen Stand United down to the bottom side and, you know, got FBI into a pretty good position, but it's still Photon who has the lion's share of the golds and the gold advantage.
They play tomorrow, actually.
Yeah. Ha, 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 ha.
Okay, DSG right now trying to get onto Photon. No Stand United.
Is that a curse?
No flash, and he's all alone in the side lane. Even a teleport in from Call Me. DSG are full committing onto the Shen. Why play into the lane that he can join if he can just play into his lane? And the shutdown gold goes to Call Me. Big pickup there for the Akali.
The power of the caster curse can get.
It's real. See, you don't have to nerf these items now.
Yeah. I did that on purpose. Genius. See, it's easy. Just go kill him.
Yeah.
They take down Photon. It's actually huge. Kangas, it's actually huge. You know, he had the obviously massive gold difference in favor on Dignitas, the only one that's in their favor. And guess what? Call Me is eating good here. The Akali is rich. That is some very scary burst damage.
And this is part of why you would have highlighted Call Me, as it looks like the siege continues for DSG. When we're asking the question who steps up, Call Me so far in this game is Zep charge onto Sajed, pushes him back as Certi's taking up a lot of damage, uses the flash to get away, and Dignitas will not find a kill. But Summoner Spell down now on the tanky top laner.
Ooh. I don't think there's going to be a continuation on the play. they do really want this mid tower. Actually, Kryro wants even some red buff action.
Looks like he's not spotted. He goes for the engage onto Palafox, but he doesn't have the team nearby. They're coming up now as a Cataclysm will land onto Palafox, but the Stand United shield just makes Palafox way too tanky. Now the rest of DSG join up, but Kryro was deep in enemy territory. It take too long for the rest to join in. Dignitas keep their mid laner alive, and now they're turning the attention to the top laner. Certi McCalmy gets out of the back line, just eviscerates Palafox. A double kill to Calmy. The Akali carry arrives, and that's a team fight win for DSG.
Yeah, call an ambulance. Definitely for them. Definitely for them.
That was 0 to 100 real fast there, Kobe. I was ready to say, what was that, Kryra? I mean, he went way too deep at first.
Yeah, you could still say that, honestly.
Yeah.
Maybe the comms were like, yo, I am so fed right now, just start a fight anyways. I'll clean it. I'll make it good. I'll clean that up. Okay.
It don't matter how it starts, it matters how it ends. But it ends with Kryra coming out from base. The Baron started, but no smite for DSG. Dignitas XU is still up. So DSG, they can't get this Baron too low, but they're also getting poked by FBI. Dredgeline lands onto Certi. Now Calmy gets over the wall, looking at FBI, now turning attention onto Ignar. The Nautilus is taken down. Calmy goes godlike, and now Kryra has joined up with the rest of the team. But as I say it, they decide to back off from Baron. They'll just take the pick.
Okay, Akali's a problem. Yeah, as we were looking at earlier, talking about how rich she is, and she put that money to good use. So the call is, yo, just try and like make the fight extended. I feel like it always is kind of risky because you see they're right there with the Poppy and they have Shen, but Calmy's still walking over, and so once Calmy gets here, look at this deletion on the Oriana. Palafox is 60% health to 0 instantly.
Yeah.
And then he's able to get out off the other side through the Shen and killing off the Shen as he exits.
And XU used Steadfast Presence a little early. It expired by the time that Calmy came out of the stasis. So DSG right back to the Baron. They're going to start this up again. It's down to half health. XU is nearby. Keeper's Verdict could knock away Kryra. So Certi's got a body block. They at least get the teleport in from Photon and back away. It's just the play to bait out the Summoner spell. TP down. XU in the brush, though, really far forward. Has the ultimate used. Knocks away Certi, but he's chunked as well.
Everybody needs to track Akali at all times.
They see him. They know exactly where he is. So now Certi's got to go in and try and back up his mid laner. As the ultimate will land onto Ignar as he dredge lines away. And now they chase CC. They're trying to lock down the flanker. Calmy, even with the wild growth and the Zonias, might go down. Has the ultimate and the Shuriken flip to get to safety. But that was precarious.
Yeah, they knew he was on that angle. They jump on him, and they still don't get him. You know how frustrating that is, Kangas?
Pretty frustrating.
Yeah.
7-0-2, that's a juicy shutdown if they get that kill.
Yeah, Lions over the wall was able to get the wild growth and use the Summoner spell heal. And, man, Akali lives one of the most frustrating champions in the game. Very fed still.
Yep.
And not giving over the bounty.
Oh, XU trying to take his own camp right now as Kryra with the Cataclysm locks him down. Nobody is there to back up XU. Dignitas lose their jungler.
Yeah, I mean, that's just better coordination from DSG on the reset here where Dignitas are spread, just trying to farm their own jungle, trying to farm top lane with Oriana. Good focus from DSG, and they're not even going to go take the easy objective of the dragon first. They're going to say, you know what, we're going to use your jungle death timer to force on Baron. Some good poke damage a little bit from the Ezreal.
And we still have Shockwave available for Dignitas, so Palafox could find a big one right here. DSG are clumped up. They're grouping. FBI's landing the poke onto Calmy. They're just marking the Akali right now. Dredgeline will go wide. Certi's got a big shield, but Photon goes in, trying to take down Kryra. The wild growth is not enough to save the jungler. Dignitas fight through with the number disadvantage, but Sajed unleashed. Calmy goes down. Tag in the rookie AD carry. Sajed unleashed with the double kill, but he's locked down. He's taken down. FBI stands tall. The double kill to Dignitas's carry.
They underestimated the assassin Shen build with the Titanic Dusk and Dawn, baby. My jungler's dead? Nah. Your jungler is dead. Look at this. Photon's just staring at Kryra right in front of him. He's got him to 50% HP. Titanic Hydra off of the ward. Boom, goes in. Titanic Hydra with the Dusk and Dawn right there. Instantly deletes him. And the rest of the team I mean, yeah, Sajed is getting some kills, but look at FBI is still alive here. And after they deal with the zombie, they're able to get the hook right onto Sajed. FBI was killing him while he was walking past the Shen.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice.
Nice. Watch me, Photon.
Nice, guys. Good job.
Did he say watch me, Photon? I couldn't catch what that last one was, but yeah, that was awesome.
Because Photon did the big play, kill the enemy jungle, save the Baron, and then they get the Baron, and they get the Dragon too. DSG, they could have gone with the safe option, go Dragon first. You know, we killed enemy jungle, we'll get Dragon first, then we'll look for the next round of plays. And I felt like they were in a pretty comfortable position.
Yeah.
But after that, taking the risky option, going for the Baron, not respecting the Shen damage.
Yup. But fool me once. I think
Don't fool me once, now you just got Dragon Soul Point and Baron. And
well, I think at this point, if you're DSG and they do that again, like you cannot, as a Yanara, be standing melee range of a Shen in the Spirit's Refuge. Like your autos aren't going to do anything. You can't kill him. You got to kite back. So it's moments like that. I
and
think
you're getting hit with the Ezreal poke at the
exactly
same
right.
time.
So I feel like there's ways DSG could have won that fight. They're not respecting Shen's damage. They got to learn from those mistakes. They're still in the game, but Dignitas with the Baron can keep pushing the siege. Kami will get one turret in the top side, but Dignitas will crack the inhibitor turret in the bottom side, and they look to keep it going with 2 empowered cannon minions.
Yeah, I don't know if you even get to make that mistake again as DSG, because Dignitas here, the siege looks very good. Poke damage is good. Eventually these buffed up cannon minions get the inhibitor, and they're gonna get a lot off of that play.
Cryo was looking for the 1v1. I don't think he wins that. If he finds that 1v1 onto Photon right there, Ignar not landing the dredge line there onto DSG. So it's going to be the one inhibitor taken for now. Dignitas will back off from the bottom side and reassert their focus here in the mid lane as Photon will go for the reset and go towards the top lane. 4 items on the Shen. He has a stand united, so he can join up very quickly. Dignitas are in a commanding position.
If Dignitas...
Okay, dredge line goes a little wide, has to flash away. Depth charge onto Kryra, but Calmy gets big damage in onto Ignar. Keeper's Birdie from XU will smack away Certi on the engage, and Dignitas will have to back off.
If Dignitas win this game and go on to win this series, what type of bonus do you give Photon?
I think he's rich enough. He's got 4.9k gold.
So your bonus in real life depends on your gold lead in game.
Ooh,
maybe.
Is it just like $1, like 5k? He just gets a 5k bonus.
Maybe a multiplier.
There's something there.
Yeah, how much do they value getting into playoffs here too?
I mean, that is the goal of the team.
Maybe it's also like.
I should hook Akali there. Second one.
Yeah, you still have to look Akali. You still have to be tracking Akali. Nautilus is one of the biggest answers, of course. You have to really respect Call Me still, even though they were able to, find him on, previous play. He has his fully completed Zonias. His damage is outrageous. So definitely have to fully track the Akali, especially here with the Nautilus and the Poppy.
Building towards the Void Staff, going to just be one-shot. We already saw how fast he was able to one-shot Palafox earlier in the game. But now Palafox has the Zonias. Now, with the lock-in on Ignar, it's going to be harder to even take down FBI and such. So Dignitas, I still think that they're in such a good spot currently. But when Call Me is able to get out to that backline, if he finds that one angle, this game could still be in DSG's court. They just got to find that moment.
Plus, I mean, the Yunara is very dangerous with a Guardian Angel too, and you have, full crit. Multipliers operational. You've got your Infinity Edge, you have your Lord Dom. So if Sajed does get time to hit and is able to stay mobile here, he's got a Lulu backing him up, and he's very, very threatening in some extended fights. So you have a couple of big threats that you really need to be wary of. But from the side of Dig, the threat, the Giga Chad has been Photon. See if he can make another big play for them, because their map is in a pretty good spot, and they're looking at Dragon Soul in just over a minute.
The one thing I'll say for DSG is that, the Shen, I would argue, has kind of hit the damage power spike already in this game. You're building more tanky from this point, so you're just getting healthy. It's not like your damage is going to keep scaling to kind of one-shot people like Kryra, Call Me.
And you've already been one-shot, so you're not going to let it happen again.
You cannot let it happen again.
You're not going to stand in front of him with 50% HP.
Yeah, let's please not do that. As Kryra goes for the Flag and Drag, Cataclysm onto Palafox. Ignar's holding the line as Kryra has to flash away, and in goes Photon, but he's targeted down. The Shen in the Spirit's Refuge damage does not live long enough. DSG take down the raid boss, and that's all the gold lead for Dignitas out of the fight.
Man, Kryra is really, I'm really impressed with Kryra as a North American talent here. The way he plays this fight, he goes in, he forces on Oriana until the point Oriana shockwaves. Oriana tries to shockwave him solo, and he flashes it. Then out of his own Cataclysm. So he both puts the pressure on the low mobility carry, gets the big, cooldown for the team fight out. Even though he has to invest his flash to do it, avoiding the shockwave there, they're able to make then the collapse play and just turn around onto Photon, onto the Shen that's coming through. And they've got the Lulu survivability there for him. They just buff him up, and Kryra survives the play, doesn't have to give up the Guardian Angel charge.
Yeah.
Now, yes, the flash is a long cooldown, but the Dragon Soul would be permanent, so definitely worth there.
You'll take those.
Deny the Dragon Soul.
Dignitas still have some time, though, because it was denied, but it's not like DSG are even on Soul Point. They still have to get 2 in a row from this position. So if you're DSG, I almost feel like the win con is more going to be like a team fight win at Baron and then push for something big afterwards.
Well, yeah, but the denial of a soul is... like, that's part of your win con also.
Sure, yeah. I guess you can make the argument both ways.
You're like, it is definitely necessary, because that's an annoying one to deal with. The damage reduction when you're low, super annoying for Akali too. So obviously that is one step on their pathway, back towards victory here. Another step is...
Call me spotted by Palafox. The Shockwave used very early as a Sand United as well. X-Use here, stasis for Call Me, but he's not able to get out of there this time. DSG's mid laner is out of there, as now the fight will have to come through from Sajet. He's walking forward to get damage on Ignore, who's locked down, and now he's free firing onto the front line. Sajet unleashed as DSG continue the push. 4v5. Who needs the mid laner when you got the late game Yanara? A double kill to Sajet, and DSG win the fight.
Yeah, they forgot about the other carry, the sustained damage carry. The Yunara comes through with the Lulu buffing him up. This is a really good, call from Dignitas, though. Palafox is like, he's going to look for the flank. Really, really smart play from Palafox and Dignitas. The genius midfielder finds their opponent, but Kangas, Sajet is hitting the whole time, and guess what? That was Nautilus ult right there.
Yeah.
Nautilus was getting, focused so heavily that he had to blow his ult real early. Sajet is fully stacked up, and he can chase through because Dignitas used a lot to deal with the Akali threat, and now they just get to force through. With Guardian Angel, Kryra knows, you know what? I can just go extend the play. I can make sure we keep the rest of them here for you to hit. I will go Cataclysm. You continue to chase Sajet.
And also, even before the Cataclysm, Kryra zoned FBI. FBI could not get any damage in the fight except for onto the J4. And look at that damage, 12K in one fight from the rookie.
It is literally dream fights for Yunara when everyone is grouped up so closely like that, because your splash, you get the splash going back off of the Runon Bolt's procs, and when everyone's close like that, absolutely melts, as you saw on screen.
Plus, you're healing up. You got all the shields from the Lulu, the Ardent Sensor buffing your attacks as well. Yeah, I think we've kind of reached the transition point. Call Me is still a threat, but the main character, the main threat at this point is Yunara. We highlighted this in the draft. They have options. DSG can go for the front to back, or they can go for the dives. And even if Call Me goes down, DSG have proven that if they plant their feet, they can stand their ground.
Guardian Angel timers are also pretty big for them, and Sajet still has his.
Yep.
So while they did work around Kryra's, and it was a good investment to Cataclysm, sacrifice the Guardian Angel, get the extra kills, obviously. Now, of course, they don't have it for the time being, but they've got Baron buff, so it's a pretty safe siege for them in the meantime.
Yeah.
And they can even have Akali go answer the Shen push. So Call Me has his teleport ready. Everything's pretty safe for DSG. Just play around, you're buffing up your minions, and eventually getting the mid lane tower as well in their favor.
It felt like Dignitas were coming back in this game, and maybe that could mount to come back in the series, but from this position, 5K gold lead overall for DSG, and it's pretty much the Jed matching Photon, so then mid lane and jungle and support are kind of the other equalizers to get that lead, rather, for DSG.
I mean, you kind of touched on it, Kangas, but Shen, even though Photon has been great and made a lot of big plays, you can't really carry a game later.
Your damage is capped at a certain point.
You could do a lot of work to, get your team up and kind of carry early. But in the late game scenarios here, I mean, we're literally looking at a 7-item Yunara with the, new AD carry role quest. So
and now we're looking at the base falling apart. I mean, that inhibitor turret's down, an inhibitor as well. Even with open inhibs on DSG's side, Dignitas, they're going to have to fight tooth and nail to even touch those for the rest of this game. They are well behind, and the next Dragon's up in 20 seconds. DSG have an easy path back to drop their vision line in the jungle, control the access points, and get themselves to Soul Point.
So...
We're at the point. Oh, okay, actually. I was going to ask a hypothetical, but now we might see Kryra go for an engage onto Ignar. Calmy's going to catch his mid-wave.
It's so scary for them.
If DSG win a team fight, they could end the game through bot lane. Supers are going to be pushing in there, so they don't have to go for the Dragon Soul. They can just take the 5v5. Certi's getting chunked down by FBI. Good Mystic shots there. Certi low. The Shockwave will land on a Calmy, but Certi will go for his own engage. Now, Keeper's Verdict channeled here by XU will throw it out, and it lands onto Lulu, so support's out of there, but Dignitas can't get in. They have depth charge from Ignar, but Sajed's just not getting into the angle, and now Lions is going to regroup up with the rest of DSG. They can assert the front line again. Certi's going to go in with Calmy, damage onto Ignar. As XU's looking for his own flank here, Kryra's going to miss it, but XU's just getting chunked down. The Stand United's not enough. Sajed on a killing spree. Double kill to the AD carry. DSG again. Step up when the team fight matters. Photon fails to flash over the wall. A triple to Sajed as Lions will flash the True Shot Barrage. TP from Certi. This could be the game end push. It's just FBI and Palafox left to try and clear the waves. But 4 members stand on DSG. Sajed full health. This is how the series ends. DSG keep their playoff dreams alive as they look to 2-0 Dignitas, denying them the playoffs run. Sajed, the rookie, dominates as a 2-0 is claimed by DSG.
And welcome Certi. He is undefeated in the LCS 2-0. Very nice. Coming in, very, very little announcement ahead of time. No time here, really.
No fanfare, no trumpets.
Yeah, he's all work. He's talking about how driven he is. Really good job coming in kind of an emergency scenario for the team. As all the trade stuff went down, but Certi fits in perfectly with DSG, and this team looks completely coordinated.
He's fitting well with the team. We see Kryra we're going to have for the interview here. Spam chat your player of the game, because Kobe, we asked at the beginning of the series, who steps up? Castle was the bright star, the shining star for DSG. I would say everybody stepped up today. Lounge, what do you think?
I agree.
Everybody. Yeah, absolutely. Everyone stepped up when they needed them most. I was a big doubter. I was a big doubter, especially with Castle, leaving from the team, adding in Certi. That's a big change to your dynamic. Someone needs to step up for that, and I felt like the team did well. Sajed had a great game as well.
Yeah, I mean, the weird thing is, game 1, if we're looking at the new player, Certi.
Yeah.
Very good laning phase on Rumble, held the lead, good team fighting.
True.
Fall really far behind on the Scion, played well, but Kryra, the team fighting in that Draven game, we were really impressed by the team fighting in the Draven game. How really? Were you?
Why are you saying really?
Yeah, he does not.
I have to ask my coach, but I feel like I was just normal. But maybe I did a good job.
There was one in red buff where you overextended and you still won the fight. But just later on, I don't know, zoning really effectively for Sajed's Yunara, and it just felt like you were winning every front to back. But I want to talk more about just this past week for you, because you had a big roster change up in the top lane with Certi. A lot of people counted you out, and now you show up with the 2-0 over Dignitas.
Yeah, I mean, this week we started scrimming only now with Certi, so 1 week. We lose Castle. For me, he was really good for the team, and he was helping me a lot. But it's next chapter. He helped me enough. Now it's, you know what I mean. I learned a lot from him, and I'm learning a lot also from Certi now. He sees top lane in another way, so in a slightly different way. So it's always helpful to have more things to think about, and it just makes me a better player overall also, so I like it. And I mean, Certi is doing a really nice job so far, in Scrim and even today. I think he's really solid, so I'm happy.
What's the biggest difference in, just because you mentioned you've learned things from both of them, even with Certi's short time on the team, what's the biggest difference in the way those two play top lane, and then how does it affect you and your role as a jungler?
I think Castle is just will never say no. Like he just, even if he thinks it's bad, yeah, okay, and if something's happening bad, oh, it's okay, like, you know what I mean? But Certi, like, he just helps the team kind of, like, sometimes we want always too much. Oh, can you TP? Castle, yeah, always. Okay, I'm TP. But so he's like, no, don't fight right now. Don't, you know, he's more like, he knows more, like, and he's more direct, I think. And Castle is just always like, he's gonna say yes and just be, you know, yeah.
How, okay, because I want to rewind it back to game one. Because the last time I saw the Dusk and Dawn Titanic, since I was like in, I guess, Dardoch and NACL, but you pull it out. You have the most hilarious play. Rise ults you straight in Fog of War into the enemy team, and you just out-sustain them.
You know, we did this in scrims, but that was before this AP build.
Yeah.
I went like 1-16. We were Rise Zin. I went 1-16. The like second more deaths on my team was like 7, you know? So like the whole game of scrim, he just ulting me in. I'm just dead. That was pre-OP, like AP Xin, no mercy, you know? So now, I think we found a new method. If you want to do that, I go full AP and we're chilling.
It's so funny. You're just like, it's like, I've been in this situation before.
And ironically, and I was dying every time, like before, but yeah.
And now you get all that healing, man.
Yeah, that's really OP, I think. Like, before yesterday, I was playing just normal build, right? But I'm not going to say against who, but we scrim, right? And they played 2 games of Xin on enemy team. First time I was like, oh, okay, this team is disgusting, but it's fine. Second time I was like, okay, if I play Xin tomorrow, I'm changing my build, I'm doing this build. So yeah, thank you yesterday, you know, the scrims.
That's actually tough.
Whoever faced him in scrims yesterday,
I do want to put this to your attention quickly. Because with your win today, as you can see, just talking about the idea of playoffs, what you are expecting going forward. With the victory that you have versus Dignitas, you're now in a position where it's you and Shopify Rebellion, 50-50, and you guys face each other. So it's like as straightforward as it can possibly be. It's either Shopify makes it or you make it to playoffs, as you can see. So like my question to you is like, A, what do you think about Shopify Rebellion as a team, and does it make it easier to know that it's all in your hands?
What do I think about Shopify? I mean, I guess they're just not the best. That's what I think. So it's like, it's gonna be easier, you know? But, and wait, what's the thing? Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's good that it's on our hands. Like, it's good to know, you know? Imagine like, well, we have to hope that another team loses, but like, we're just gonna win and call it a day, I think.
I mean, how's your mental been? Because you started the split with the win over Sentinels, and then you've gone through this big losing streak, but now a bounce back series here against Dig and the ability to clinch playoffs.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
how's that up and down?
Like I swear, okay, we faced like all the big, you know, the big player, the big teams. But like, I swear, if you look at our games, we are like always in a good position at some point. Like, we're like up, even against TL last week. I think both games were up like more than 2K. Like, I feel like every time we're in a good position, we just need to like, sometimes we're in good position and then it becomes ugly. Or sometimes it's just ugly from the start and we're just not in a good position. And, but like the games were in good position, and that's where you can look it back, like it happens more, you know, than what you think.
Well, that's the tilting thing, because you're like, both lanes are up 2,000 gold or something. And
it's the tilting thing, but like, it's good to know that like we just need to fix some stuff, because I swear we could have won like every series, minus the Flyquest one. I think Flyquest they played well that day, but I swear we could have won every series if like we fix like some mistakes, because if we make like this meta, I feel like you make one mistake and it snowballs like everything. So yeah, I swear like every game, every series we could have won, I think. So
what do you think is the most consistent like takeaway from those losses? When you are in a good position, what do you feel like keeps happening to take
I feel
you out
like
of it?
we just get lost, and like another team with 2K goal lead, you know, they will feel pressure, like they will pressure, they will, you know, but we kind of get lost and we play on enemy timers, like, and we like, yeah, just get lost, I guess, in mid-game. So that's what we've been working on, we're working on mid-game.
Yeah.
And I feel like first game you can tell. Second game we kind of made it too stressful today for no reason. I mean, the game was free, but I guess it was banger though, to be honest. We're just fighting always.
Yeah, I appreciated it.
But like after the puppy inting, like, did you flash the wall level 1?
Yeah.
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 That's crazy, right? Yeah. Well played. Anyways, like after the puppy inting, we should have won like ASAP, but 40-minute banger, it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question is like, what is something you can take away from the wins today moving forward into facing Shopify next week?
I mean, just need to like remember like people just like bad, you know. I swear, like you can't respect like too much people. Like just fight if you think it's good. Doesn't matter. Like don't hesitate. I think.
Yeah.
Like today on Xin, let's say I'm just always fighting, even like on the Seraphine coming top, and they're all coming with Ash, but I know that I can one-shot I can one-shot her, and I feel like yeah, just like don't maybe like respect, just like because sometimes we just get in good positions, and we just don't fight. Like they take the space, that's what happens. So just need to like be like no mercy and like today, you know, like yeah, I think it's fine.
That makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I like
Thanks,
that.
Cryer. We got player of the games to run through. We thought you had a good driving game. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
We gave that one
that's
to
true
you.
or not, but Kobe agreed with us as well. He was complimenting your team fighting in Jarvan in this last game. So congratulations.
I wonder what the fans thought, because Kangas had at least that one vote for Sajed.
You had 100%
Yeah,
kill
wow.
participation, and you're saying you
Damn.
had just an okay game?
Yeah, I have a problem.
That's
with
crazy.
that.
I guess Jarvan Flag's like kind of
But-
cheating, but you're always there.
I should have got cooked though, like from her flashing wall, but I think I adapted well to it. Like I stole the wolves after, I went to her jungle. Like it never happened to me honestly, that, so I had to adapt. I think I did fine in the moment. But this like the type of stuff I feel like that can cook me. Like they do something that never happened to me before because I'm new, but I think I adapted well to it. And now next time I will, like next time this scenario like happens to me, I can do even better. So I think good.
Is that why you cut your hair? Now it's out of your eyes? Now you can see the game more clearly? Is that what happened there?
Her hair is like too long, you know, like I needed like haircut.
Okay, all right. I'm on him for that one.
You got to focus on League of Legends.
Okay, yeah, sure. That's fair. That's fair. Let's see what today's Pogs will look like, just taking a step back, because Sentinels had a big win as well. Rahel,
Ooh, double,
Impact Gold,
Kryra.
double, Kryra. Do you feel like someone else on your team deserved it, or is that all you?
Let me think. Call me, I think Akali game played well.
Yeah.
But I set him up for success, like I just
There we go.
100% KP, so.
Yeah, there you go.
And
Now we have you believing in yourself.
I think my bot lane second game was playing well until Lulu got caught, I think, and then they could dive and it's a snowball.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened there, we'll have to see. But if not, I mean, we all played solid, I think, and considering we only been with these 5 like for a week, I think it's promising for now. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Let's take the look at the end of day standings. I actually, because we already looked at what the playoffs could look like going into next week.
Dig is cooked.
Yeah.
You're dead.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, and tomorrow's schedule is going to be these top 4 teams fighting for the top 4 seeds. C9 Fly up first, Lion Team Liquid. See if C9 and Team Liquid can stay undefeated. Also, if you're looking for more NA League, you got to check out the NACL.
You have to.
Yep, goes live every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday on Twitch. And Raz, I know you've been co-streaming this. What's standing out to you?
For me, it's the fact that CCG has been on a run, Winthrop as well. They're a pretty surprising team. Sure, they lost just yesterday, but like I think Denethor has been on a great run too. So there's a lot happening down there. Crowder, what are your thoughts? Do you still keep in touch? Do you still look?
What about conviction? Like, what's happening to my boys?
Oh,
We don't want to get into that.
That's true. That's true. There's a lot happening there.
There is absolutely a lot happening
Welcome
there.
back, Tactical.
And if you and your friends have a lot going on, or maybe not a lot going on, and you want your dream of being in the NACL to become a reality, open qualifier registration runs until tomorrow. So you can check out the NACL X account or head to draftly.lol/registrations/NACL to sign up today. If you have 4 friends in a dream. Do you have 4? I don't have 4 friends.
You don't have 4 friends?
I have a dream.
You have 3 friends right now. Kyra, I don't know if you're legally allowed to join this team, but we're joining Emily's team.
Today I learned Emily doesn't like us. That's it for us. We'll be back tomorrow.
I was implying you didn't
1
like
Pacific.
me.
I don't even listen to someone who's not a friend anymore, which is
Yeah.
apparently true. We'll be back
Crazy.
tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, for C9 versus Fly. See you then.
Or
Kyra,
maybe you're my only 2
congratulations.
friends.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Kyra.
Another week of competition, and the clock is running low. There's only a couple weeks left to play in our single round robin here, so teams that are struggling have got to make sure that every single game counts.
오버치 싼다. 오버치 싼다. 탑 거기. 일로 한번. 야.
탈리아 조심.
나 골키 볼게. 골키 볼게. 탈리아 플래시. 탈리아 플래시. 탈리아 플래시. 제이스 플래시.
I can double 있고 double 있고. 이칼 있어.
내가 탱대.
한대 타만.
끝내.
어디서 이런 식으로? Sentinels that punish. It's Sentinels that sweep Shopify 2-0 here, and it's Sentinels who are keeping those playoff dreams alive.
Has flash.
I'm dead.
Nautilus 1 HP.
We're gonna still fight this.
They have north.
There's one Nui.
Player. 플레이 탑발. 오리아나 널. 플레이. I think natural or
We in mid or no? No, we did not.
No, we didn't.
DSG keep their playoff dreams alive as they look to 2-0 Dignitas, denying them the playoffs run. Sajed, the rookie, dominates.